Section 1 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 1. Gaul. The Frenchman of today inhabits a country long ago civilized and Christianized, where, despite of much imperfection and much social misery, 38 millions of men live in security and peace, under laws equal for all and efficiently upheld. There is every reason to nourish great hopes of such a country, and to wish for it more and more of freedom, glory, and prosperity. But one must be just towards one's own times, and estimate at their true value advantages already acquired and progress already accomplished. If one were suddenly carried 20 or 30 centuries backward into the midst of that which was then called Gaul, one would not recognize France. The same mountains reared their heads, the same plains stretched far and wide, the same rivers rolled on their course. There is no alteration in the physical formation of the country, but its aspect was very different. Instead of the fields all trim with cultivation and all covered with various produce, one would see inaccessible morasses and vast forests, as yet uncleared, given up to the chances of primitive vegetation, peopled with wolves and bears, and even the urns, or huge wild ox, and with elks too, a kind of beast that one finds no longer nowadays, save in the colder regions of north-eastern Europe, such as Lithuania and Courland. Then wandered over the Champagne great herds of swine, as fierce almost as wolves, tamed only so far as to know the sound of their keeper's horn. The better sort of fruits and of vegetables were quite unknown. They were imported into Gaul, the greatest part from Asia, a portion from Africa and the islands of the Mediterranean, and others, at a later period, from the New World. Cold and rough was the prevailing temperature. Nearly every winter the rivers froze sufficiently hard for the passage of cars, and 3 or 4 centuries before the Christian era, on that vast territory comprised between the ocean, the Pyrenees, the Mediterranean, the Alps, and the Rhine, lived 6 or 7 millions of men, a bestial life, enclosed in dwellings dark and low, the best of them built of wood and clay, covered with branches or straw, made in a single round piece, open to daylight by the door alone, and confusedly heaped together behind a rampart, not inartistically composed of timber, earth, and stone, which surrounded and protected what they were pleased to call a town. Of even such towns there were scarcely any as yet, save in the most populous and least uncultivated portion of Gaul, that is to say, in the southern and eastern regions, at the foot of the mountains of Auvergne and the Cevennes, and along the coast of the Mediterranean. In the north and the west were paltry hamlets, as transferable almost as the people themselves, and on some islet amidst the morasses, or in some hidden recess of the forest, were huge entrenchments formed of the trees that were felled, where the population, at the first sound of war-cry, ran to shelter themselves with their flocks and all their movables. And the war-cry was often heard. Men living grossly and idly are very prone to quarrel and fight. Gaul, moreover, was not occupied by one and the same nation, with the same traditions and the same chiefs. Tribes very different in origin, habits, and date of settlement were continually disputing the territory. In the south were Iberians or Aquitanians, Phoenicians and Greeks; in the north and northwest, Kymrians or Belgians; everywhere else Gauls or Celts, the most numerous settlers, who had the honor of giving their name to the country. Who were the first to come, then, and what was the date of the first settlement? Nobody knows. Of the Greeks alone does history mark with any precision the arrival in southern Gaul. The Phoenicians preceded them by several centuries, but it is impossible to fix any exact time. The information is equally vague about the period when the Kymrians invaded the north of Gaul. As for the Gaul and the Iberians, there is not a word about their first entrance into the country, for they are discovered there already at the first appearance of the country itself in the domain of history. The Iberians, whom Roman writers call Aquitanians, dwelt at the foot of the Pyrenees, in the territory comprised between the mountains, the Garonne, and the ocean. They belonged to the race which, under the same appellation, had peopled Spain, but by what route they came into Gaul is a problem which we cannot solve. It is much the same in tracing the origin of every nation, for in those barbarous times men lived and died without leaving any enduring memorial of their deeds and their destinies. No monuments, no writings, just a few oral traditions, perhaps, which are speedily lost or altered. It is in proportion as they become enlightened and civilized that men feel the desire and discover the means of extending their memorial far beyond their own lifetime. That is the beginning of history, the offspring of noble and useful sentiments, which cause the mind to dwell upon the future and to yearn for long continuance, sentiments which testify to the superiority of man over all other creatures living upon our earth, which foreshadow the immortality of the soul, and which are warrant for the progress of the human race by preserving for the generations to come what has been done and learned by the generations that disappear. By whatever route and at whatever epoch the Iberians came into the southwest of Gaul, they abide there still in the department of the Lower Pyrenees, under the name of the Basque, a people distinct from all its neighbours in features, costume, and especially language, which resembles none of the present languages of Europe, contains many words which are to be found in the names of rivers, mountains, and towns of olden Spain, and which presents a considerable analogy to the idioms, ancient and modern, of certain peoples of northern Africa. The Phoenicians did not leave, as the Iberians did, in the south of France, distinct and well authenticated descendants. They had begun about 1100 B.C. to trade there. They went thither in search of furs and gold and silver, which were got either from the sand of certain rivers, as for instance the Alege, in Latin Aurigera, or from certain mines of the Alps, the Cevennes, and the Pyrenees. They bought in exchange stuffs dyed with purple, necklaces and rings of glass, and above all arms and wine, a trade like that which is nowadays carried on by the civilized peoples of Europe with the savage tribes of Africa and America. For the purpose of extending and securing their commercial expeditions, the Phoenicians founded colonies in several parts of Gaul, and to them is attributed the earliest origin of Nemosis, Nim, and of Alesia, near Semur. But, at the end of 3 or 4 centuries, these colonies fell into decay. The trade of the Phoenicians was withdrawn from Gaul, and the only important sign it preserved of their residence was a road which, starting from the eastern Pyrenees, skirted the Gallic portion of the Mediterranean, crossed the Alps by the pass of Tenda, and so united Spain, Gaul, and Italy. After the withdrawal of the Phoenicians, this road was kept up and repaired, at first by the Greeks of Marseilles, and subsequently by the Romans. As merchants and colonists, the Greeks were, in Gaul, the successors of the Phoenicians, and Marseille was one of their first and most considerable colonies. At the time of the Phoenicians' decay in Gaul, a Greek people, the Rhodians, had pushed their commercial enterprises to a great distance, and, in the words of the ancient historians, held the empire of the sea. Their ancestors had, in former times, succeeded the Phoenicians in the island of Rhodes, and they likewise succeeded them in the south of Gaul, and founded, at the mouth of the Rhone, a colony called Rhodanusia, or Rhoda, with the same name as that which they had already founded on the northeast coast of Spain, and which is nowadays the town of Rosas, in Catalonia. But the importance of the Rhodians on the southern coast of Gaul was short-lived. It had already sunk very low in the year 600 B.C., when Euxenes, a Greek leader, coming from Phocea, an Ionian town of Asia Minor, to seek his fortune, landed from a bay eastward of the Rhone. The Segobrigians, a tribe of the Gallic race, were in occupation of the neighboring country. Nan, their chief, gave the strangers a kindly welcome, and took them home with him to a great feast which he was giving for his daughter's marriage, who was called Gyptis, according to some, and Peta, according to other historians. A custom which exists still in several cantons of the Basque country, and even at the centre of France in Morvan, a mountainous district of the department of Nièvre, would that the maiden should appear only at the end of the banquet, and holding in her hand a filled wine-cup, and that the guest to whom she should present it should become the husband of her choice. By accident, or quite another cause, say the ancient legends, Gyptis stopped opposite Euxenes, and handed him the cup. Great was the surprise, and probably anger amongst the Gauls, who were present. But Nan, believing he recognized a commandment from his gods, accepted the Phocean as his son-in-law, and gave him as dowry the bay where he had landed, with some cantons of the territory around. Euxenes, in gratitude, gave his wife the Greek name of Aristoxena, that is, the best of hostesses, sent away his ship to Phocea for colonists, and whilst waiting for them, laid in the centre of the bay, on a peninsula hollowed out harbour-wise, towards the south, the foundations of a town, which he called Massilia, thence Marseille. Scarcely a year had elapsed when Euxenes' ship arrived from Phocea, and with it several galleys, bringing colonists full of hope, and laden with provisions, utensils, arms, seeds, vine-cuttings, and olive-cuttings, and moreover a statue of Diana, which the colonists had gone to fetch from the celebrated temple of that goddess at Ephesus, and which her priestess, Aristarch, accompanied to its new country. The activity and prosperity of Marseille, both within and without, were rapidly developed. She carried her commerce wherever the Phoenicians and the Rhodians had marked out a road. She repaired their forts, she took to herself their establishments, and she placed on her medals, to signify dominion, the rose, the emblem of Rhodes, beside the lion of Marseille. But Nan, the Gallic chieftain, who had protected her infancy, died, and his son Conran shared the jealousy felt by the Segobrigians and the neighbouring peoplets towards the new corners. He promised, and really resolved, to destroy the new city. It was the time of the flowering of the vine, a season of great festivity amongst the Ionian Greeks, and Marseille thought solely of the preparations for the feast. The houses and public places were being decorated with branches and flowers. No guard was set, no work was done. Conran sent into the town a number of his men, some openly, as if to take part in the festivities, others hidden at the bottom of the cars which conveyed into Marseille the branches and foliage from the outskirts. He himself went and lay in ambush in a neighbouring glen, with several thousand men, they say, but the number is probably exaggerated, and waited for his emissaries to open the gates to him during the night. But once more a woman, a near relation of the Gallic chieftain, was the guardian angel of the Greeks, and revealed the plot to a young man of Marseilles, with whom she was in love. The gates were immediately shut, and so many Sigebrigians as happened to be in the town were massacred. Then the night came on. The inhabitants, armed, went forth to surprise Conran in the ambush where he was awaiting the moment to surprise them. And there he fell, with all his men. Delivered as they were from this danger, the Massilians nevertheless remained in a difficult and disquieting situation. The peoplets around, in coalition against them, attacked them often, and threatened them incessantly. But whilst they were struggling against these embarrassments, a grand disaster, happening in the very same spot whence they had emigrated half a century before, was procuring them a great accession of strength and the surest means of defence. In the year 542 B.C., Phocea succumbed beneath the efforts of Cyrus, king of Persia, and her inhabitants, leaving to the conqueror empty streets and deserted houses, took to their ships in a body, to transfer their homes elsewhere. A portion of this floating population made straight for Marseilles. Others stopped at Corsica, in the harbour of Alalia, another Phocian colony. But at the end of 5 years they too, tired of piratical life and of the incessant wars they had to sustain against the Carthaginians, quitted Corsica, and went to rejoin their compatriots in Gaul. Thenceforward Marseilles found herself in a position to face her enemies. She extended her walls all round the bay, and her enterprises far away. She founded on the southern coast of Gaul and on the eastern coast of Spain permanent settlements, which are to this day towns: eastward of the Rhone, Hercules harbour, Moncycus, Monaco, Nicea, Nice, Antipolis, Antibes; westward, Heraclea Cacabaria, St. Giles, Agastae, Agdeval, Emporia, Emporias in Catalonia, etc., etc. In valley of the Rhone, several towns of the Gauls, Cabellio were, Cavaili Lycaon, Greek Avignon, Arelate, Arles, for instance, colonies, so great there was the number of travellers, or established merchants who spoke Greek. With this commercial activity, Marseilles united intellectual and scientific activity. Her grammarians were among the first to revise and annotate the poems of Homer, and bold travellers from Marseilles, Euthymenes and Pythias by name, crossed, one along the western coast of Africa beyond the Straits of Gibraltar, and the other the southern and western coasts of Europe, from the mouth of the Tanais, Don, in the Black Sea, to the latitudes and perhaps into the interior of the Baltic. They lived, both of them, in the second half of the 4th century B.C., and they wrote each a periplus, or tales of their travels, which have unfortunately been almost entirely lost. But whatever may have been her intelligence and activity, a single town situated at the extremity of Gaul and peopled with foreigners could have but little influence over so vast a country and its inhabitants. At first, civilization is very hard and very slow. It requires many centuries, many great events, and many years of toil to overcome the early habits of a people, and cause them to exchange the pleasures, gross indeed, but accompanied with the idleness and freedom of barbarian life, for the toilful advantages of a regulated social condition. By dint of foresight, perseverance, and courage, the merchants of Marseilles and her colonies crossed by 2 or 3 main lines the forests, morasses, and heaths through the savage tribes of Gaul, and there effected their exchanges, but to the right and left they penetrated but a short distance. Even on their main lines their traces soon disappeared, and at the commercial settlements which they established here and there, they were often far more occupied in self-defence than in spreading their example. Beyond a strip of land of uneven breadth, along the Mediterranean, and save the space peopled towards the southwest by the Iberians, the country, which received its name from the former of the two, was occupied by the Gauls and the Kymrians, by the Gauls in the centre, southeast and east, in the highlands of modern France, between the Alps, the Vosges, the mountains of the Auvergne, and the Cevennes; by the Kymrians in the north, northwest, and west, in the lowlands, from the western boundary of the Gauls to the ocean. Whether the Gauls and the Kymrians were originally of the same race, or at least of races closely connected, whether they were both anciently comprised under the general name of Celts, and whether the Kymrians, if they were not of the same race as the Gauls, belonged to that of the Germans, the final conquerors of the Roman Empire, are questions which the learned have been a long while discussing without deciding. The only facts which seem to be clear and certain are the following. The ancients for a long while applied without distinction the name of Celts to the peoples who lived in the west and north of Europe, regardless of precise limits, language, or origin. It was a geographical title applicable to a vast but ill-explored territory, rather than a real historical name of race or nation. And so on, in the earliest times, Gauls, Germans, Britons, and even Iberians appear frequently confounded under the name of Celts, peoples of Celtica. Little by little, this name is observed to become more restricted and more precise. The Iberians of Spain are the first to be detached, then the Germans. In the century preceding the Christian era, the Gauls, that is, the peoples inhabiting Gaul, are alone called Celts. We begin even to recognize amongst them diversities of race, and to distinguish the Iberians of Gaul, alias Aquitanians, and the Kymrians or Belgians from the Gauls, to whom the name of Celts is confined. Sometimes even it is to a confederation of certain Gallic tribes that the name specially applies. However it be, the Gauls appear to have been the first inhabitants of Western Europe. In the most ancient historical memorials they are found there, and not only in Gaul, but in Great Britain, in Ireland, and in the neighbouring islets. In Gaul, after a long predominance, they commingled with other races to form the French nation. But in this commingling numerous traces of their language, monuments, manners, and names of persons and places survived and still exist, especially to the east and south. Caste and local customs and vernacular dialects. In Ireland, in the Highlands of Scotland, in the Hebrides and the Isle of Man, Gauls, Gaels, still live under their primitive name. There we still have the Gaelic race and tongue, free, if not from any change, at least from absorbent fusion. From the 7th to the 4th century B.C. a new population spread over Gaul, not at once, but by a series of invasions, of which the two principal took place at the two extremes of that epoch. They called themselves Kymrians or Kymrians, whence the Roman made Cimbrians, which recalls Cimmerii or Cimmerians, the name of a people whom the Greeks placed on the western bank of the Black Sea and in the Cimmerian peninsula, called to this day Crimea. During these irregular and successively repeated movements of wandering populations, it often happened that tribes of different races met, made terms, united, and finished by amalgamation under one name. All the peoples that successively invaded Europe, Gauls, Kymrians, Germans, belonged at first, in Asia, whence they came, to a common stern. The diversity of their languages, traditions, and manners, great as it already was at the time of their appearance in the West, was the work of time and of the diverse circumstances in the midst of which they had lived; but there always remained amongst them traces of a primitive affinity which allowed of sudden and frequent comings, amidst their tumultuous dispersion. The Kymrians, who crossed the Rhine and flung themselves into northern Gaul towards the middle of the 4th century B.C., called themselves Bolg, or Belg, or Belgians, a name which indeed is given to them by Roman writers, and which has remained that of the country they first invaded. They descended southwards to the banks of the Seine and the Marne. There they encountered the Kymrians of former invasions, who not only had spread over the country comprised between the Seine and the Loire, to the very heart of the peninsula bordered by the latter river, but had crossed the sea, and occupied a portion of the large island opposite Gaul, crowding back the Gauls, who had preceded them, upon Ireland and the Highlands of Scotland. It was from one of these tribes and its chieftain, called Pride, or Prydain, Brit, or Britain, that Great Britain and Brittany in France received the name which they have kept. Each of these races, far from forming a single people bound to the same destiny and under the same chieftains, split into peoplets, more or less independent, who foregathered or separated according to the shifts of circumstances, and who pursued, each on their own account and at their own pleasure, their fortunes or their fancies. The Ibero-Aquitanians numbered 20 tribes, the Gauls 22 nations, the original Kymrians, mingled with the Gauls between the Loire and the Garonne, 17, and the Kymro-Belgians 23. These 62 nations were subdivided into several hundreds of tribes, and these petty agglomerations were distributed amongst rival confederations or leagues, which disputed one with another the supremacy over such and such a portion of territory. These grand leagues existed amongst the Gauls, that of the Armenians formed of peoplets established in the country, which received from them the name of Auvergne; that of the Adrians, in Burgundy, whose centre was Bibracte, Autun; and that of the Sequanians, in Franche-Comté, whose centre was Vesontio, Besançon. Amongst the Kymrians of the West, the Armoric League bound together the tribes of Brittany and Lower Normandy. From these alliances, intended to group together scattered forces, sprang fresh passions or interests, which became so many fresh causes of discord and hostility. And in these diverse agglomerations, government was everywhere almost equally irregular and powerless to maintain order or found an enduring state. Kymrians, Gauls, or Iberians were nearly equally ignorant, improvident, slaves to the shiftings of their ideas and the sway of their passions, fond of war and idleness, and rapine and feasting, of gross and savage pleasures. All gloried in hanging from the breast gear of their horses, or nailing to the doors of their houses the heads of their enemies. All sacrificed human victims to their gods, all tied their prisoners to trees, and burned or flogged them to death. All took pleasure in wearing upon their heads or round their arms, and depicting upon their naked bodies, fantastic ornaments, which gave them a wild appearance. An unbridled passion for wine and strong liquors was general amongst them. The traders of Italy, and especially of Marseilles, brought supplies into every part of Gaul. From interval to interval there were magazines established, whither the Gauls flocked to sell for a flask of wine their furs, their grain, their cattle, their slaves. It was easy, says an ancient historian, to get the Ganymede for the liquor. Such are the essential characteristics of barbaric life, as they have been and as they still are at several points of our globe, amongst people of the same grade in the scale of civilization, they existed in nearly an equal degree amongst the different races of ancient Gaul, whose resemblance was rendered much stronger thereby than their diversity in other respects by some of their customs, traditions, or ideas. In their case, too, there is no sign of those permanent demarcations, those rooted antipathies, and that impossibility of unity which are observable amongst peoples whose original moral condition is really very different. In Asia, Africa, and America, the English, the Dutch, the Spanish, and the French have been and are still in frequent contact with the natives of the country, Hindus, Malays, Negroes, and Indians, and in spite of the contact, the races have remained widely separated one from another. In ancient Gaul, not only did Gauls, Kymrians, and Iberians live frequently in alliance and almost intimacy, but they actually commingled and cohabited without scruple on the same territory. And so we find, in the midst of the Iberians, towards the mouth of the Garonne, a Gallic tribe, the Viviscan Biturigians, come from the neighbourhood of Bourges, where the bulk of the nation was settled. They had been driven thither by one of the first invasions of the Kymrians, and peaceably taken root there. Burdigaya, afterwards Bordeaux, was the chief settlement of this tribe, and even then a trading place between the Mediterranean and the ocean. A little further on, towards the south, a Kymrian tribe, the Bolans, lived isolated from its race, in the wastelands of the Iberians, extracting the resin from the pines which grow in that territory. To the southwest, in the country situated between the Garonne, the eastern Pyrenees, the Cevennes, and the Rhone, two great tribes of Kymro-Belgians, the Bolg, Volg, Volk or Vols, Arecomican, and Tectosagian, came to settle, towards the end of the 4th century B.C., in the midst of the Iberian and Gallic peoplets, and there is nothing to show that the newcomers lived worse with their neighbours than the latter had previously lived together. It is evident that amongst all these peoplets, whatever may have been the diversity of origin, there was sufficient similitude of social condition and manners to make agreement a matter neither very difficult nor very long to accomplish. On the other hand, and as a natural consequence, it was precarious and often of short duration. Iberian, Gallic, or Kymrians as they might be, those peoplets underwent frequent displacements, forced or voluntary, to escape from the attacks of a more powerful neighbour, to find new pasturage, in consequence of internal dissension, or perhaps for the mere pleasure of warfare and running risks, and to be delivered from the tediousness of a monotonous life. From the earliest times to the 1st century before the Christian era, Gaul appears a prey to this incessant and disorderly movement of the population. They change settlement and neighbourhood, disappear from one point, and reappear at another, cross one another, avoid one another, absorb and are absorbed. And the movement was not confined within Gaul. The Gauls of every race went, sometimes in very numerous hordes, to seek far away plunder and a settlement. Spain, Italy, Germany, Greece, Asia Minor, and Africa have been in turn the theatre of those Gallic expeditions which entailed long wars, grand displacements of people, and sometimes the formation of new nations. Let us make a slight acquaintance with this outer history of the Gauls, for it is well worth while to follow them a space upon their distant wanderings. We will then return to the soil of France, and concern ourselves only with what has passed within her boundaries. End of Chapter 1. Section 2 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 2. The Gauls out of Gaul. Part 1. About 3 centuries B.C., numerous hordes of Gaul crossed the Alps and penetrated to the center of Etruria, which is nowadays Tuscany. The Etruscans, being then at war with Rome, proposed to take them, armed and equipped as they had come, into their own pay. "If you want our hands," answered the Gauls, "against your enemies, the Romans, here they are at your service. But on one condition: give us lands." A century afterwards, other Gallic hordes, descending in like manner upon Italy, had commenced building houses and tilling fields along the Adriatic, on the territory where afterwards was Aquileia. The Roman Senate decreed that their settlement should be opposed, and that they should be summoned to give up their implements and even their arms. Not being in a position to resist, the Gauls sent representatives to Rome. They, being introduced to the Senate, said, quote, "The multitude of people in Gaul, the want of lands, and necessity forced us to cross the Alps to seek a home. We saw plains uncultivated and uninhabited. We settled there without doing any one harm. We asked nothing but lands. We will live peacefully on them, under the laws of the Republic." End quote. Again, a century later, or thereabouts, some Gallic Kymrians mingled with Teutons or Germans, and said also to the Roman Senate, quote, "Give us a little land as pay, and do what you please with our hands and weapons." End quote. Want of room and means of subsistence have, in fact, been the principal causes which have at all times thrust barbarous people, and especially the Gauls, out of their fatherland. An immense extent of country is required for indolent hordes who live chiefly upon the produce of chase and of their flocks, and when there is no longer enough of forest or pasturage for the families that become too numerous, there is a swarm from the hive, and a search for livelihood elsewhere. The Gauls emigrated in every direction, to find, as they say, rivers and lands. They marched from north to south, and from east to west. They crossed at one time the Rhine, at another the Alps, at another the Pyrenees. More than 15 centuries B.C. they had already thrown themselves into Spain, after many fights, no doubt, with the Iberians established between the Pyrenees and the Garonne. They penetrated northwestwards to the northern point of the peninsula, into the province which received from them and still bears the name of Gallica, southeastwards to the southern point, between the river Anas, nowadays Guadiana, and the ocean, where they founded a little Celtica, and centrewards and southwards from Castile to Andalusia, where the amalgamation of 2 races brought about the creation of a new people that found a place in history as Celtiberians. And 12 centuries after those events, about 220 B.C., we find the Gallic peoplet, which had planted itself in the south of Portugal, energetically defending its independence against the neighboring Carthaginian colonies. Indortius, their chief, conquered and taken prisoner, was beaten with rods and hung upon the cross, in the sight of his army, after having had his eyes put out by command of Hamilcar Barca, the Carthaginian general. But a Gallic slave took care to avenge him by assassinating, some years after, at a hunting party, Hasdrubal, son-in-law of Hamilcar, who had succeeded to the command. The slave was put to the torture, but indomitable in his hatred, he died insulting the Africans. A little after the Gallic invasion of Spain, and by reason perhaps of that very moment In the first half of the 14th century B.C., another vast horde of Gauls, who called themselves Anahra, Ambra, Ambrons, that is, braves, crossed the Alps, occupied northern Italy, descended even to the brink of the Tiber, and conferred the name of Ambria, or Umbria, on the country where they founded their dominion. If ancient accounts might be trusted, this dominion was glorious and flourishing, for Umbria numbered, they say, 358 towns. But falsehood, according to the Eastern proverb, lurks by the cradle of nations. At a much later epoch, in the 2nd century B.C., 15 towns of Liguria, containing altogether, as we learn from Livy, but 20,000 souls. It is plain, then, what must really have been, even admitting their existence, the 358 towns of Umbria. However, at the end of 2 or 3 centuries, this Gallic colony succumbed beneath the superior power of the Etruscans, another set of invaders from Eastern Europe, perhaps from the north of Greece, who founded in Italy a mighty empire. The Umbrians, or Ambrons, were driven out or subjugated. Nevertheless, some of their peoplets, preserving their name and manners, remained in the mountains of Upper Italy, where they were to be subsequently discovered by fresh and more celebrated Gallic invasions. Those just spoken of are of such antiquity and obscurity that we note their place in history without being able to say how they came to fill it. It is only with the 6th century before our era that we light upon the really historical expeditions of the Gauls away from Gaul, those, in fact, of which we may follow the course and estimate the effects. Towards the year 587 B.C., almost at the very moment when the Phocians had just founded Marseille, 2 great Gallic hordes got in motion at the same time, and crossed, one the Rhine, the other the Alps, making one for Germany, the other for Italy. The former followed the course of the Danube and settled in Illyria, on the right bank of the river. It is too much, perhaps, to say that they settled. The greater part of them continued wandering and fighting, sometimes amalgamating with the peoplets they encountered, sometimes chasing them and exterminating them, whilst themselves were incessantly pushed forward by fresh bands coming also from Gaul, thus marching and spreading, leaving here and there on their route, along the rivers and in the valleys of the Alps, tribes that remained and founded peoples. The Gauls had arrived towards the year 340 B.C. at the confines of Macedonia, at the time when Alexander, the son of Philippe, who was already famous, was advancing to the same point to restrain the ravages of the neighbouring tribes, perhaps of the Gauls themselves. From curiosity, or a desire to make terms with Alexander, certain Gauls betook themselves to his camp. He treated them well, made them sit at his table, took pleasure in exhibiting his magnificence before them, and in the midst of his carouse made his interpreter ask them what they were most afraid of. "We fear not," they answered, "unless it be the fall of heavens, but we set above everything the friendship of a man like thee." "The Celts are proud," said Alexander to his Macedonians, and he promised them his friendship. On the death of Alexander, the Gauls, as mercenaries, entered in Europe and Asia the service of the kings who had been his generals. Ever greedy, fierce, and passionate, they were almost equally dangerous as auxiliaries and as neighbours. Antigonus, king of Macedonia, was to pay the band he had enrolled a gold piece a head. They brought their wives and children with them, and at the end of the campaign they claimed pay for their following as well as for themselves. "We were promised," said they, "a gold piece a head for each Gaul, and these are also Gauls." Before long they tired of fighting the battles of another. Their power accumulated. Fresh hordes in great numbers arrived amongst them about the year 281 B.C. They had before them Thrace, Macedonia, Thessaly, Greece, rich, but distracted and weakened by civil strife. they effected an entrance at several points, devastating, plundering, loading their cars with booty, and dividing their prisoners into two parts, one offered in sacrifice to their gods, the other strung up to trees and abandoned to the gaze and matars, or javelins and pikes of the conquerors. Like all barbarians, they, both for pleasure and on principle, added insolence to ferocity. Their Bren, or most famous chieftain, whom the Latins and Greeks called Brennus, dragged in his train Macedonian prisoners, short, mean, and with shaven heads, and exhibiting them beside Gallic warriors, tall, robust, long-haired, adorned with chains of gold, said, "This is what we are. That is what our enemies are." Ptolemy the Thunderbolt, king of Macedonia, received with haughtiness their first message, requiring of him a ransom for his dominions if he wished to preserve peace. "Tell those who sent you," he replied to the Gallic deputation, "to lay down their arms and give up to me their chieftains. I will then see what peace I can grant them." On the return of the deputation, the Gauls were moved to laughter. "He shall soon see," said they, "whether it was in his interest or our own that we offered him peace." And indeed, in the first engagement, neither the famous Macedonian phalanx nor the elephant he rode could save King Ptolemy. The phalanx was broken, the elephant riddled with javelins, the king himself taken, killed, and his head marched about the field of battle on the top of a pike. Macedonia was in consternation. There was a general flight from the open country, and the gates of the towns were closed. "The people," says an historian, "cursed the folly of King Ptolemy, and invoked the names of Philippe and Alexander, the guardian deities of their land." 3 years later, another and a more formidable invasion came bursting upon Thessaly and Greece. It was, according to the unquestionably exaggerated account of the ancient historians, 200,000 strong, and commanded by that famous, ferocious, and insolent Brennus mentioned before. His idea was to strike a blow which should simultaneously enrich the Gauls and stun the Greeks. He meant to plunder the temple at Delphi, the most venerated place in all Greece, whither flowed from century to century all kinds of offerings, and where, no doubt, enormous treasure was deposited. Such was, in the opinion of the day, the sanctity of the place, that, on the rumour of the projected profanation, several Greeks essayed to divert the Gallic Bren himself by appealing to his superstitious fears. But his answer was, "The gods have no need of wealth. It is they who distribute it to men." All Greece was moved. The nations of the Peloponnese closed the Isthmus of Corinth by a wall. Outside of the Isthmus, the Boeotians, Phocidians, Locrians, Megarians, and Aetolians formed a coalition under the leadership of the Athenians, and, as their ancestors had done scarcely 200 years before against the Xerxes and the Persians, they advanced in all haste to the pass of Thermopylae to stop there the new barbarians. And for several days they did stop them, and instead of 300 heroes, as of yore in the case of Leonidas and his Spartans, only 40 Greeks, they say, fell in the first engagement. Amongst them was a young Athenian, Cydias by name, whose shield was hung in the temple of Zeus the Saviour at Athens, with this inscription: "This shield, dedicated to Zeus, is that of a valiant man, Cydias. It still bewails its young master, for the first time. He bare it on his left arm, when terrible Ares crushed the Gauls." But soon, just as in the case of the Persians, traitors guided Brennus and his Gauls across the mountain paths, the position of Thermopylae was turned, the Greek army owed its safety to the Athenian galleys, and by evening of the same day the barbarians appeared in sight of Delphi. Brennus would have led them at once to the assault. He showed them, to excite them, the statues, vases, cars, monuments of every kind, laden with gold, which adorned the approaches of the town and of the temple. "'Tis pure gold, massive gold," was the news he had spread in every direction. But the very cupidity he provoked was against his plan. For the Gauls fell out to plunder. He had to put off the assault until the morrow. The night was passed in irregularities and orgies. The Greeks, on the contrary, prepared with ardor for the fight. Their enthusiasm was intense. Those barbarians, with their half-nakedness, their grossness, their ferocity, their ignorance, and their impiety, were revolting. They committed murder and devastation like dogs. They left their dead on the field without burial. They engaged in battle without consulting priest or augur. It was not only their goods, but their families, their life, the honor of their country, and the sanctuary of their religion that the Greeks were defending, and they might rely on the protection of the gods. The oracle of Apollo had answered, "I and the white virgins will provide for this matter." The people surrounded the temple, and the priests supported and encouraged the people. During the night small bodies of Aetolians, Amphicians, and Phocidians arrived one after another. 4,000 men had joined with Delphi, when the Gallic bands, in the morning, began to mount the narrow and rough incline which led up to the town. The Greeks rained down from above a deluge of stones and other missiles. The Gauls recoiled, but recovered themselves. The besieged fell back on the nearest streets of the town, leaving open the approach to the temple, upon which the barbarians threw themselves. The pillage of the shrines had just commenced when the sky looked threatening. A storm burst forth, the thunder echoed, the rain fell, the hail rattled. Readily taking advantage of this incident, the priests and the augurs sallied from the temple clothed in their sacred garments, with hair dishevelled and sparkling eyes, proclaiming the advent of the god. "'Tis he! We saw him shoot athwart the temple's vault, which opened under his feet, and with him were 2 virgins who issued from the temples of Artemis and Athena. We saw them with our eyes. We heard the twang of their bows, and the clash of their armor." Hearing these cries, and the roar of the tempest, the Greeks dashed on. The Gauls are panic-stricken, and rush headlong down the bill. The Greeks push on in pursuit. Rumours of fresh apparitions are spread. 3 heroes, Hyperochus, Laodocus, and Pyrrhus, son of Achilles, have issued from their tombs hard by the temple, and are thrusting at the Gauls with their lances. The rout was speedy and general. The barbarians rushed to the cover of their camp, but the camp was attacked next morning by the Greeks from the town and by reinforcements from the country places. Brennus and the picked warriors about him made a gallant resistance, but defeat was a foregone conclusion. Brennus was wounded, and his comrades bore him off the field. The barbarian army passed the whole day in flight. During the ensuing night a new excess of terror seized them. They again took flight. And 4 days after the passage of Thermopylae, some scattered bands, forming scarcely a third of those who had marched on Delphi, rejoined the division which had remained behind, some leagues from the town, in the plains watered by the Cephissus. Brennus summoned his comrades. "Kill all the wounded and me," said he. "Burn your cars, make Cichor king, and away at full speed." Then he called for wine, drank himself drunk, and stabbed himself. Cichor did cut the throats of the wounded, and traversed, flying and fighting, Thessaly and Macedonia, and on returning whence they had set out, the Gauls dispersed, some to settle at the foot of a neighbouring mountain, under the command of a chieftain named Bathanat, or Baithanat, i.e., son of the wild boar; others to march back towards their own country; the greatest part to resume the same life of incursion and adventure. But they changed the scene of operations. Greece, Macedonia, and Thrace were exhausted by pillage, and made a league to resist. About 278 B.C. the Gauls crossed the Hellespont and passed into Asia Minor. There, at one time in the pay of the kings of Bithynia, Pergamos, Cappadocia, and Syria, or of the free commercial cities which were struggling against the kings, at another carrying on wars with their own account, they wandered for more than 30 years, divided into 3 great hordes, which parcelled out the territories among themselves, overran and plundered them during the fine weather, entrenched themselves during winter in their camp of cars, or in some fortified place, sold their services to the highest bidder, changed masters according to interest or inclination, and by their bravery became the terror of these effeminate populations and the arbiters of these petty states. At last both princes and people grew weary. Antiochus, king of Syria, attacked one of the 3 bands, that of the Tectosagians, conquered it, and cantoned it in a district of Upper Phrygia. Later still, about 241 B.C., Eumenes, sovereign of Pergamos, and Attalus, his successor, drove and shut up the other 2 bands, the Tolistoboians and Troemians, likewise in the same region. The victories of Attalus over the Gauls excited veritable enthusiasm. He was celebrated as a special envoy from Zeus. He took the title of king, which his predecessors had not hitherto borne. He had his battles showily painted, and that he might triumph at the same time both in Europe and Asia, he sent one of the pictures to Athens, where it was still to be seen 3 centuries afterwards, hanging upon the wall of the citadel. Forced to remain stationary, the Gallic hordes became a people, the Galatians, and the country they occupied was called Galatia. They lived there some 50 years, aloof from the indigenous population of Greeks and Phrygians, whom they kept in an almost servile condition, preserving their warlike and barbarous habits, resuming sometimes their mercenary service, and becoming once more the bulwark or the terror of neighbouring states. But at the beginning of the 2nd century before our era, the Romans had entered Asia in pursuit of their great enemy Hannibal. They had just beaten, near Magnesia, Antiochus, king of Syria. In his army they had encountered men of lofty stature, with hair light or dyed red, half naked, marching to the fight with loud cries, and terrible at the first onset. They recognized the Gauls, and resolved to destroy or subdue them. The consul, Gnaeus Manlius, had the duty and the honour. Attacked in their strongholds on Mount Olympus and Mount Magaba, 189 B.C., the 3 Gallic bands, after a short but stout resistance, were conquered and subjugated, and thenceforth, losing all national importance, they amalgamated little by little with the Asiatic populations around them. From time to time they are still seen to reappear with their primitive manners and passions. Rome humoured them. Mithridates had them for allies in his long struggle with the Romans. He kept them by a Galatian guard, and when he sought death, and poison failed him, it was the captain of the guard, a Gaul named Bituitus, whom he asked to run him through. That is the last historical event with which the Gallic name is found associated in Asia. Nevertheless, the amalgamation of the Gauls of Galatia with the natives always remained very imperfect, for towards the end of the 4th century of the Christian era they did not speak Greek, as the latter did, but their national tongue, that of the Kymro-Belgians, and St. Jerome testifies that it differed very little from that which was spoken in Belgica itself, in the region of Troves. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Section 3 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France, from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 2. The Gauls out of Gaul. Part 2. The Romans had good ground for keeping a watchful eye, from the time they met them, upon the Gauls, and for dreading them particularly. At the time when they determined to pursue them into the mountains of Asia Minor, they were just at the close of a desperate struggle, maintained against them for 400 years, in Italy itself. A struggle, says Sallust, in which it was a question, not of glory, but of existence, for Rome. It was but just now remarked that at the beginning of the 6th century before our era, whilst under their chieftain Sigovesus, the Gallic bands whose history has occupied the last few pages were crossing the Rhine and entering Germany, other bands, under the command of Bellovesus, were traversing the Alps and swarming into Italy. From 587 to 521 B.C., 5 Gallic expeditions formed of Gallic, Kymric, and Ligurian tribes followed the same route and invaded successively the 2 banks of the Po, the bottomless river as they called it. The Etruscans, who had long before, it will be remembered, themselves wrested that country from a people of Gallic origin, the Umbrians or Ambrons, could not make head against the new conquerors, aided, may be, by the remains of the old population. The well-built towns, the cultivation of the country, the ports and canals that had been dug, nearly all these labors of Etruscan civilization disappeared beneath the footsteps of these barbarous hordes that knew only how to destroy, and one of which gave its chieftain the name of Hurricane, Eliotus, Elidov. Scarcely 5 Etruscan towns, Mantua and Ravenna, amongst others, escaped the disaster. The Gauls also founded towns such as Mediolanum, Milan, Brixia, Brescia, Verona, Bononia, Bologna, Sena Gallica, Sinigaglia, etc. But for a long while they were no more than entrenched camps, fortified places, where the population shut themselves up in case of necessity. They, as a general rule, straggled about the country, says Polybius, the most correct and clear-sighted of the ancient historians, sleeping on grass or straw, living on nothing but meat, busying themselves about nothing but war and a little husbandry, and counting as riches nothing but flocks and gold, the only goods that can be carried away at pleasure and on every occasion. During nearly 30 years the Gauls thus scoured not only Upper Italy, which they had almost to themselves, but all the eastern coast and up to the head of the peninsula, encountering along the Adriatic, and in the rich and effeminate cities of Magna Graecia, Sybaris, Tarentum, Crotona, and Locri, no enemy capable of resisting them. But in the year 391 B.C., finding themselves cooped up in their territory, a strong band of Gauls crossed the Apennines and went to demand from the Etruscans of Clusium the cession of a portion of their lands. The only answer Clusium made was to close her gates. The Gauls formed up around the walls. Clusium asked help from Rome. with whom, notwithstanding the rivalry between the Etruscan and Roman nations, she had lately been on good terms. The Romans promised first their good offices with the Gauls, afterwards material support, and thus were brought face to face those two peoples, fated to continue for 4 centuries a struggle which was to be ended only by the complete subjection of Gaul. The details of that struggle belong specially to Roman history. They have been transmitted to us only by Roman historians. And the Romans it was who were left ultimately in possession of the battlefield, that is, of Italy. It will suffice here to make known the general march of events, and the most characteristic incidents. 4 distinct periods may be recognized in this history, and each marks a different phase in the course of events, and, so to speak, an act of the drama. During the first period, which lasted 42 years, from 391 to 349 B.C., the Gauls carried on a war of aggression and conquest against Rome. Not that such had been their original design; on the contrary, they replied when the Romans offered intervention between them and Clusium: "We ask only for lands, of which we are in need, and Clusium has more than she can cultivate. Of the Romans we know very little, but we believe them to be a brave people, since the Etruscans put themselves under their protection. Remain spectators of our quarrel; we will settle it before your eyes, that you may report at home how far above other men the Gauls are in valour." But when they saw their pretensions repudiated, and themselves treated with outrageous disdain, the Gauls left the siege of Clusium on the spot, and set out for Rome, not stopping for plunder, and proclaiming everywhere on their march, "We are bound for Rome, we make war on none but Romans." And when they encountered the Roman army, on the 16th of July, 390 B.C., at the confluence of the Allia and the Tiber, half a day's march from Rome, they abruptly struck up their war-chant, and threw themselves upon their enemies. It is well known how they gained the day, how they entered Rome, and found none but a few greybeards, who, being unable or willing to leave their abode, had remained seated in the vestibule on their chairs of ivory, with truncheons of ivory in their hands, and decorated with the insignia of the public offices they had filled. All the people of Rome had fled, and were wandering over the country, or seeking a refuge amongst neighbouring peoples. Only the Senate and 1,000 warriors had shut themselves up in the Capitol, a citadel which commanded the city. The Gauls kept them besieged there for 7 months. The circumstances of this celebrated siege are well known, though they have been a little embellished by the Roman historians. Not that they have spoken too highly of the Romans themselves, who in the day of their country's disaster showed admirable courage, perseverance, and hopefulness. Pontius Cominius, who traversed the Gallic camp, swam the Tiber, and scaled by night the heights of the Capitol, to go and carry news to the Senate. Marcus Manlius, who was the first and for some moments the only one to hold in check from the citadel's walls the Gauls on the point of effecting an entrance, and Marcus Furius Camillus, who had been banished from Rome the preceding year, and had taken refuge in the town of Ardea, and who instantly took the field for his country, rallied the Roman fugitives, and incessantly harassed the Gauls, are true heroes, who have earned their weed of glory. Let no man seek to lower them in public esteem. Noble actions are so beautiful, and the actors often receive so little recompense, that we are at least bound to hold sacred the honour attached to their name. The Roman historians have done no more than justice in extolling the saviours of Rome, but their memory would have suffered no loss had the whole truth been made known, and the claims of national vanity are not of the same weight as the duty one owes to truth. Now it is certain that Camillus did not gain such decisive advantages over the Gauls as the Roman accounts would lead one to believe, and that the deliverance of Rome was much less complete, On the 13th of February 389 B.C., the Gauls, it is true, allowed their retreat to be purchased by the Romans, and they experienced, as they retired, certain checks, whereby they lost a part of their booty. But 23 years afterwards they are found in Latium scouring in every direction the outlying country of Rome, without the Romans daring to go out and fight them. It was only at the end of 5 years, in the year 361 B.C., that, the very city being menaced anew, the legions marched out to meet the enemy. Surprised at this audacity, says Polybius, the Gauls fell back, but merely a few leagues from Rome, to the environs of Tibur, and thence, for the space of 12 years, they attacked the Roman territory, renewing the campaign every year, often reaching the very gates of the city, and being repulsed indeed, but never further than Tibur and its slopes. Rome, however, made great efforts. Every war with the Gauls was previously proclaimed a tumult, which involved a levy in mass of the citizens, without any exemption, even for old men and priests. A treasure specially dedicated to Gallic wars was laid by in the Capitol, and religious denunciations of the most awful kind hung over the head of whoever should dare to touch it, no matter what the exigency might be. To this epoch belong those marvels of daring recorded in Roman tradition, those acts of heroism tinged with fable, which are met with among so many peoples, either in their earliest age or in their days of great peril. In the year 361 B.C., Titus Manlius, son of him who had saved the Capitol from the night attack of the Gauls, and 12 years later Marcus Valerius, a young military tribune, were, it will be remembered, the two Roman heroes who vanquished in single combat the two Gallic giants who insolently defied Rome. The gratitude towards them was general and of long duration, for 2 centuries afterwards, in the year 167 B.C., the head of the Gaul with his tongue out still appeared at Rome, above the shop of a money-changer, on a circular signboard, called the Cimbrian Shield, Scrutum Cimberium. After 17 years' stay in Latium, the Gauls at last withdrew, and returned to their adopted country in those lovely valleys of the Po, which already bore the name of Cisalpine Gaul. They began to get disgusted with a wandering life. Their population multiplied, their towns spread, their fields were better cultivated, their manners became less barbarous. For 50 years there was scarcely any trace of hostility or even contact between them and the Romans. But at the beginning of the 3rd century before our era, the coalition of the Samnites and Etruscans against Rome was near its climax. They eagerly pressed the Gauls to join, and the latter assented easily. Then commenced the second period of struggles between the two peoples. Rome had taken breath, and had grown much more rapidly than her rivals. Instead of shutting herself up, as theretofore, within her walls, she forthwith raised 3 armies, took the offensive against the coalitionists, and carried the war into their territory. The Etruscans rushed to the defence of their hearts. The 2 consuls, Fabius and Decius, immediately attacked the Samnites and Gauls at the foot of the Apennines, close to Sentinum, now Sentina. The battle was just beginning, when a hind, pursued by a wolf from the mountains, passed in flight between the 2 armies, and threw herself upon the side of the Gauls, who slew her. The wolf turned towards the Romans, who let him go. "Comrades," cried a soldier, "flight and death are on the side where you see stretched on the ground the hind of Diana. The wolf belongs to Mars, he is unwounded, and reminds us of our father and founder. We shall conquer even as he." Nevertheless, the battle went badly for the Romans. Several legions were in flight, and Decius strove vainly to rally them. The memory of his father came across his mind. There was a belief amongst the Romans that if in the midst of an unsuccessful engagement the general devoted himself to the infernal gods, panic and flight passed forthwith to the enemy's ranks. "Why daily?" said Decius to the Grand Pontiff, whom he had ordered to follow him and keep at his side in the fight. "'Tis given to our race to die to avert public disasters." He halted, placed a javelin beneath his feet, and covering his head with a fold of his robe, and supporting his chin on his right hand, repeated after the pontiff this sacred form of words: "Janus, Jupiter, our father Mars, Quinrius, Bellona, Lares, ye gods, in whose power are we and our enemies, God's manes, ye I adore, ye I pray, ye I adjure to give strength and victory to the Roman people, the children of Quirinus, and to send confusion, panic, and death amongst the enemies of the Roman people, the children of Quirinus, and in these words for the republic of the children of Quirinus, for the army, for the legions, and for the allies of the Roman people, I devote to the gods manes, and to the grave the legions and the allies of the enemy and myself." Then remounting, Decius charged into the middle of the Gauls, where he soon fell pierced with wounds. But the Romans recovered courage and gained the day, for heroism and piety have power over the hearts of men, so that at the moment of admiration they become capable of imitation. During this second period Rome was more than once in danger. In the year 283 B.C. the Gauls destroyed one of her armies near Arretium, Arezzo, and advanced to the Roman frontier, saying, "We are bound for Rome. The Gauls know how to take it." 72 years afterwards the Cisalpine Gauls swore they would not put off their baldricks till they had mounted the Capitol, and they arrived within 3 days' march of Rome. At every appearance of this formidable enemy the alarm at Rome was great. The Senate raised all its forces and summoned its allies. The people demanded a consultation of the Sibylline books, sacred volumes sold, it was said, to Tarquinius Priscus by the Sibyl Amalthea, and containing the secret of the destinies of the Republic. They were actually opened in the year 228 B.C., and it was with horror found that the Gauls would twice take possession of the soil of Rome. On the advice of the priests, there was dug within the city, in the middle of the cattle market, a huge pit, in which 2 Gauls, a man and a woman, were entombed alive, for thus they took possession of the soil of Rome. The oracle was fulfilled, and the mishap averted. 13 years afterwards, on occasion of the disaster at Caen, the same atrocity was again committed, at the same place, and for the same cause. And by a strange contrast, there was at the committing of this barbarous act, "which was against Roman usage," says Livy, "a secret feeling of horror, for to appease the manes of the victims a sacrifice was instituted, which was celebrated every year at the pit, in the month of November." In spite of sometimes urgent peril, in spite of popular alarms, Rome, during the course of this period, from 299 to 258 B.C., maintained an increasing ascendancy over the Gauls. She always cleared them off her territory, several times ravaged theirs, on the 2 banks of the Po, called respectively Transpadane and Cispadane Gaul, and gained the majority of the great battles she had to fight. Finally, in the year 283 B.C., the propraetor Drusus, after having ravaged the country of the Senonic Gauls, carried off the very ingots and jewels, it was said, which had been given to their ancestors as the price of their retreat. Solemn proclamation was made that the ransom of the capital had returned within its walls, and 60 years afterwards the consul Marcus Claudius Marcellus, having defeated at Clastridium a numerous army of Gauls, and with his own hand slain their general, Verdumar, had the honour of dedicating to the temple of Jupiter the 3rd grand spoils taken since the foundation of Rome, and of ascending the Capitol, himself conveying the armour of Verdumar. for he had got hewn an oaken trunk, round which he had arranged the helmet, tunic, and breastpiece of the barbarian king. Nor was war Rome's only weapon against her enemies. Besides the ability of her generals and the discipline of her legions, she had the sagacity of her senate. The Gauls were not wanting in intelligence or dexterity, but being too free to go quietly under a master's hand, and too barbarous for self-government, carried away as they were by the interest or passion of the moment, they could not long act either in concert or with sameness of purpose. Far-sightedness and the spirit of persistence were, on the contrary, the familiar virtues of the Roman Senate. So soon as they had penetrated Cisalpine Gaul, they laboured to gain there a permanent footing, either by sowing dissension amongst the Gallic peoplets that lived there, or by founding Roman colonies. In the year 283 B.C. several Roman families arrived, with colours flying, and under the guidance of 3 triumvirs or commissioners, on a territory to the northeast on the borders of the Adriatic. The triumvirs had a round hole dug, and there deposited some fruits and a handful of earth brought from Roman soil. Then, yoking to a plough, having a copper share, a white bowl, and a white heifer, they marked out by a furrow a large enclosure. The rest followed, flinging within the line the ridges thrown up by the plough. When the line was finished, the bull and the heifer were sacrificed with due pomp. It was a Roman colony come to settle at Senna, on the very site of the chief town of those Senonic Gauls who had been conquered and driven out. 15 years afterwards another Roman colony was founded at Ariminium (Rimini), on the frontier of the Buldan Gauls. 50 years later still 2 others, on the 2 banks of the Po, Cremona and Placentia (Plaisance). Rome had then, in the midst of her enemies, garrisons, magazines of arms and provisions, and means of supervision and communication. Thence proceeded at one time troops, and another intrigues, to carry dismay or disunion amongst the Gauls. Towards the close of the 3rd century before our era, the triumphs of Rome in Cisalpine Gaul seemed nigh to accomplishment, when news arrived that the Romans' most formidable enemy, Hannibal, meditating a passage from Africa into Italy by Spain and Gaul, was already at work, by his emissaries, to ensure for his enterprise the concurrence of the Transalpine and Cisalpine Gauls. The Senate ordered the envoys they had just then at Carthage to traverse Gaul on returning, and seek out allies there against Hannibal. The envoys halted amongst the Gallo-Iberian peoplets who lived at the foot of the eastern Pyrenees. There, in the midst of the warriors assembled in arms, they charged them in the name of the great and powerful Roman people, not to suffer the Carthaginians to pass through their territory. Tumultuous laughter arose at a request that appeared so strange. "You wish us," was the answer, "to draw down war upon ourselves to avert it from Italy, and to give our own fields over to devastation to save yours. We have no cause to complain of the Carthaginians, or to be pleased with the Romans, or to take up arms for Romans and against the Carthaginians. We, on the contrary, hear that the Roman people drive out from their lands in Italy men of our nation, impose tribute upon them, and make them undergo other indignities." So the envoys of Rome quitted Gaul without allies. Hannibal, on the other hand, did not meet with all the favour and all the enthusiasm he had anticipated. Between the Pyrenees and the Alps several peoplets united with him, and several showed coldness, or even hostility. In his passage of the Alps the mountain tribes harassed him incessantly. Indeed, in Cisalpine Gaul itself there was great division and hesitation, for Rome had succeeded in inspiring her partisans with confidence and her enemies with fear. Hannibal was often obliged to resort to force even against the Gauls whose alliance he courted, and to ravage their lands in order to drive them to take up arms. Nay, at the conclusion of an alliance, and in the very camp of the Carthaginians, the Gauls sometimes hesitated still, and sometimes rose against Hannibal, accused him of ravaging their country, and refused to obey his orders. However, the delights of victory and of pillage at last brought into full play the Cisalpine Gauls' natural hatred for Rome. After Ticinus and Trebia, Hannibal had no more zealous and devoted troops. At the battle of Lake Trasimene he lost 1,500 men, nearly all Gauls. At that of Canine he had 30,000 of them, forming 2/3 of his army, and at the moment of action they cast away their tunics and checkered cloaks, similar to the plaids of the Gauls or Scottish Highlanders, and fought naked from the belt upwards, according to their custom when they meant to conquer or die. Of 5,500 men that the victory of Cannae cost Hannibal, 4,000 were Gauls. All Cisalpine Gaul was moved. Enthusiasm was at its height. New bands hurried off to recruit the army of the Carthaginian who, by dint of patience and genius, brought Rome within an acre of destruction, with the assistance almost entirely of the barbarians he had come to seek at her gates, and whom he had at first found so cowed and so vacillating. When the day of reverses came, and Rome had recovered her ascendancy, the Gauls were faithful to Hannibal, and when at length he was forced to return to Africa, the Gallic bands, whether from despair or attachment, followed him thither. In the year 200 B.C., at the famous battle of Zama, which decided matters between Rome and Carthage, they again formed a third of the Carthaginian army, and showed that they were, in the words of Livy, "inflamed by that innate hatred towards the Romans which is peculiar to their race." This was the third period of the struggle between the Gauls and the Romans in Italy. Rome, well advised by this terrible war of the danger with which she was ever menaced by the Cisalpine Gauls, formed the resolution of no longer restraining them, but of subduing them and conquering their territory. She spent 30 years, from 200 to 170 B.C., in the execution of this design, proceeding by means of war, of founding Roman colonies, and of sowing dissension amongst the Gallic peoplets. In vain did the two principal, the Boians and the Insubrians, endeavor to rouse and rally all the rest. Some hesitated, some absolutely refused and remained neutral. The resistance was obstinate. The Gauls, driven from their fields and their towns, established themselves as their ancestors had done, in the forests, whence they emerged only to fall furiously upon the Romans. And then, if the engagement were indecisive, if any legions wavered, the Roman centurions hurled their colours into the midst of the enemy, and the legionaries dashed on at all risks to recover them. At Parma and Bologna, in the towns taken from the Gauls, Roman colonies came at once and planted themselves. Day by day did Rome advance. At length, in the year 190 B.C., the wrecks of the 112 tribes which had formed the nation of the Boians, unable any longer to resist, and unwilling to submit, rose as one man and departed from Italy. The Senate, with its usual wisdom, multiplied the number of Roman colonies in the conquered territory, treated with moderation the tribes that submitted, and gave to Cisalpine Gaul the name of Cisalpine or Hither Gallic province, which was afterwards changed for that of Gallia Togata, or Roman Gaul. Then, declaring that nature herself had placed the Alps between Gaul and Italy as an insurmountable barrier, the Senate pronounced a curse on whosoever should attempt to cross it. End of chapter 2.
Section 4 of Volume 1, of a popular history of France from the earliest times. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 3, The Romans in Gaul. It was Rome herself that soon crossed that barrier of the Alps which she had pronounced fixed by nature and insurmountable. Scarcely was she mistress of Cisalpine Gaul when she entered upon a quarrel with the tribes which occupied the mountain passes. With an unsettled frontier, and between neighbors of whom one is ambitious and the other barbarian, pretexts and even causes are never wanting. It is likely that the Gallic mountaineers were not careful to abstain, they and their flocks, from descending upon the territory which had become Roman. The Romans in turn penetrated into the hamlets, carried off flocks and people, and sold them in the public markets at Cremona, at Placentia, and in all their colonies. The Gauls of the Alps demanded succor of the Transalpine Gauls, applying to a powerful chieftain named Cincibil, whose influence extended throughout the mountains. But the terror of the Roman name had reached across. Cincibil sent to Rome a deputation, with his brother at their head, to set forth the grievances of the mountaineers, and especially to complain of the consul Cassius, who had carried off and sold several thousands of Gauls. Without making any concession, the Senate was gracious. Cassius was away; he must be waited for. Meanwhile the Gauls were well treated. Cincibil and his brother received as presents 2 golden collars, 5 silver vases, 2 horses fully caparisoned, and Roman dresses for all their suite. Still nothing was done. Another, a greater and more decisive opportunity offered itself. Marseilles was an ally of the Romans. As the rival of Carthage, and with the Gauls forever at her gates, she had need of Rome by land and sea. She pretended also to the most eminent and intimate friendship with Rome. Her founder, the Phocian Euxenes, had gone to Rome, it was said, and concluded a treaty with Tarquinius Priscus. She had gone into mourning when Rome was burned by the Gauls. She had ordered a public levy to aid towards the ransom of the capital. Rome did not dispute these claims to remembrance. The friendship of Marseilles was of great use to her. In the whole course of her struggle with Carthage, and but lately, at the passage of Hannibal through Gaul, Rome had met with the best of treatment there. She granted the Massilians a place among her senators at the festivals of the Republic, and an exemption from all duty in her ports. Towards the middle of the 2nd century B.C., Marseilles was at war with certain Gallic tribes, her neighbors, whose territory she coveted. 2 of her colonies, Nice and Antibes, were threatened. She called on Rome for help. A Roman deputation went to decide the quarrel, but the Gauls refused to obey its summons, and treated it with insolence. The deputation returned with an army, succeeded in beating the refractory tribes, and gave their land to the Massilians. The same thing occurred repeatedly with the same result. Within the space of 30 years, nearly all the tribes between the Rhone and the Var, in the country which was afterwards Provence, was subdued and driven back amongst the mountains, with notice not to approach within a mile of the coast in general, and 1.5 miles of the places of disembarkation. But the Romans did not stop there. They did not mean to conquer from Marseilles alone. In the year 123 B.C., at some leagues to the north of the Greek city, near a little river, then called Coenus, and afterwards the Arc, the consul Gaius Sextius Calvinus had noticed during his campaign an abundance of thermal springs, agreeably situated amidst wood-covered hills. There he constructed an enclosure, aqueducts, baths, houses, a town in fact, which he called after himself Aquae Sexti, the modern Aix, the first Roman establishment in Transalpine Gaul. As in the case of Cisalpine Gaul, with Roman colonies came Roman intrigue, and dissensions got up and fomented amongst the Gauls. And herein Marseilles was a powerful seconder, for she kept up communications with all the neighboring tribes, and fanned out the spirit of faction. After his victories, the consul Gaius Sextius, seated at his tribunal, was selling his prisoners by auction, when one of them came up to him and said, "I have always liked and served the Romans, and for that reason I have often incurred outrage and danger at the hands of my countrymen." The consul had him set free, him and his family, and even gave him leave to point out amongst the captives any for whom he would like to procure the same kindness. At his request 900 were released. The man's name was Crato, a Greek name, which points to a connection with Marseilles or one of her colonies. The Gauls, moreover, ran of themselves into the Roman trap. Two of their confederations, the Aeduans, of whom mention has already been made, and the Allobrogians, who were settled between the Alps, the Isere, and the Rhone, were at war. A third confederation, the most powerful in Gaul at this time, the Arvernians, who were the rival of the Aeduans, gave their countenance to the Allobrogians. The Aeduans, with whom the Massilians had commercial dealings, solicited through these latter the assistance of Rome. A treaty was easily concluded. The Aeduans obtained from the Romans the title of friends and allies, and the Romans received from the Aeduans that of brothers, which amongst the Gauls implied a sacred tie. The consul Domitius forthwith commanded the Allobrogians to respect the territory of the allies of Rome. The Allobrogians rose up in arms and claimed the aid of the Arvernians. But even amongst them, in the very heart of Gaul, Rome was much dreaded. She was not to be encountered without hesitation. So Bituitus, king of the Arvernians, was for trying accommodation. He was a powerful and wealthy chieftain. His father, Luern, used to give amongst the mountains magnificent entertainments. He had a space of 12 square furlongs enclosed, and dispensed wine, mead, and beer from cisterns made within the enclosure, and all the Arvernians crowded to his feasts. Bituitus displayed before the Romans his barbaric splendor. A numerous escort, superbly clad, surrounded his ambassador. In attendance were packs of enormous hounds, and in front went a bard or poet who sang, with rote or harp in hand, the glory of Bituitus and of the Arvernian people. Disdainfully the consul received and sent back the embassy. War broke out. The Allobrogians, with the usual confidence and hastiness of all barbarians, attacked alone, without waiting for the Arvernians, and were beaten at the confluence of the Rhone and the Sorgue, a little above Avignon. The next year, 121 B.C., the Arvernians, in their turn, descended from the mountains, and crossed the Rhone with all their tribes, diversely armed and clad, and ranged each about its own chieftain. In his barbaric vanity, Bituitus marched to war with the same pomp that he had in vain displayed to obtain peace. He sat upon a car glittering with silver. He wore a plaid of striking colors, and he brought in his train a pack of war-hounds. At the sight of the Roman legions, few in number, iron-clad, in serried ranks that took up little space, he contemptuously cried, "There is not a meal for my hounds!" The Arvernians were beaten, as the Allobrogians had been. The hounds of Bituitus were of little use to him against the elephants, which the Romans had borrowed from Asiatic usage, and which spread consternation amongst the Gauls. The Roman historians say that the Arvernian army was 200,000 strong, and that 120,000 were slain, but the figures are absurd, like most of those found in ancient chronicles. We know nowadays, thanks to modern civilization, which shows everything in broad daylight, and measures everything with proper caution, that only the most populous and powerful nations, and that at great expenditure of trouble and time, can succeed in moving armies of 200,000 men, and that no battle, however murderous it may be, ever costs 120,000 lives. Rome treated the Arvernians with consideration, but the Allobrogians lost their existence as a nation. The Senate declared them subject to the Roman people, and all the country comprised between the Alps, the Rhone, from its entry into the Lake of Geneva to its mouth, and the Mediterranean, was made a Roman consular province, which means that every year a consul must march thither with his army. In the 3 following years, indeed, the consuls extended the boundaries of the new province, on the right bank of the Rhone, to the frontier of the Pyrenees southward. In the year 115 B.C., a colony of Roman citizens was conducted to Narbonne, a town even then of importance, in spite of the objections made by certain senators who were unwilling, say the historians, so to expose Roman citizens to the waves of barbarism. This was the second colony which went and established itself out of Italy. The first had been founded on the ruins of Carthage. Having thus completed their conquest, the Senate, to render possession safe and sure, decreed the occupation of the passes of the Alps which opened Gaul to Italy. There was up to that time no communication with Gaul save along the Mediterranean, by a narrow and difficult path, which has become in our time the beautiful route called the Corniche. The mountain tribes defended their independence with desperation, when that of the Stumians, who occupied the passes of the Maritime Alps, saw their inability to hold their own. They cut the throats of their wives and children, set fire to their houses, and threw themselves into the flames. But the Senate pursued its course imperturbably. All the chief defiles of the Alps fell into its hands. The old Phoenician road, restored by the consul Domitius, bore thenceforth his name, Via Domitia. In less than 60 years after Cisalpine Gaul had been reduced to a Roman province, Rome possessed in Transalpine Gaul a second province, whither she sent her armies, and where she established her citizens without obstruction. But Providence seldom allows men, even in the midst of their successes, to forget for long how precarious they are, and when he is pleased to remind them, it is not by words, as the Persians reminded their king, but by fearful events that he gives his warnings. At the very moment when Rome believed herself free from Gallic invasions, and on the point of avenging herself by a course of conquest, a new invasion, more extensive and more barbarous, came bursting upon Rome and upon Gaul at the same time, and plunged them together in the same troubles and the same perils. In the year 113 B.C., there appeared to the north of the Adriatic, on the right bank of the Danube, an immense multitude of barbarians, ravaging Noricum and threatening Italy. 2 nations predominated, the Kymrians or Cimbrians, and the Teutons, the national name of the Germans. They came from afar, northward from the Cimbrian peninsula, nowadays Jutland, and from the countries bordering on the Baltic, which nowadays form the duchies of Holstein and Schleswig. A violent shock of earthquake, a terrible inundation, had driven them, they said, from their homes, and those countries do indeed show traces of such events, and Cimbrians and Teutons had been for some time roaming over Germany. The consul Papirius Carbo, dispatched in all haste to defend the frontier, bade them, in the name of the Roman people, to withdraw. The barbarians modestly replied that they had no intention of settling in Noricum, and if the Romans had rights over the country, they would carry their arms elsewhere. The consul, who had found haughtiness succeed, thought he might also employ perfidy against the barbarians. He offered guides to conduct them out of Noricum, and the guides misled them. The consul attacked them unexpectedly during the night, and was beaten. However, the barbarians, still fearful, did not venture into Italy. They roamed for 3 years along the Danube as far as the mountains of Macedonia and Thrace. Then, retracing their steps and marching eastward, they inundated the valleys of the Helvetic Alps, now Switzerland, having their numbers swelled by other tribes, Gallic or German, who preferred joining in pillage to undergoing it. The Ambrons, among others, a Gallic people that had taken refuge in Helvetia after the expulsion of the Umbrians by the Etruscans from Italy, joined the Cimbrians and Teutons, and in the year 110 altogether entered Gaul, at first by way of Belgica, and then, continuing their wanderings and ravages in central Gaul, they at last reached the Rhone, on the frontiers of the Roman province. There the name of Rome again arrested their progress. They applied to her anew for lands with the offer of their services. Rome, answered Marcus Silanus, who commanded in the province, has neither lands to give you nor services to accept from you. He attacked them in their camp, and was beaten. 3 consuls, Lucius Cassius, Gaius Servilius Omepio, and Gnaeus Manlius, successively experienced the same fate. With the barbarians victory bred presumption. Their chieftains met and deliberated whether they should not forthwith cross into Italy, to exterminate or enslave the Romans, and make Cimbrians broken at Rome. Scaurus, a prisoner, was in the tent, loaded with fetters during the deliberation. He was questioned about the resources of his country. "Cross not the Alps," said he. "Go not into Italy. The Romans are invincible." In a transport of fury, the chieftain of the Cimbrians, Boiorix by name, fell upon the Roman and ran him through. Howbeit, the advice of Scaurus was followed. The barbarians did not as yet dare to decide upon invading Italy, but they freely scoured the Roman province, meeting here with repulse and there with reinforcement from the peoples who formed the inhabitants. The Tectosagian Voles, Cimbrian in origin and maltreated by Rome, joined them. Then, on a sudden, whilst the Teutons and Ambrons remained in Gaul, the Cimbrians passed over to Spain without apparent motive, and probably as an overswollen torrent divides and disperses its waters in all directions. The commotion at Rome was extreme. Never had so many or such wild barbarians threatened the republic. Never had so many or such large Roman armies been beaten in succession. There was but one man, it was said, who could avert the danger, and give Rome the ascendancy. It was Marius, low born but already illustrious, esteemed by the Senate for his genius as a commander and for his victories, swaying at his will the people, who saw in him one of themselves, and admired without envying him, beloved and feared by the army for his bravery, his rigorous discipline, and his readiness to share their toils and dangers. Stern and rugged, without education, eloquence, or riches, ill-suited for shining in public assemblies, but resolute and dexterous in action, verily made to dominate the vigorous but unrefined multitude, whether in camp or city, partly by participating their feelings, partly by giving them, in his own person, a specimen of the deserts and sometimes of the virtues which they esteem but do not possess. He was consul in Africa, where he was putting an end to the war with Jugurtha. He was elected a second time consul, without interval, and, in his absence, contrary to all the laws of the republic. Scarcely had he returned, when, on descending from the Capitol, where he had just received a triumph for having conquered and captured Jugurtha, he set out for Gaul. On his arrival, instead of proceeding, as his predecessors, to attack the barbarians at once, he confined himself to organizing and inuring his troops, subjecting them to frequent marches, all kinds of military exercises, and long and hard labor. To ensure supplies, he made them dig, towards the mouths of the Rhone, a large canal which formed the junction with the river a little above Arles, and which, at its entrance into the sea, offered good harborage for vessels. This canal, which existed for a long while under the name of Rossae Mariancae, the dikes of Marius, is filled up nowadays, but at its southern extremity the village of Foz still preserves a remembrance of it. Trained in this severe school, the soldiers acquired such a reputation for sobriety and laborious assiduity that they were proverbially called Marius's mules. He was as careful for their moral state as for their physical fitness, and labored to exalt their imaginations as well as to harden their bodies. In that camp, and amidst those toils in which he kept them strictly engaged, frequent sacrifices and scrupulous care in consulting the oracles kept superstition at a white heat. A Syrian prophetess named Martha, who had been sent to Marius by his wife Julia, the aunt of Julius Caesar, was ever with him, and accompanied him at the sacred ceremonies and on the march, being treated with the greatest respect and having vast influence over the minds of the soldiers. 2 years rolled on in this fashion, and yet, Marius would not move. The increasing devastation of the country, fire and famine, the despair and complaints of the inhabitants, did not shake his resolution. Nor was the confidence he inspired both in the camp and at Rome a whit shaken. He was twice re elected consul, once while he was still absent, and once during a visit he paid to Rome to give directions to his party in person. It was at Rome, in the year 102 B.C., that he learned how the Cimbrians, weary of Spain, had recrossed the Pyrenees, rejoined their old comrades, and had at last resolved, in concert, to invade Italy. The Cimbrians from the north, by way of Helvetia and Noricum; the Teutons and Ambrons from the south, by way of the Maritime Alps. They were to form a junction on the banks of the Po, and thence march together on Rome. At this news Marius forthwith withdrew to Gaul, and without troubling himself about the Cimbrians, who had already put themselves in motion towards the northeast, he placed his camp so as to cover at one and the same time the two Roman roads which crossed at Arles, and by one of which the Ambro-Teutons must necessarily pass to enter Italy on the south. They soon appeared, in immense numbers, say the historians, with their hideous looks and their wild cries, drawing up their chariots and planting their tents in front of the Roman camp. They showered upon Marius and his soldiers continual insult and defiance. The Romans, in their irritation, would fain have rushed out of their camp, but Marius restrained them. "It is no question," said he, with his simple and convincing common sense, "of gaining triumphs and trophies. It is a question of averting this storm of war and saving Italy." A Teutonic chieftain came one day up to the very gates of the camp, and challenged him to fight. Marius had him informed that if he were tired of life he could go and hang himself. As the barbarian still persisted, Marius sent him a gladiator. However, he made his soldiers, in regular succession, mount the ramparts, to get them familiarized with the cries, looks, arms, and movements of the barbarians. The most distinguished of his officers, young Sertorius, who understood and spoke Gallic well, penetrated in the disguise of a Gaul into the camp of the Ambrons, and informed Marius of what was going on there. At last the barbarians, in their impatience, having vainly attempted to storm the Roman camp, struck their own and put themselves in motion towards the Alps. For 6 whole days, it is said, their bands were defiling beneath the ramparts of the Romans, and crying, "Have you any message for your wives? We will soon be with them." Marius too struck his camp and followed them. They halted, both of them, near Aix, on the borders of the Coenus, the barbarians in the valley, and Marius on a hill which commanded it. The ardor of the Romans was at its height. It was warm weather. There was a want of water on the hill, and the soldiers murmured. "You are men," said Marius, pointing to the river below, "and there is water to be bought with blood." "Why don't you lead us against them at once, then," said a soldier, "whilst we still have blood in our veins?" "We must first fortify our camp," answered Marius quietly. The soldiers obeyed, but the hour of battle had come, and well did Marius know it. It commenced on the brink of the Coenus, between some Ambrons who were bathing and some Roman slaves gone down to draw water. When the whole horde of the Ambrons advanced to the battle, shouting their war cry of "Ambra! Ambra!" a cry of Gallic auxiliaries. A body of Gallic auxiliaries in the Roman army, and in the first rank, heard them with great amazement, for it was their own name and their own cry. There were tribes of Ambrons in the Alps subjected to Rome, as well as in the Helvetic Alps, and "Ambra! Ambra!" resounded on both sides. The battle lasted 2 days, the first against the Ambrons, the second against the Teutons. Both were beaten, in spite of their savage bravery, and the equal bravery of their women, who defended with indomitable obstinacy the cars with which they had remained almost alone, in charge of the children and the booty. After the women, it was necessary to exterminate the hounds who defended their masters' bodies. Here again the figures of the historians are absurd, although they differ. The most extravagant raise the number of barbarians slain to 200,000, and that of the prisoners to 80,000. The most moderate stop at 100,000. In any case, the carnage was great, for the battlefield, where all these corpses rested without burial, rotting in the sun and rain, got the name of Campi Putridi, or fields of putrefaction, a name traceable even nowadays in that of Pourré, a neighboring village. As to the booty, the Roman army with one voice made a free gift of it to Marius. But he, remembering perhaps what had been lately done by the barbarians after the defeat of the consuls Manlius and Servilius, determined to have it all burned in honor of the gods. He had a great sacrifice prepared. The soldiers, crowned with laurel, were ranged about the pyre. Their general, holding on high a blazing torch, was about to apply the light with his own hand, when suddenly, on the very spot, whether by design or accident, came from Rome the news that Marius had just been for the 5th time elected consul. In the midst of the acclamations from his army, and with a fresh chaplet bound upon his brow, he applied the torch in person and completed the sacrifice. Were we traveling in Provence, in the neighborhood of Aix, we should encounter, peradventure, some peasant who, whilst pointing out to us the summit of a knoll whereon, in all probability, Marius offered, 1940 years ago, that glorious sacrifice, would say to us in his native dialect, "Ici es lieu du libre de la victoria." There is the temple of victory. There indeed was built, not far from a pyramid erected in honor of Marius, a little temple dedicated to victory. Thither, every year, in the month of May, the population used to come and celebrate a festival and light a bonfire, answered by other bonfires on the neighboring heights. When Gaul became Christian, neither monument nor festival perished. A saint took the place of the goddess, and the temple of victory became the church of Saint Victoria. There are still ruins of it to this day. The religious procession which succeeded the pagan festival ceased only at the first outbreak of the Revolution, and the vague memory of a great national event still mingles in popular tradition with the legends of the saint. The Ambrons and Teutons were beaten. There remained the Cimbrians, who, according to agreement, had repassed the Helvetic Alps and entered Italy on the northeast, by way of the Adige. Marius marched against them in July of the following year, 101 B.C. Ignorant of what had occurred in Gaul, and possessed as ever with the desire of a settlement, they again sent to him a deputation, saying, "Give us lands and towns for us and our brethren." "What brethren?" asked Marius. "The Teutons." The Romans, who were about Marius, began to laugh. "Let your brethren be," said Marius. "They have land, and will always have it. They received it from us." The Cimbrians, perceiving the irony of his tone, burst out into threats, telling Marius that he should suffer for it at their hands first, and afterwards at those of the Teutons when they arrived. "They are here," rejoined Marius. "You must not depart without saluting your brethren." And he had Teutobod, king of the Teutons, brought out with the other captive chieftains. The envoys reported the sad news in their own camp, and 3 days afterwards, July 30th, a great battle took place between the Cimbrians and the Romans in the Raudine plains, a large tract near Verceil. It were unnecessary to dwell on the details of the battle, which resembled that of Aix. Besides, fought as it was in Italy, and by none but Romans, it has but little to do with the history of Gaul. It has been mentioned only to make known the issue of that famous invasion, of which Gaul was the principal theatre. For a moment it threatened the very existence of the Roman Republic. The victories of Marius arrested the torrent, but did not dry up its source. The great movement which drove from Asia to Europe, and from Eastern to Western Europe, masses of roving populations, followed its course, bringing incessantly upon the Roman frontiers new comers and new perils. A greater man than Marius, Julius Caesar, in fact, saw that to effectively resist these clouds of barbaric assailants, the country into which they poured must be conquered and made Roman. The conquest of Gaul was the accomplishment of that idea, and the decisive step towards the transformation of the Roman Republic into a Roman Empire. End of chapter 3. Section 5 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 4. Gaul conquered by Julius Caesar. Part 1. Historians, ancient and modern, have attributed to the Roman Senate, from the time of the establishment of the Roman province in Gaul, a long premeditated design of conquering Gaul altogether. Others have said that when Julius Caesar, in the year of Rome 696 (58 B.C.), got himself appointed proconsul in Gaul, his single aim was to form for himself there an army devoted to his person, of which he might avail himself to satisfy his ambition and make himself master of Rome. We should not be too ready to believe in these far-reaching and precise plans, conceived and settled so long beforehand, whether by a senate or a single man. Prevision and exact calculation do not count for so much in the lives of governments and of peoples. It is unexpected events, inevitable situations, the imperious necessities of successive epochs, which most often decide the conduct of the greatest powers and the most able politicians. It is after the fair, when the course of the facts and their consequences has received full development, that, amidst their tranquil meditations, annalists and historians, in their learned way, attribute everything to systematic plans and personal calculations on the part of the chief actors. There is much less of combination than of momentary inspiration, derived from circumstances, in the resolutions and conduct of political chiefs, kings, senators, or great men. From the time that discord and corruption had turned the Roman Republic into a bloody and tyrannical anarchy, the Roman Senate no longer meditated grand designs, and its members were preoccupied only with the question of escaping or avenging proscriptions. When Caesar procured for himself the government for 5 years of the Gauls, the fact was that, not desiring to be a sanguinary dictator like Sulla, or a gala chieftain like Pompey, he went and sought abroad, for his own glory and fortune's sake, in a war of general Roman interest, the means and chances of success which were not furnished to him in Rome itself by the dogged and monotonous struggle of the factions. In spite of the victories of Marius and the destruction or dispersion of the Teutons and Cimbrians, the whole of Gaul remained seriously disturbed and threatened. At the northeast, in Belgica, some bands of other Teutons, who had begun to be called Germans, men of war, had passed over the left bank of the Rhine, and were settling or wandering there without definite purpose. In eastern and central Gaul, in the valleys of the Jura, Auvergne, on the banks of the Saône, the Allier, and the Doubs, the two great Gallic confederations, that of the Aeduans and that of the Auvergnans, were disputing the preponderance, and making war upon one another, seeking the aid, respectively, of the Romans and of the Germans. At the foot of the Alps, the little nation of the Allobrogians, having fallen a prey to civil dissension, had given up its independence to Rome. Even in southern and western Gaul, the populations of Aquitania were rising, vexing the Roman province, and rendering necessary, on both sides of the Pyrenees, the intervention of Roman legions. Everywhere floods of barbaric populations were pressing upon Gaul, were carrying disquietude even where they had not themselves yet penetrated, and causing presentiments of a general commotion. The danger burst before long upon particular places, and in connection with particular names which have remained historical. In the war with the confederation of the Aeduans, that of the Arvernians called to their aid the German Ariovistus, chieftain of a confederation of tribes which, under the name of Suevians, were roving over the right bank of the Rhine, ready at any time to cross the river. Ariovistus, with 15,000 warriors at his back, was not slow in responding to the appeal. The Aeduans were beaten, and Ariovistus settled amongst the Gauls, who had been thoughtless enough to appeal to him. Numerous bands of Suevians came and rejoined him, and in 2 or 3 years after his victory he had about him, it was said, 120,000 warriors. He had apportioned to them a third of the territory of his Gallic allies, and he imperiously demanded another third to satisfy another 25,000 of his old German comrades who asked to share his booty and his new country. One of the foremost Aeduans, Divitiacus by name, went and invoked the succor of the Roman people, the patrons of his confederation. He was admitted to the presence of the Senate and invited to be seated, but he modestly declined, and standing, leaning upon his shield, he set forth the sufferings and claims of his country. He received kindly promises, which at first remained without fruit. He, however, remained at Rome, persistent in his solicitations, and carrying on intercourse with several Romans of consideration, notably with Cicero, who says of him, "I knew Divitiacus the Aeduan, who claimed proficiency in that natural science which the Greeks call physiology, and he predicted the future, either by augury or his own conjecture." The Roman Senate, with the indecision and indolence of all declining powers, hesitated to engage, for the Aeduans' sake, in a war against the invaders of a corner of Gallic territory. At the same time that they gave a cordial welcome to Divitiacus, they entered into negotiations with Ariovistus himself. They gave him beautiful presents, the title of king, and even a friend. The only demand they made was, that he should live peaceably in his new settlement, and not lend his support to the fresh invasions of which they were the symptoms in Gaul, and which were becoming too serious for resolutions not to be taken to repel them. A people of Gallic race, the Helvetians, who inhabited present Switzerland, where the old name still abides besides the modern, found themselves incessantly threatened, ravaged, and invaded by the German tribes which pressed upon their frontiers. After some years of perplexity and internal discord, the whole Helvetic nation decided upon abandoning its territory, and going to seek in Gaul, westward, it is said, on the borders of the ocean, a more tranquil settlement. But, informed of this design, the Roman Senate, and Caesar, at that time consul, resolved to protect the Roman province and their Gallic allies, the Aeduans, against this inundation of roaming neighbors. The Helvetians none the less persisted in their plan, and in the spring of the year Rome 696 (58 B.C.), they committed to the flames, in the country they were about to leave, 12 towns, 400 villages, and all their houses, loaded their cars with provisions for 3 months, and agreed to meet at the southern point of the Lake of Geneva. They found on their reunion, says Caesar, a total of 368,000 emigrants, some 92,000 men-at-arms. The Switzerland which they abandoned numbers now 2,500,000 inhabitants. But when the Helvetians would have entered Gaul, they found there Caesar, who, after having got himself appointed proconsul for 5 years, had arrived suddenly at Geneva, prepared to forbid their passage. They sent to him a deputation to ask leave, they said, merely to traverse the Roman province without causing the least damage. Caesar knew as well how to gain time as not to lose any. He was not ready, so he put off the Helvetians to a second conference. In the interval he employed his legionaries, who could work as well as fight, in erecting upon the left bank of the Rhone a wall 16 feet high and 10 miles long, which rendered the passage of the river very difficult, and on the return of the Helvetian envoys he formally forbade them to pass by the road they had proposed to follow. They attempted to take another, and to cross not the Rhone but the Saône, and march thence towards western Gaul. But whilst they were arranging for the execution of this movement, Caesar, who had up to that time only 4 legions at his disposal, returned to Italy, brought away 5 fresh legions, and arrived on the left bank of the Saône at the moment when the rear guard of the Helvetians was embarking to rejoin the main body which had already pitched its camp on the right bank. Caesar cut to pieces this rear guard, crossed the river in his turn with the legions, pursued the emigrants without relaxation, came into contact with them on several occasions, at one time attacking them or repelling their attacks, at another receiving and giving audience to their envoys without ever consenting to treat with them, and before the end of the year he had so completely beaten, decimated, and dispersed and driven them back, that of the 368,000 Helvetians which had entered Gaul, but 110,000 escaped from the Romans, and were enabled by flight to regain their country. Aeduans, Sequanians, or Arvernians, all the Gauls interested in the struggle thus terminated, were eager to congratulate Caesar upon his victory. But if they were delivered from the invasion of the Helvetians, another scourge fell heavily upon them. Ariovistus and the Germans, who were settled upon their territory, oppressed them cruelly, and day by day fresh bands were continually coming to aggravate the evil and the danger. They abjured Caesar to protect them from these swarms of barbarians. "In a few years," said they, "all the Germans will have crossed the Rhine, and all the Gauls will be driven from Gaul, for the soil of Germany cannot compare with that of Gaul, any more than the mode of life. If Caesar and the Roman people refuse to aid us, there is nothing left for us but to abandon our lands, as the Helvetians would have done in their case, and go seek, afar from the Germans, another dwelling place." Caesar, touched by so prompt an appeal to the power of his name and fame, gave ear to the prayer of the Gauls. But he was for trying negotiation before war. He proposed to Ariovistus an interview, at which they might treat in common of affairs of importance for both. Ariovistus replied that, if he wanted anything of Caesar, he would go in search of him. If Caesar had business with him, it was for Caesar to come. Caesar thereupon conveyed to him by messenger his express injunctions not to summon any more from the borders of the Rhine fresh multitudes of men, and to cease from vexing the Aeduans and making war on them and their allies. Otherwise Caesar would not fail to avenge their wrongs. Ariovistus replied that he had conquered the Aeduans. The Roman people were in the habit of treating the vanquished after their own pleasure, and not the advice of another. He too himself had the same right. Caesar said that he would avenge the wrongs of the Aeduans, but no one had ever attacked him with impunity. If Caesar would like to try it, let him come. He would learn what could be done by the bravery of the Germans, who were as yet unbeaten, who were trained to arms, who for 14 years had not slept beneath a roof. At the moment he received this answer, Caesar had just heard that fresh bands of Suevians were encamped on the right bank of the Rhine, ready to cross, and that Ariovistus with all his forces was making towards Vesontio, the chief town of the Sequanians. Caesar forthwith put himself in motion, occupied Vesontio, established there a strong garrison, and made his arrangements for issuing from it with his legions to go and anticipate the attack of Ariovistus. Then came to him word that no little disquietude was showing itself among the Roman troops, that many soldiers and even officers appeared anxious about the struggle with the Germans, their ferocity, the vast forests which must be traversed to reach them, the difficult roads, and the transport of provisions. There was an apprehension of broken courage, and perchance of numerous desertions. Caesar summoned a great council of war, to which he called the chief officers of his legions. He complained bitterly of their alarm, recalled to their memory their recent successes against the Helvetians, and scoffed at the rumors spread about the Germans, and at the doubts with which there was an attempt to inspire him about the fidelity and obedience of his troops. "An army," said he, "disobeys only the commander who leads them badly, and has no good fortune, or is found guilty of cupidity and malversation. My whole life shows my integrity, and the war against the Helvetians my good fortune. I shall order forthwith the departure I had intended to put off. I shall strike the camp the very next night, at the 4th watch. I wish to see as soon as possible whether honor and duty or fear prevail in your ranks. If there be any refusal to follow me, I shall march with only the 10th legion, of which I have no doubt That shall be my praetorian cohort." The cheers of the troops, officers and men, were the answer given to the reproaches and the hopes of their general. All hesitation passed away, and Caesar set out with his army. He fetched a considerable compass, to spare them the passage of thick forests, and after a 7 days' march arrived at a short distance from the camp of Ariovistus. On learning that Caesar was already so near, the Germans sent to him a messenger with proposals for the interview which was but lately demanded, and to which there was no longer any obstacle, since Caesar had himself arrived upon the spot. And the interview really took place, with mutual precautions for safety and warlike dignity. Caesar repeated all the demands he had made upon Ariovistus, who in his turn maintained his refusal, asking, "What was wanted? Why had foot been set upon his lands? That part of Gaul was his province, just as the other was a Roman province. If Caesar did not retire and withdraw his troops, he should consider him no more a friend, but an enemy. He knew that if he were to slay Caesar, he would recommend himself to many nobles and chiefs among the Roman people. He had learned as much from his own envoys. But if Caesar retired and left him, Ariovistus, in free possession of Gaul, he would pay liberally in return, and would wage on Caesar's behalf, without trouble or danger to him, any wars he might desire." During this interview it is probable that Caesar smiled more than once at the boldness and shrewdness of the barbarian. Ultimately some horsemen in the escort of Ariovistus began to caracole towards the Romans, and to hurl at them stones and darts. Caesar ordered his men to make no reprisals, and broke off the conference. The next day Ariovistus proposed a renewal, but Caesar refused, having decided to bring the quarrel to an issue. Several days in succession he led out his legions from the camp and offered battle, but Ariovistus remained within his lines. Caesar then took the resolution of assailing the German camp. In defiling in front of cars filled with their women, at his approach the Germans at length moved out from their entrenchments, and defiling in front of cars filled with their women, who implored them with tears not to deliver them into slavery of the Romans. The struggle was obstinate, and not without moments of anxiety and partial check for the Romans. But the genius of Caesar and strict discipline of the legions carried the day. The rout of the Germans was complete. They fled towards the Rhine, which was only a few leagues from the field of battle. Ariovistus himself was amongst the fugitives. He found a boat by the riverside and recrossed into Germany, where he died shortly afterwards, "to the great grief of the Germans," says Caesar. The Suevian bands, who were awaiting on the right bank the result of the struggle, plunged back again within their own territory. And so the invasion of the Germans was stopped as the emigration of the Helvetians had been, and Caesar had only to conquer Gaul. It is uncertain whether he had from the beginning determined the whole plan, but so soon as he had set seriously to work, he felt all the difficulties. The expulsion of the Helvetian emigrants and of the German invaders left the Romans and Gauls alone face to face, and from that moment the Romans were, in the eyes of the Gauls, foreigners, conquerors, oppressors. Their deeds aggravated day by day the feelings excited by the situation. They did not ravage the country as the Germans had done. They did not appropriate such and such piece of land, but everywhere they assumed the mastery. They laid heavy burdens upon the population. They removed the rightful chieftains who were opposed to them, and forcibly placed or maintained in power those only who were subservient to them. Independently of the Roman Empire, Caesar established everywhere his own personal influence, by turns gentle or severe, caressing or threatening. He sought and created for himself partisans amongst the Gauls, as he had amongst his army, showing favor to those only whose devotion was assured to him. To national antipathy towards foreigners must be added the intrigues and personal rivalry of the conquered in their relations with the conqueror. Conspiracies were hatched, insurrections soon broke out in nearly every part of Gaul, in the heart even of the peoples most subject to Roman dominion. Every movement of this kind was for Caesar a provocation, a temptation, almost an obligation to conquest. He accepted them and profited by them with that promptitude in resolution, boldness and address in execution, and cool indifference as to the means employed, which were characteristics of his genius. After 9 years, from 696 A.U.C. to 705, and in 8 successive campaigns, he carried his troops, his lieutenants, himself, and, ere long, war or negotiation, corruption, discord, or destruction in his path, amongst the different nations and confederations of Gaul, Celtic, Cimbric, Germanic, Iberian, or Hybrid, northward and eastward in Belgica, between the Seine and the Rhine, westward in Armorica on the borders of the ocean, southwestward in Aquitania, centreward amongst the peoples established between the Seine, the Loire, and the Saône. He was nearly always victorious, and then at one time he pushed his victory to the bitter end, and at another stopped at the right moment, that it might not be comprised. When he experienced reverses, he bore them without repining, and repaired them with inexhaustible ability and courage. More than once, to revive the sinking spirits of his men, he was rashly lavish of his person, and on one of those occasions, at the raising of the siege of Gergovia, he was all but taken by some Arvernian horsemen, and left his sword in their hands. It was found a while afterwards, when the war was over, in a temple in which the Gauls had hung it. Caesar's soldiers would have torn it down, and returned it to him, but "Let it be," said he, "'tis sanctified." In good or evil fortune, the hero of a triumph at Rome, or the prisoner in the hands of Mediterranean pirates, he was unrivaled in striking the imaginations of men, and growing great in their eyes. He did not confine himself to conquering and subjecting the Gauls in Gaul. His ideas were ever outstripping his deeds, and he knew how to make his power felt, even when he made no attempt to establish it. Twice he crossed the Rhine, to hurl back the Germans beyond their river, and to strike to the very hearts of their forests the terror of the Roman name. A.U.C. 699-700. He equipped 2 fleets, made 2 descents on Great Britain. A.U.C. 699 and 700. Several times defeated the Britons and their principal chieftain Caswallon, and set up across the Channel the first landmarks of Roman conquest. He thus became more and more famous and terrible, both in Gaul, whence he sometimes departed for a moment to go and look after his political prospects in Italy, and in more distant lands, where he was but an apparition. But the greatest minds were far from foreseeing all the consequences of their deeds, and all the perils proceeding from their successes. Caesar was by nature neither violent nor cruel, but he did not trouble himself about justice or humanity, and the success of his enterprises, no matter by what means or at what price, was his sole law of conduct. He could show on occasion moderation and mercy, but when he had to put down an obstinate resistance, or when a long and arduous effort had irritated him, he had no hesitation in employing atrocious severity and perfidious promises. During his first campaign in Belgica, A.U.C. 697 and 57 B.C., 2 peoples, the Nervians and the Aduaticans, had gallantly struggled, with brief moments of success, against the Roman legions. The Nervians were conquered and almost annihilated. Their last remnants huddled for refuge in the midst of their morasses, sent a deputation to Caesar to make submission, saying, "Of 600 senators, 3 only are left, and 60,000 men that bore arms, scarce 500 have escaped." Caesar treated them kindly, returned to them their lands, and warned their neighbors to do them no harm. The Aduaticans, on the contrary, defended themselves to the last extremity. Caesar, having slain 4,000, had all that remained sold by auction, and 56,000 human beings, according to his own statement, passed as slaves into the hands of their purchasers. Some years later, another Belgian people, the Eburons, settled between the Meuse and the Rhine, rose and inflicted great losses upon the Roman legions. Caesar put them beyond the pale of military and human law, and had all the neighboring peoples and all the roving bands invited to come and pillage and destroy that accursed race, promising to whoever would join in the work the friendship of the Roman people. A little later still, some insurgents in the center of Gaul had concentrated in a place in the southwest called Aurelic Dunum. Nowadays it is said Puy de Sola, in the department of the Lot, between Virac and Martel. After a long resistance they were obliged to surrender, and Caesar had all the combatants' hands cut off, and sent them, thus mutilated, to live and roam throughout Gaul, as a spectacle to all the country that was, or was to be, brought to submission. Nor were the rigors of administration less than those of warfare. Caesar wanted a great deal of money, not only to maintain satisfactorily his troops in Gaul, but to defray the enormous expenses he was at in Italy, for the purpose of enriching his partisans or securing the favor of the Roman people. It was with the produce of imposts and plunder in Gaul that he undertook the reconstruction at Rome of the Basilica of the Forum, the site whereof, extending to the Temple of Liberty, was valued, it is said, at more than 25,500,000 francs. Cicero, who took the direction of the works, wrote to his friend Atticus, "We shall make it the most glorious thing in the world." Cato was less satisfied. 3 years previously, dispatches from Caesar had announced to the Senate his victories over the Belgian and German insurgents. The senators had voted a general thanksgiving, but "Thanksgiving," cried Cato, "rather expiation. Pray the gods not to visit upon our armies the sin of a guilty general. Give up Caesar to the Germans, and let the foreigner know that Rome does not enjoin perjury, and rejects with horror the fruit thereof." End of chapter 4, part 1. Section 6 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 4, Gaul Conquered by Julius Caesar, Part 2. Caesar had all the gifts, all the means of success and empire that can be possessed by man. He was great in politics and in war, as active and full of resource amidst the intrigues of the Forum as amidst the combinations and surprises of the battlefield. Equally able to please and to terrify. He had a double pride, which gave him double confidence in himself, the pride of a great noble and the pride of a great man. He was fond of saying, "My Aunt Julia is, maternally, the daughter of kings. Paternally, she is descended from the immortal gods. My family unites, to the sacred character of kings, who are the most powerful amongst men, the awful majesty of the gods, who have even kings in their keeping." Thus, by birth as well as nature, Caesar felt called to dominion, and at the same time he was perfectly aware of the decadence of the Roman patriciate, and of the necessity for being popular in order to become master. With this double instinct he undertook the conquest of the Gauls, as the surest means of achieving conquest at Rome, but owing either to his own vices or to the difficulties of the situation, he displayed in his conduct and his work in Gaul so much violence and oppression, so much iniquity and cruel indifference, that, even at that time, in the midst of Roman harshness, pagan corruption, and Gallic or German barbarism, so great an infliction of moral and material harm could not but be followed by a formidable reaction. Where there are strength and ability, the want of foresight, the fears, the weaknesses, the dissensions of men, whether individuals or peoples, may be for long calculated upon, but it may be carried too far. After 6 years' struggling, Caesar was victor. He had passed through and subjected them all, either by his own strong arm or thanks to their rivalries. In the year of Rome, 702, he was suddenly informed in Italy, whither he had gone on his Roman business, that most of the Gallic nations, united under a chieftain hitherto unknown, were rising with one common impulse and recommencing war. The same perils and the same reverses, the same sufferings and the same resentments had stirred up amongst the Gauls, without distinction of race and name, a sentiment to which they had hitherto been almost strangers, the sentiment of
Gallic nationality and the passion for independence, not local any longer, but national. This sentiment was first manifested among the populace and under obscure chieftains. A band of Carnutian peasants, people of Chartrain, rushed upon the town of Genabum (Guise), roused the inhabitants, and massacred the Italian traders and a Roman knight, Gaius Fusius Cita, whom Caesar had commissioned to buy corn there. In less than 24 hours the signal of insurrection against Rome was borne across the country as far as the Arvernians, amongst whom conspiracy had long ago been waiting and paving the way for insurrection. Amongst them lived a young Gaul, whose real name has remained unknown, and whom history has called Vercingetorix, that is, chief over 100 heads, chief in general. He came of an ancient and powerful family of Arvernians, and his father had been put to death in his own city for attempting to make himself king. Caesar knew him and had taken some pains to attach him to himself. It does not appear that the Arvernian aristocrat had absolutely declined the overtures, but when the hope of national independence was aroused, Vercingetorix was his representative and chief. He descended with his followers from the mountain and seized Gergovia, the capital of his nation. Thence his messengers spread over the center, northwest, and west of Gaul. The greater part of the peoples and cities of those regions pronounced from the first moment for insurrection. The same sentiment was working amongst others more compromised with Rome, who waited only for a breath of success to break out. Vercingetorix was immediately invested with the chief command, and he made use of it with all the passion engendered by patriotism and the possession of power. He regulated the movement, demanded hostages, fixed the contingents of troops, imposed taxes, inflicted summary punishment on the traitors, the dastards, and the indifferent, and subjected those who turned a deaf ear to the appeal of their common country to the same pains and the same mutilations that Caesar inflicted on those who obstinately resisted the Roman yoke. At the news of this great movement, Caesar immediately left Italy and returned to Gaul. He had one quality, rare even amongst the greatest men. He remained cool amidst the very hottest alarms. Necessity never hurried him into precipitation, and he prepared for the struggle as if he were always sure of arriving on the spot in time to sustain it. He was always quick, but never hasty, and his activity and patience were equally admirable and efficacious. Starting from Italy at the beginning of 702 A.U.C., he passed 2 months in traversing within Gaul the Roman province and its neighborhood, in visiting the points threatened by the insurrection, and the openings by which he might get at, in assembling his troops, in confirming his wavering allies. And it was not before the early part of March that he moved with his whole army to Agandicum, Seine, the very center of revolt, and started thence to push on the war with vigor. In less than 3 months he spread devastation throughout the insurgent country. He had attacked and taken its principal cities, Velaniodunum, Trigore, Genabum, Gien, and Noviodunum, Sancerre, and Avaricum, Bourges, delivering up everywhere, country and city, lands and inhabitants, to the rage of the Roman soldiery, maddened at having again to conquer enemies so often conquered. To strike a decisive blow, he penetrated at last to the heart of the country of the Arvernians, and laid siege to Gergovia, their capital and the birthplace of Vercingetorix. The firmness and the ability of the Gallic chieftain was not inferior to such a struggle. He understood from the outset that he could not cope in the open field with Caesar and the Roman legions. He therefore exerted himself in getting together a body of cavalry numerous enough to harass the Romans during their movements, to attack their scattered detachments, and bear his orders swiftly to all quarters, and to keep up the excitement against the different peoples with some hope of success. His plan of campaign, his repeated instructions, his passionate entreaties to the confederates were to avoid any action, to anticipate by their own ravages those of the Romans, to destroy everywhere, at the approach of the enemy, stores, springs, bridges, trees, and habitations. He wanted Caesar to find in his front
nothing but ruins and clouds of warriors relentless in pursuing him without getting within reach. Frequently he succeeded in obtaining from the people these painful sacrifices in the interest of the common safety, as when the Biturigians, inhabitants of the district of Bourges, burned in one day 20 of their towns or villages. Vercingetorix abjured them to burn Avaricum (Bourges), their capital, but they refused, and the capture of Avaricum, though gallantly defended, justified the urgency of Vercingetorix, seeing that it was an important success for Caesar and a serious blow for the Gauls. Out of 40,000 combatants within the walls, it is said scarcely 800 escaped the slaughter and succeeded in joining Vercingetorix, who had hovered continually in the neighborhood without being able to offer the besieged any effectual assistance. Nor was it only against the Romans that he had to struggle. He had to fight amongst his own people, against rivalry, mistrust, impatience, and discouragement. He was accused of desiring, beyond everything, the mastery. He was even suspected of keeping up, with the aim of assuring his own future, secret relations with Caesar. He was called upon to attack the enemy in front, and so bring the war to a decisive issue. It was all very fine to be summoned by the popular voice to accomplish a great and arduous work, but you cannot be, with impunity, the most far-sighted, the most able, and the most in danger, because the most devoted. Vercingetorix was bearing the burden of his superiority and influence, until he should suffer the penalty and pay with his life for his patriotism and his glory. He was approaching the happiest moment of his enterprise and his destiny. In spite of reverses, in spite of Caesar's presence and activity, the insurrection was gaining ground and strength. In the north, west, southwest, on the banks of the Rhine, the Seine, the Loire, the idea of Gallic nationality and the hope of independence were spreading amongst people far removed from the center of the movement, and were bringing to Vercingetorix declarations of sympathy or material reinforcements. An event of more importance took place in the center itself. The Aeduans, the most ancient allies and clients the Romans had in Gaul, being divided amongst themselves and feeling, besides, the national instinct, ended, after much hesitation, by taking part in the uprising. Caesar, for all his care, could neither prevent nor stifle this defection, which threatened to become contagious, and detach from Rome the neighboring peoples that were still faithful. Caesar, engaged upon the siege of Gergovia, encountered an obstinate resistance, whilst Vercingetorix, encamped on the heights which surrounded his birthplace, everywhere embarrassed, sometimes attacked, and incessantly threatened the Romans. The 8th legion, drawn on one day to make an imprudent assault, was repulsed, and lost 46 of its bravest centurions. Caesar determined to raise the siege, and to transfer the struggle to places where the population could be more safely depended upon. It was the first decisive check he had experienced in Gaul, the first Gallic town he had been unable to take, the first retrograde movement he had executed in the face of the Gallic insurgents and their chieftain. Vercingetorix could not and would not restrain his joy. It seemed to him that the day had dawned, and an excellent chance arrived for attempting a decisive blow. He had under his orders, it is said, 80,000 men, mostly his own Arvernians, and a numerous cavalry furnished by the different peoples, his allies. He followed all Caesar's movements in retreat towards the Saône, and on arriving at Longueuil, not far from Langres, he halted near a little river named the Vingienne, pitched his camp about 9 miles from the Romans, and, assembling the chiefs of his cavalry, said, "Now is the hour of victory. The Romans are flying to their province and leaving Gaul. That is enough for our liberty today, but too little for the peace and repose of the future, for they will attack with greater armies, and the war will be without end. Attack we them amidst the difficulties of their march. If their foot support the cavalry, they will not be able to pursue their route. If, as I fully trust, they leave their baggage to provide for their safety, they will lose both their honor and the supplies whereof they have need. None of the enemy's horse will dare to come forth from their lines.
To give you courage and aid, I will order forth from the camp, and place in battle array all our troops, and they will strike the enemy with terror." The Gallic horsemen cried out that they all must bind themselves by the most sacred of oaths, and swear that none of them would come again under roof, or see again wife, or children, or parent, unless he had twice pierced through the ranks of the enemy. And all did take this oath, and so prepared for the attack. Vercingetorix knew not that Caesar, with his usual foresight, had summoned and joined to his legions a great number of horsemen from the German tribes roaming over the banks of the Rhine, with which he had taken care to keep up friendly relations. Not only had he promised them pay, plunder, and lands, but, finding their horses ill-trained, he had taken those of his officers, even those of the Roman knights and veterans, and distributed them amongst his barbaric auxiliaries. The action began between the cavalry on both sides. A portion of the Gallic had taken up position on the road followed by the Roman army to bar its passage, but whilst the fighting at this point was getting more and more obstinate, the German horse in Caesar's service gained a neighboring height, drove off the Gallic horse that were in occupation, and pursued them as far as the river, near which was Vercingetorix with his infantry. Disorder took place amongst this infantry so unexpectedly attacked. Caesar launched his legions at them, and there was a general panic and rout among the Gauls. Vercingetorix had great trouble in rallying them, and he rallied them only to order a general retreat, for which they clamored. Hurriedly striking the camp, he made for Alesia, Semur in Aixois, a neighboring town and the capital of the Mandubians, a people in clientship to the Aeduans. Caesar immediately went in pursuit of the Gauls, killed, he says, 3,000, made important prisoners, and encamped with his legions before Alesia, the day but one after Vercingetorix, with his fugitive army, had occupied the place as well as the neighboring hills, and was hard at work entrenching himself, probably without any clear idea as yet of what he should do to continue the struggle. Caesar at once took a resolution as unexpected as it was discreetly bold. Here was the whole Gallic insurrection, chieftain and soldiery, united together within or beneath the walls of a town of moderate extent. He undertook to keep it there and destroy it on the spot, instead of having to pursue it everywhere without ever being sure of getting at it. He had at his disposal 11 legions, about 50,000 strong, and 5,000 or 6,000 cavalry, of which 2,000 were Germans. He placed them around Alesia and the Gallic camp, caused to be dug a circuit of deep ditches, some filled with water, others bristling with palisades and snares, and added, from interval to interval, 23 little forts, occupied or guarded night and day by detachments. The result was a line of investment about 10 miles in extent. To the rear of the Roman camp, and for defense against the attacks from without, Caesar caused to be dug similar entrenchments, which formed a line of circumvallation of about 13 miles. The troops had provisions and forage for 30 days. Vercingetorix made frequent sallies to stop or destroy these works, but they were repulsed, and only resulted in getting his army more closely cooped up within the place. 80,000 Gallic insurgents were, as it were, in prison, guarded by 50,000 Roman soldiers. Vercingetorix was one of those who persevere and act in the days of distress just as in the springtide of their hopes. Before the works of the Romans were finished, he assembled his horsemen and ordered them to sally briskly from Alesia, return each to his own land, and summon the whole population to arms. He was obeyed, and the Gallic horsemen made their way during the night through the intervals left by the Romans still in perfect lines of investment, and dispersed themselves amongst their various peoples. Nearly everywhere irritation and zeal were at their height. An assemblage of delegates met at Bibracte, Autun, and fixed the amount of the contingents to be furnished by each nation, and a point was assigned at which all those contingents should unite for the purpose of marching together towards Alesia and attacking the besiegers. The total of the contingents thus levied on the 43 Gallic peoplets amounted, according to Caesar, to 283,000 men, and 240,000 men, it is said, did actually hurry up to the appointed place. Mistrust of such enormous numbers has already been expressed by one who has lived through the greatest European wars, and has heard the ablest generals reduce to their real strength the largest armies. We find in M. Thayer's History of the Consulate and Empire that at Austerlitz, on the 2nd December, 1805, Napoleon had but 65 to 70,000 men, and the combined Austrians and Germans but 90,000. At Leipzig, the biggest of modern battles, when all the French forces on the one side, and the Austrian, Prussian, Russian, and Swedish on the other, were face to face on the 18th of October, 1813, they made altogether about 500,000 men. How can we believe, then, that 19 centuries ago Gaul, so weakly populated and so slightly organized, suddenly sent 240,000 men to the assistance of 80,000 Gauls besieged in the little town of Alesia by 50 or 60,000 Romans? But whatever may be the case with the figures, it is certain that at the very first moment the national impulse answered the appeal of Vercingetorix, and that the besiegers of Alesia, Caesar and his legions, found that they were themselves all at once besieged in their entrenchments by a cloud of Gauls hurrying up to the defense of their compatriots. The struggle was fierce but short. Every time that the fresh Gallic army attacked the besiegers, Vercingetorix and the Gauls of Alesia sallied forth and joined in the attack. Caesar and his legions on their side, and at one time repulsed these double attacks, at another themselves took the initiative, and assailed at one and the same time the besieged and the auxiliaries Gaul had sent them. The feeling was passionate on both sides. Roman pride was pitted against Gallic patriotism. But in 4 or 5 days the genius of Caesar carried the day. The Gallic reinforcements, beaten and slaughtered without mercy, dispersed, and Vercingetorix and the besieged were crowded back within their walls without hope of escape. We have 2 accounts of the last moments of this Gallic insurrection and its chief. One, written by Caesar himself, plain, cold, and harsh as its author. The other, by 2 later historians who were neither statesmen nor warriors, Plutarch and Dion Cassius, has more detail and more ornament, following either popular tradition or the imagination of the writers. It may be well to give both. The day after the defeat, says Caesar, Vercingetorix convokes the assembly and shows that he did not undertake the war for his own personal advantage, but for the general freedom. Since submission must be made to fortune, he offers to satisfy the Romans either by instant death or by being delivered to them alive. A deputation there is sent to Caesar, who orders the arms to be given up and the chiefs brought to him. He seats himself on this tribunal in front of his camp. The chiefs are brought. Vercingetorix is delivered over. The arms are cast at Caesar's feet. Except the Aeduans and Arvernians, whom Caesar kept for the purpose of trying to regain their people, he had the prisoners distributed, head by head, to his army as booty of war. The account of Dion Cassius is more varied and dramatic. After the defeat, says he, Vercingetorix, who was neither captured nor wounded, might have fled, but hoping that the friendship that had once bound him to Caesar might gain him grace, he repaired to the Romans without previous demand of peace by the voice of a herald, and appeared suddenly in his presence, just as Caesar was seating himself upon his tribunal. The apparition of the Gallic chieftain inspired no little terror, for he was of lofty stature, and had an imposing appearance in arms. There was a deep silence. Vercingetorix fell at Caesar's feet and made supplication by touch of hand, without speaking a word. The scene moved those present with pity, remembering the ancient fortunes of Vercingetorix, and comparing them with his present disaster. Caesar, on the contrary, found proof of criminality in the very memories relied upon for salvation, contrasted the late struggle with the friendship appealed to by Vercingetorix, and so put in a more hideous light the odiousness of his conduct. And thus, Far from being moved by his misfortunes at the moment, he threw him in chains forthwith, and subsequently had him put to death, after keeping him to adorn his triumph. Another historian, contemporary with Plutarch, Florus, attributes to Vercingetorix, as he fell down and cast his arms at Caesar's feet, these words: "Bravest of men, thou hast conquered a brave man." It is not necessary to have faith in the rhetorical compliment, or to likewise reject the mixture of pride and weakness attributed to Vercingetorix in the account of Dion Cassius. It would not be the only example of a hero seeking yet some chance of safety in the extremity of defeat, and abasing himself for the sake of preserving at any price a life on which fortune might still smile. However it may be, Vercingetorix, vanquished, dragged out after 10 years' imprisonment to grace Caesar's triumph and put to death immediately afterwards, lives as a glorious patriot in the pages of that history in which Caesar appears, on this occasion as a peevish conqueror, who took pleasure in crushing with cruel disdain the enemy he had been at so much pains to conquer. Alesia taken, and Vercingetorix a prisoner, Gaul was subdued. Caesar, however, had in the following year (A.U.C. 703) a campaign to make subjugate some peoples who tried to maintain their local independence. A year afterwards, again, attempts at insurrection took place in Belgica, and afterwards the mouth of the Loire, but they were easily repressed. They had no national or formidable characteristics. Caesar and his lieutenants willingly contented themselves with an apparent submission, and in the year 705 A.U.C. the Roman legions, after 9 years' occupation in the conquest of Gaul, were able to depart therefrom to Italy and the East for a plunge into civil war. End of chapter 4.
Section 7 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 5. Gaul under Roman Dominion, Part 1. From the conquest of Gaul by Caesar to the establishment there of the Franks under Clovis, she remained for more than 5 centuries under Roman dominion, first under the pagan, afterwards under the Christian empire. In her primitive state of independence she had struggled for 10 years against the best armies and the greatest men of Rome. After 5 centuries of Roman dominion she opposed no resistance to the invasion of the barbarians, Germans, Goths, Alans, Burgundians, and Franks, who destroyed bit by bit the Roman Empire. In this humiliation, and one might say annihilation of a population so independent, so active, and so valiant at its first appearance in history, is to be seen the characteristic of this long epoch. It is worth while to learn and to understand how it was. Gaul lived during those 5 centuries under very different rules and rulers. They may be summed up under 5 names, which correspond with governments very unequal in merit and defect, in good and evil wrought for their epoch. First, the Caesars, from Julius to Nero, from 49 B.C. to A.D. 68. Second, the Flavians, from Vespasian to Domitian, from A.D. 69 to 95. Third, the Antonines, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, from A.D. 96 to 180. Fourth, the Imperial Anarchy, or the 39 emperors and the 31 tyrants, from Commodus to Carinus and Numerian, from A.D. 180 to 284. Fifth, Diocletian, from A.D. 284 to 305. Through all these governments, and in spite of their different results for their cotemporary subjects, the fact already pointed out as the general and definitive characteristic of that long epoch, to wit, the moral and social decadence of Gaul as well as of the Roman Empire, never ceased to continue and spread. On quitting conquered Gaul to become master at Rome, Caesar neglected nothing to assure his conquest and make it conducive to the establishment of his empire. He formed, of all the Gallic districts that he had subjugated, a special province which received the name of Gallia Comata, Gaul of the long hair, whilst the old province was called Gallia Toyata, Gaul of the toga. Caesar caused to be enrolled amongst his troops a multitude of Gauls, Belgians, Avernians, and Aquitanians, of whose bravery he had made proof. He even formed, almost entirely of Gauls, a special legion called Alada (lark), because it bore on the helmets a lark with outspread wings, the symbol of wakefulness. At the same time he gave in Gallia Comata, to the towns and families that declared for him, all kinds of favours, the rights of Roman citizenship, the title of allies, clients, and friends, even to the extent of the Julian name, a sign of the most powerful Roman patronage. He had, however, in the old Roman province, formidable enemies, especially the town of Marseilles, which declared against him and for Pompey. Caesar had the place besieged by one of his lieutenants, got possession of it, caused to be delivered over to him its vessels and treasure, and left in it a garrison of 2 legions. He established at Narbonne, Arles, Biterrce, Béziers, 3 colonies of veteran legionaries devoted to his cause, and near Antipolis (Antibes) a maritime colony called Forum Julii, nowadays Frejus, of which he proposed to make a rival to Marseilles. Much money was necessary to meet the expenses of such patronage and to satisfy the troops, old and new, of the conqueror of Gaul and Rome. Now there was at Rome an ancient treasure, founded more than 4 centuries previously by the dictator Camillus, when he had delivered Rome from the Gauls, a treasure reserved for the expenses of Gallic wars, and guarded with religious aspect as sacred money. In the midst of all discords and disorders at Rome, none had touched it. After his return from Gaul, Caesar one day ascended the Capitol with his soldiers, and finding in the temple of Saturn the door closed of the place where the treasure was deposited, ordered it to be forced. L. Metellus, tribune of the people, made strong opposition, conjuring Caesar not to bring on the Republic the penalty of such sacrilege. "But the Republic has nothing to fear," said Caesar. "I have released it from its oaths by subjugating Gaul. There are no more Gauls." He caused the door to be forced, and the treasure was abstracted and distributed to the troops, Gallic and Roman. Whatever Caesar may have said, there were still Gauls, for at the same time that he was distributing to such of them as he had turned into his own soldiers the money reserved for the expense of fighting them, he was imposing upon Gallia Comata, under the name of stipendium (soldiers' pay), a levy of 40 millions of sesterces, a considerable amount for a devastated country which, according to Plutarch, did not contain at that time more than 3 millions of inhabitants, and almost equal to that of the levies paid by the rest of the Roman provinces. After Caesar, Augustus, left sole master of the Roman world, assumed in Gaul, as elsewhere, the part of pacificator, repairer, conservator, and organizer, whilst taking care, with all his moderation, to remain always the master. He divided the provinces into imperial and senatorial, reserving to himself the entire government of the former, and leaving the latter under the authority of the Senate. Gaul of the long hair, all that Caesar had conquered, was imperial province. Augustus divided it into 3 provinces, Lugdunensian (Lyonnese), Belgian, and Aquitanian. He recognized therein 60 nations or distinct cityships which continued to have themselves the government of their own affairs, according to their traditions and manners, whilst conforming to the general laws of the empire, and abiding under the supervision of imperial governors, charged with maintaining everywhere, in the words of Pliny the Younger, the majesty of Roman peace. Lydunum (Lyon), which had been up to that time of small importance and obscure, became the great town, the favourite cityship and ordinary abiding place of the emperors when they visited Gaul. After having held at Narbonne a meeting of representatives from the different Gallic nations, Augustus went several times to Lyons, and even lived there, as it appears, a pretty long while, to superintend, no doubt, from thence, and to get into working order the new government of Gaul. After the departure of Augustus, his adopted son Drusus, who had just fulfilled, in Belgica and on the Rhine, a mission at the same time military and administrative, called together at Lyons delegates from the 60 Gallic cityships to take part, B.C. 12 or 10, in the inauguration of a magnificent monument raised, at the confluence of the Rhone and Saône, in honor of Rome and Augustus as the tutelary deities of Gaul. In the middle of a vast enclosure was placed a huge altar of white marble, on which were engraved the names of the 60 cityships of the long hair. A colossal statue of the Gauls and 60 statues of the Gallic cityships occupied the enclosure. 2 columns of granite, 25 feet high, stood close by the altar, and were surmounted by 2 colossal victories, in white marble, 10 feet high. Solemn festivals, gymnastic games, and oratorical and literary exercitations accompanied the inauguration, and during the ceremony it was announced, amidst popular acclamation, that a son had just been born to Drusus at Lyons itself, in the palace of the emperor, where the child's mother, Antonia, daughter of Mark Antony and Octavia, sister of Augustus, had been staying for some months. This child was one day to be the Emperor Claudius. The administrative energy of Augustus was not confined to the erection of monuments and to festivals. He applied himself to the development in Gaul of the material elements of civilization and social order. His most intimate and able adviser, Agrippa, being settled at Lyons as governor of the Gauls, caused to be opened 4 great roads, starting from a milestone placed in the middle of the Lyonnese Forum, and going, one centrewards to Saintes and the ocean, another southwards to Narbonne and the Pyrenees, the third northwestwards and toward the Channel by Amiens and Boulogne, and the fourth northwestwards and towards the Rhine. Agrippa founded several colonies, amongst others Cologne, which bore his name, and he admitted to Gallic territory bands of Germans who asked for an establishment there. Thanks to public security, Romans became proprietors in the Gallic provinces and introduced them to Italian cultivation. The Gallic chieftains, on their side, began to cultivate lands which had become their personal property. Towns were built or grew apace, and became encircled by ramparts, under protection of which the populations came and placed themselves. The most learned and attentive observer of nature and Roman society, Pliny the Elder, attests that under Augustus Gallic agriculture and industry made vast progress. But side by side with this work in the cause of civilization and organization, Augustus and his Roman agents were pursuing a work of quite a contrary tendency. They labored to extirpate from Gaul the spirit of nationality, independence, and freedom. They took every pains to efface everywhere Gallic memories and sentiments. Gallic towns were losing their old and receiving Roman names. Augustonomentum, Augustanomentum, Augusta, and Augustodunum took the place of Gergovia, Novodunum, and Brebact. The national Gallic religion, which was Druidism, was attacked as well as the Gallic fatherland, with the same design and by the same means. At one time Augustus prohibited this worship amongst the Gauls converted to Roman citizens, as being contrary to Roman belief. At another, Roman paganism and Gallic Druidism were fused together in the same temples and at the same altars, as if to fuse them in the same common indifference. Roman and Gallic names become applied to the same religious personification of such and such a fact or such and such an idea. Mars and Camel were equally the god of war, Belin and Apollo the god of light and healing, Diana and Arduina the goddess of the chase. Everywhere, whether it was a question of the territorial fatherland or of religious faith, the old moral machinery of the Gauls was broken up or condemned to rust, and no new moral machinery was allowed to replace it. It was everywhere Roman and imperial authority that was substituted for the free, national action of the Gauls. It is incredible that this hostility on the part of the powers that be towards moral sentiments, and this absence of freedom, should not have gravely compromised the material interest of the Gallic population. Public administration, however extensive its organization and energy, if it be not under the superintendence and restraint of public freedom and morality, soon falls into monstrous abuses, which itself is either ignorant of or wittingly suffers. Examples of this evil, inherent in despotism, abound even under the intelligent and watchful sway of Augustus. Here is a case in point. He had appointed as procurator, that is, financial commissioner, in long-haired Gaul, a native who, having been originally a slave and afterwards set free by Julius Caesar, had taken the Roman name of Licinius. This man gave himself up, during his administration, to a course of the most shameless extortion. The taxes were collected monthly, and so taking advantage of the change of name which flattery had caused in the 2 months of July and August, sacred to Julius Caesar and Augustus respectively, he made his year consist of 14 months, so that he might squeeze out 14 contributions instead of 12. December, said he, is surely, as its name indicates, the 10th month of the year, and he added thereto, in honour of the emperor, 2 others which he called the 11th and 12th. During one of the trips which Augustus made into Gaul, strong complaints were made against Licinius, and his robberies were denounced to the emperor. Augustus dared not support him, and seemed upon the point of deciding to bring him to justice, when Licinius conducted him to the place where was deposited all the treasure he had extorted, and said, "See, my lord," said he, "what I have laid up for thee and for the Roman people, for fear lest the Gauls possessing so much gold should employ it against you both. For thee I have kept it, and to thee I deliver it." Thierry, Histoire des Gaulois, 3, page 295. Clérion, Histoire de Lyon, page 198–180. Augustus accepted the treasure, and Licinius remained unpunished. In the case of financial abuses or other acts, absolute power seldom resists such temptations. We may hear it said, and we may read in the writings of certain modern philosophers and scholars, that the victorious despotism of the Roman Empire was a necessary and salutary step in advance, and that it brought about the unity and enfranchisement of the human race. Believe it not. There is mingled good and evil in all the events and governments of this world, and good often arises side by side with or in the wake of evil, but it is never from the evil that the good comes. Injustice and tyranny have never produced good fruits. Be assured that whenever they have the dominion, whenever the moral rights and personal liberties of men are trodden under foot by material force, be it barbaric or be it scientific, there can result only prolonged evils and deplorable obstacles to the return of moral right and moral force, which, God be thanked, can never be obliterated from the nature and the history of man. The despotic imperial administration upheld for a long while the Roman Empire, and not without renown, but it corrupted, enervated, and impoverished the Roman populations, and left them, after 5 centuries, as incapable of defending themselves as they were of governing. Tiberius pursued in Gaul, but with less energy and less care for the provincial administration, the pacific and moderate policy of Augustus. He had to extinguish in Belgica, and even in the Lyonnese province, 2 insurrections kindled by the sparks that remained of national and Druidic spirit. He repressed them effectually, and without any violent display of vengeance. He made a trip to Gaul, took measures, quite insufficient, however, for defending the Rhine frontier from the incessantly repeated incursions of the Germans, and hastened back to Italy to resume the course of suspicion, perfidy, and cruelty which he pursued against the republican pride and moral dignity remaining amongst a few remnants of the Roman Senate. He was succeeded by Germanicus's unworthy son Caligula. After a few days of hypocrisy on the part of the new emperor, and credulous hope on that of the people, they found a madman let loose to take the place of an unfathomable and gloomy tyrant. Caligula was much taken up with Gaul, plundering it, and giving free rein in it to his frenzies, by turns disgusting or ridiculous. In a short and fruitless campaign on the banks of the Rhine, he had made too few prisoners for the pomp of a triumph. He therefore took some Gauls, the tallest he could find, of triumphal size, as he said, put them in German clothes, made them learn some Teutonic words, and sent them away to Rome to await in prison his return and his ovation. Lyons, where he stayed some time, was the scene of his extortions and strangest freaks. He was playing at dice one day with some of his courtiers, and lost. He rose, sent for the tax list of the province, marked down for death and confiscation some of those who were most highly rated, and said to the company, "You people, you play for a few drachmas, but as for me, I have just won by a single throw 150 millions." At the rumour of a plot hatched against him in Italy by some Roman nobles, he sent for and sold, publicly, their furniture, jewels, and slaves. As the sale was a success, he extended it to the old furniture of his own palaces in Italy. "I wish to fit out the Gauls," said he. "It is a mark of friendship I owe to the brave performed the part Roman people." He himself, at these sales, performed the part of salesman and auctioneer, telling the history of each article to enhance the price. "This belonged to my father, Germanicus. That comes to me from Agrippa. This vase is Egyptian, it was Antony's. Augustus took it at the battle of Actium. The imperial sales were succeeded by literary games, at which the losers had to pay the expenses of the prizes, and celebrate, in verse or prose, the praises of the winners; and if their compositions were pronounced bad, they were bound to wipe them out with a sponge or even with their tongues, unless they preferred to be beaten with a rod or soused in the Rhone. One day, when Caligula, in the character of Jupiter, was seated at his tribunal and delivering oracles in the middle of the public thoroughfare, a man of the people remained motionless in front of him, with eyes of astonishment fixed upon him. "What seem I to thee?" asked the emperor, flattered, no doubt, by this attention of the mob. "A great monstrosity," answered the Gaul. And that, at the end of about 4 years, was the universal cry; and against a mad emperor the only resource of the Roman world was at that time assassination. The captain of Caligula's guards rid Rome and the provinces of him. He did just one sensible and useful thing during the whole of his stay in Gaul. He had a lighthouse constructed to illumine the passage between Gaul and Great Britain. Some traces of it, they say, have been discovered. His successor, Claudius, brother of the great Germanicus, and married to his own niece, the second Agrippina, was, as has been already stated, born at Lyons, at the very moment when his father, Drusus, was celebrating there the erection of an altar to Augustus. During his whole reign he showed to the city of his birth the most lively goodwill, and the constant aim as well as principal result of his goodwill was to render the city of Lyons more and more Roman by effacing all Gallic characteristics and memories. She was endowed with Roman rights, monuments, and names, the most important or the most ostentatious. She became the colony supereminently, the great municipal town of the Gauls, the Claudian town, but she lost what had remained of her old municipal government, that is, of her administration and commercial independence. Nor was she the only one in Gaul to experience the goodwill of Claudius. This emperor, with a mark of scorn from his infancy, whom his mother, Antonia, called a shadow of a man, an unfinished sketch of nature's drawing, and of whom his granduncle Augustus used to say, "We shall be forever in doubt, without any certainty of knowing whether he be or be not equal to public duties," Claudius, the most feeble indeed of the Caesars, in body, mind, and character, was nevertheless he who had intermittent glimpses of the most elevated ideas and the most righteous sentiments, and who strove the most sincerely to make them take the form of deeds. He undertook to assure to all free men of long-haired Gaul the same Roman privileges that were enjoyed by the inhabitants of Lyons, and amongst others that of entering the Senate of Rome and holding the great public offices. He made a formal proposal to that effect to the Senate, and succeeded, not without difficulty, in getting it adopted. The speech that he delivered on this occasion has been to a great extent preserved to us, not only in the summary given by Tacitus, but also in an inscription on a bronze tablet, which split into many fragments at the time of the destruction of the building in which it was placed. The 2 principal fragments were discovered at Lyons in 1528, and they are now deposited in the museum of that city. They fully confirm the most equitable, and, it may be readily allowed, the most liberal act of policy that emanated from the earlier Roman emperors. Claudius had taken it into his head, says Seneca, to see all Greeks, Gauls, Spaniards, and Britons clad in the toga. But at the same time he took great care to spread everywhere the Latin tongue, and to make it take the place of the different national idioms. A Roman citizen, originally of Asia Minor, and sent on a deputation to Rome by his compatriots, could not answer in Latin the emperor's questions. Claudius took away his privileges, saying, "He is no Roman citizen who is ignorant of the language of Rome." Claudius, however, was neither liberal nor humane towards a notable portion of the Gallic populations, to wit, the Druids. During his stay in Gaul he proscribed them and persecuted them without intermission, forbidding under pain of death their form of worship and every exterior sign of their ceremonies. He drove them away and pursued them even into Great Britain, whither he conducted, A.D. 43, a military expedition, almost the only one of his reign, save the continued struggle of his lieutenants on the Rhine against the Germans. It was evidently amongst the corporation of Druids and under the influence of religious creeds and traditions that there was still pursued and harboured some of the old Gallic spirit, some passion for national independence, and some hatred of the Roman yoke. In proportion as Claudius had been popular in Gaul, did his adopted son and successor, Nero, quickly become hated. There is nothing to show that he even went thither, either on the business of government or to obtain the momentary access of favour always excited in the mob by the presence and prestige of power. It was towards Greece and the East that a tendency was shown in the tastes and trips of Nero. Imperial poet, musician, and actor, L. Verus, one of the military commandants in Belgica, had conceived of a project of a canal to unite the Moselle to the Saône, and so the Mediterranean to the ocean; but intrigues in the province and the palace prevented its execution, and in the place of public works useful to Gaul, Nero caused a new census to be made of the population, whom he required to squeeze to pay for his extravagance. It was in his reign, as is well known, that a fierce fire consumed a great part of Rome and her monuments. The majority of historians accuse Nero of having himself been the cause of it, but at any rate he looked on with cynical indifference, as if amused at so grand a spectacle, and taking pleasure in comparing it to the burning of Troy. He did more; he profited by it so far as to have built for himself, free of expense, that magnificent palace called the Palace of Gold, of which he said, when he saw it completed, "At last I am going to be housed as a man should be." 5 years before the burning of Rome, Lyons had been a prey to a similar scourge, and Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius, "Lugdunum, which was one of the show places of Gaul, is sought for in vain today. A single night sufficed for the disappearance of a vast city; it perished in less time than I take to tell the tale." Nero gave upwards of $150,000 towards the reconstruction of Lyons, a gift that gained him the city's gratitude, which was manifested, it is said, when his fall became imminent. It was, however, J. Vindex, a Gaul of Vienne, governor of the Lyonnese province, who was the instigator of the insurrection which was fatal to Nero, and which put Galba in his place. When Nero was dead there was no other Caesar, no naturally indicated successor to the empire. The influence of the name of Caesar had spent itself in crimes, madnesses, and incapacity of his descendants. Then began a general search for emperors, and the ambition to be created spread abroad amongst the men of note in the Roman world. During the 18 months that followed the death of Nero, 3 pretenders, Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, ran this formidable risk. Galba was a worthy old Roman senator, who frankly said, "If the vast body of the empire could be kept standing in equilibrium without a head, I were worthy of the chief place in the state." Otho and Vitellius were 2 epicures, both indolent and debauched, the former after an elegant, and the latter after a beastly fashion. Galba was raised to the purple by the Lyonnese and Narbonnese provinces; Vitellius by the legions cantoned in the Belgic provinces. To such an extent did Gaul already influence the destinies of Rome. All 3 met disgrace and death within the space of 18 months, and the search for an emperor took a turn towards the east, where the command was held by Vespasian, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, of Reti in the duchy of Spoleto, a general sprung from a humble Italian family, who had won great military distinction, and who, having been proclaimed first at Alexandria, in Judea, and at Antioch, did not arrive until many months afterwards at Rome, where he commenced the 26 years' reign of the Flavian family. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Section 8 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Gaul under Roman Dominion, Part 2. Neither Vespasian nor his sons, Titus and Domitian, visited Gaul, as their predecessors had. Domitian alone put in a short appearance. The eastern provinces of the empire and the wars on the frontier of the Danube, towards which the invasions of the Germans were at that time beginning to be directed, absorbed the attention of the new emperors. Gaul was far, however, from remaining docile and peaceful at this epoch. After the vacancy that occurred after Nero and amid the claims of various pretenders, the authority of the Roman name and the pressure of the imperial power diminished rapidly, and the memory and desire of independence were reawakened. In Belgica the German peoples, who had been allowed to settle on the left bank of the Rhine, were very imperfectly subdued, and kept up close communication with the independent peoples of the right bank. The 8 Roman legions cantoned in that province were themselves much changed. Many barbarians had been enlisted amongst them, and did gallant service, but they were indifferent, and always ready for a new master and a new country. There were not wanting symptoms, soon followed by opportunities for action, of this change in sentiment and fact. In the very centre of Gaul, between the Loire and the Allier, a peasant, who has kept in history his Gallic name of Marie or Maricus, formed a band, and scoured the country, proclaiming national independence. He was arrested by the local authorities and handed over to Vitellius, who had him thrown to the beasts. But in the northern part of Belgica, towards the mouth of the Rhine, where a Batavian people lived, a man of note amongst his compatriots and in the service of the Romans, amongst whom he had received the name of Claudius Civilis, embraced first secretly and afterwards openly the cause of insurrection. He had vengeance to take for Nero's treatment, who had caused his brother Julius Paulus to be beheaded, and himself to be put in prison, whence he had been liberated by Galba. He made a vow to let his hair grow until he was revenged. He had but one eye, and gloried in the fact, saying that it had been so with Hannibal and with Sertorius, and that his highest aspiration was to be like them. He pronounced first for Vitellius against Otho, then for Vespasian against Vitellius, and then for the complete independence of his nation against Vespasian. He soon had, amongst the Germans on the 2 banks of the Rhine and amongst the Gauls themselves, secret or declared allies. He was joined by a young Gaul from the district of Langres, Julius Sabinus, who boasted that, during the great war with the Gauls, his great-grandmother had taken the fancy of Julius Caesar, and that he owed his name to him. News had just reached Gaul of the burning down, for the 2nd time, of the Capitol, during the disturbances at Rome on the death of Nero. The Druids came forth from the retreats where they had hidden since Claudius's proscription, and reappeared in the towns and country places, proclaiming that the Roman Empire was at an end, that the Gallic Empire was beginning, and that the day had come when the possession of all the world should pass into the hands of the Transalpine nations. The insurgents rose in the name of the Gallic Empire, and Julius Sabinus assumed the title of Caesar. War commenced. Confusion, hesitation, and actual desertion reached the colonies, and extended positively to the Roman legions. Several towns, even Troves and Cologne, submitted or fell into the hands of the insurgents. Several legions, yielding to bribery, persuasion, or intimidation, went over to them, some with a bad grace, others with the blood of their officers on their hands. The gravity of the situation was not misunderstood at Rome. Petellius Cerealis, a commander of renown for his campaigns on the Rhine, was sent off to Belgica with 7 fresh legions. He was as skilful in negotiation and persuasion as he was in battle. The struggle that ensued was fierce, but brief, and nearly all the towns and legions that had been guilty of defection returned to their Roman allegiance. Civilis, though not more than half vanquished, himself asked leave to surrender. The Batavian might, as was said at the time, have inundated the country, and drowned the Roman armies. Vespasian, therefore, not being inclined to drive men or matters to extremity, gave Civilis leave to go into retirement and live in peace amongst the marshes of his own land. The Gallic chieftains alone, the projectors of a Gallic empire, were rigorously pursued and chastened. There was especially one, Julius Sabinus, the pretended descendant of Julius Caesar, whose capture was heartily desired. After the ruin of his hopes he took refuge in some vaults connected with one of his country houses. The way in was known only to 2 devoted freedmen of his, who set fire to the buildings, and spread a report that Sabinus had poisoned himself, and that his dead body had been devoured by the flames. He had a wife, a young Gaul named Eponina, who was in frantic despair at the rumour, but he had her informed, by the mouth of one of his freedmen, of his place of concealment, begging her at the same time to keep up a show of widowhood and mourning, in order to confirm the report already in circulation. Well did she play her part, to use Plutarch's expression, in her tragedy of woe. She went at night to visit her husband in his retreat, and departed at break of day, and at last would not depart at all. At the end of 7 months, hearing great talk of Vespasian's clemency, she set out for Rome, taking with her her husband, disguised as a slave, with shaven head and a dress that made him unrecognizable. But the friends who were in their confidence advised them not to risk as yet the chance of imperial clemency, and to return to their secret asylum. There they lived for 9 years, during which, as a lioness in her den, neither more nor less, says Plutarch, Eponina gave birth to 2 young whelps, and suckled them herself at her teat. At last they were discovered and brought before Vespasian at Rome. Caesar, said Eponina, showing him her children, I conceived them and suckled them in a tomb, that there might be more of us to ask thy mercy. But Vespasian was merciful only from prudence, and not by nature or from magnanimity, and he sent Sabinus to execution. Eponina asked that she might die with her husband, saying, Caesar, do me this grace, for I have lived more happily beneath the earth and in the darkness than thou in the splendor of thy empire. Vespasian fulfilled her desire by sending her also to execution, and Plutarch, their contemporary, undoubtedly expressed the general feeling, when he ended his tale with the words, In all the long reign of this emperor there was no deed so cruel or so piteous to see, and he was afterwards punished for it, for in a short time all his posterity was extinct. In fact, the Caesars and the Flavinians met the same fate. The 2 lines began and ended alike, the former with Augustus and Nero, the latter with Vespasian and Domitian, first a despot, able, cold, and as capable of cruelty as of moderation, then a tyrant, atrocious and detested. And both were extinguished without a descendant. Then a rare piece of good fortune befell the Roman world. Domitian, 2 years before he was assassinated by some of his servants whom he was about to put to death, grew suspicious of an aged and honourable senator, Cosius Nerva, who had been twice consul, and whom he had sent into exile, first to Tarenturn, and then in Gaul, preparatory probably to a worse fate. To this victim of prescription application was made by the conspirators who had just got rid of Domitian, and had to get another emperor. Nerva accepted, but not without hesitation, for he was 64 years old, he had witnessed the violent death of 6 emperors, and his grandfather, a celebrated jurist, and for a long while the friend of Tiberius, had killed himself, it is said, for grief at the iniquitous and cruel government of his friend. The short reign of Nerva was a wise, a just, and a humane, but a sad one, not for the people but for himself. He maintained peace and order, recalled exiles, suppressed informers, re-established respect for laws and morals, turned a deaf ear to self-interested suggestions of vengeance, spoliation, and injustice, proceeding at one time from these who had made him emperor, and at another from the praetorian soldiers and the Roman mob, who regretted Domitian just as they had Nero. But Nerva did not succeed in putting a stop to mob violence or murders prompted by cupidity or hatred. Finding his authority insulted and his life threatened, he formed a resolution which has been described and explained by a learned and temperate historian of the last century, Lenain de Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, p. 59, with so much justice and precision that it is a pleasure to quote his own words. Seeing, says he, that his age was despised, and that the empire required someone who combined strength of mind and body, Nerva, being free from that blindness which prevents one from discussing and measuring one's own powers, and from that thirst for dominion which often prevails over even those who are nearest to the grave, resolved to take a partner in the sovereign power, and showed his wisdom by making choice of Trajan. By this choice, indeed, Nerva commenced and inaugurated the finest period of the Roman Empire, the period that contemporaries entitled the Golden Age, and that history has named the Age of the Antonines. It is desirable to become acquainted with the real character of this period, for to it belong the 2 greatest historical events, the dissolution of ancient pagan and the birth of modern Christian society. 5 notable sovereigns, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, swayed the Roman Empire during this period, A.D. 96 to 150. What Nerva was has just been described, and he made no mistake in adopting Trajan as his successor. Trajan, unconnected by origin, as Nerva also had been, with old Rome, was born in Spain, near Seville, and by military service in the East had made his first steps towards fortune and renown. He was essentially a soldier, a moral and modest soldier, a friend to justice and to the public weal. Grand in what he undertook for the empire he governed, simple and modest on his own score, respectful towards the civil authority and the laws, untiring and equitable in the work of provincial administration, without any philosophical system or pretensions, full of energy and boldness, honesty and good sense. He stoutly defended the empire against the Germans on the banks of the Danube, won for it the province of Dacia, and, being more taken up with the East than the West, made many Asiatic conquests, of which his successor Hadrian lost no time in abandoning, wisely no doubt, a portion. Hadrian, adopted by Trajan, and a Spaniard too, was intellectually superior and morally very inferior to him. He was full of ambition, vanity, invention, and restlessness; he was sceptical in thought and cynical in manners; and he was overflowing with political, philosophical, and literary views and pretensions. He passed the 21 years of his reign chiefly in travelling about the empire, in Asia, Africa, Greece, Spain, Gaul, and Great Britain, opening roads, raising ramparts and monuments, founding schools of learning and museums, and encouraging among the provinces, as well as at Rome, the march of administration, legislation, and intellect, more for his own pleasure and his own glorification than in the interest of his country and of society. At the close of this active career, when he was ill and felt that he was dying, he did the best deed of his life. He had proved, in the discharge of high offices, the calm and clear-sighted wisdom of Titus Antoninus, a Gaul, whose family came originally from Nîmes. He had seen him one day coming to the Senate and respectfully supporting the tottering steps of his aged father, or father-in-law, according to Aurelius Victor, and he adopted him as his successor. Antoninus Pius, as a civilian, was just what Trajan had been as a warrior: moral and modest, just and frugal, attentive to the public weal, gentle towards individuals, full of respect for laws and rights, scrupulous in justifying his deeds before the Senate and making them known to the population by carefully posted edicts, and more anxious to do no wrong or harm to anybody than to gain lustre from brilliant or popular deeds. "He surpasses all men in goodness," said his contemporaries, and he conferred on the empire the best of gifts, for he gave it Marcus Aurelius for its leader. It has been said that Marcus Aurelius was philosophy enthroned. Without any desire to contest or detract from that compliment, let it be added that he was conscientiousness enthroned. It is his grand and original characteristic that he governed the Roman Empire and himself with a constant moral solicitude, ever anxious to realize that ideal of personal virtue and general justice which he had conceived, and to which he aspired. His conception, indeed, of virtue and justice was incomplete, and even false in certain cases, and in more than one instance, such as the persecution of the Christians, he committed acts quite contrary to the moral law which he intended to put in practice towards all men; but his respect for the moral law was profound, and his intention to shape his acts according to it, serious and sincere. Let us cull a few phrases from that collection of his private thoughts, which he entitled For Self, and which is really the most faithful picture man ever left of himself and the pains he took with himself. "There is," says he, "relationship between all beings endowed with reason. The world is like a superior city within which the other cities are but families. I have conceived the idea of a government founded on laws of general and equal application. Beware lest thou Caesars thyself, for it is what happens only too often. Keep thyself simple, good, unaltered, worthy, grave, a friend to justice, pious, kindly disposed, courageous enough for any duty. Revenge the gods, preserve mankind. Life is short; the only possible good fruit of our earthly existence is holiness of intention and deeds that tend to the common weal. My soul, be thou covered with shame! Thy life is well nigh gone, and thou hast not yet learned how to live." Amongst men who have ruled great states, it is not easy to mention more than two, Marcus Aurelius and Saint Louis, who have been thus passionately concerned about the moral condition of their souls and the moral conduct of their lives. The mind of Marcus Aurelius was superior to that of Saint Louis, but Saint Louis was a Christian, and his moral ideal was more pure, more complete, more satisfying, and more strengthening for the soul than the philosophical ideal of Marcus Aurelius. And so Saint Louis was serene and confident as to his fate and that of the human race, whilst Marcus Aurelius was disquieted and sad, sad for himself and also for humanity, his country, and for his times. "O my soul," was his cry, "wherefore art thou troubled, and why am I so vexed?" We are here brought closer to the fact which has already been foreshadowed, and which characterizes the moral and social condition of the Roman world at this period. It would be a great error to take the 5 emperors just spoken of, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, as representative of the society amidst which they lived, and as giving in a certain degree the measure of its enlightenment, its morality, its prosperity, its disposition, and condition in general. Those 5 princes were not only picked men, superior in mind and character to the majority of their contemporaries, but they were men almost isolated in their generation, and in them there was a resumption of all that had been acquired by Greek and Roman antiquity of enlightenment and virtue, practical wisdom and philosophical morality. They were the heirs and the survivors of the great minds and the great politicians of Athens and Rome, of the Areopagus and the Senate. They were not in intellectual and moral harmony with the society they governed, and their action upon it served hardly to preserve it partially and temporarily from the evils to which it was committed by its own vices and to break its fall. When they were thoughtful and modest as Marcus Aurelius was, they were gloomy and disposed to discouragement, for they had a secret foreboding of the uselessness of their efforts. Nor was their gloom groundless. In spite of their honest plans and of brilliant appearance, the degradation, material as well as moral, of Roman society went on increasing. The wars, the luxury, the dilapidations, and the disturbances of the empire always raised its expenses much above its receipts. The rough miserliness of Vespasian and the wise economy of Antoninus Pius were far from sufficient to restore the balance. The aggravation of imposts was incessant, and the population, especially the agricultural population, dwindled away more and more, in Italy itself, the centre of the state. This evil disquieted the emperors, when they were neither idiots nor madmen. Claudius, Vespasian, Nerva, and Trajan laboured to supply a remedy, and Augustus himself had set them the example. They established in Italy colonies of veterans to whom they assigned lands; they made gifts thereof to indigent Roman citizens; they attracted by the title of senator rich citizens from the provinces; and when they had once installed them as landholders in Italy, they did not permit them to depart without authorization. Trajan decreed that every candidate for the Roman magistracies should be bound to have a third of his fortune invested in Italian land, in order, says Pliny the Younger, that those who sought the public dignities should regard Rome and Italy, not as an inn to put up at in travelling, but as their home. And Pliny the Elder, going as a philosophical observer to the very root of the evil, says in his pompous manner, "In former times our generals tilled their fields with their own hands; the earth, we may suppose, opened graciously beneath a plough crowned with laurels, and held by triumphal hands; maybe because those great men gave to tillage the same care they gave to war, and that they sowed seed with the same attention with which they pitched a camp; or maybe also because everything fructifies best in honourable hands, because everything is done with the most scrupulous exactitude. Nowadays these same fields are given over to slaves in chains, to malefactors who are condemned to penal servitude, and on whose brow there is a brand. Earth is not deaf to our prayers; we give her the name of mother; culture is what we call the pains we bestow on her; but can we be surprised if she render not to slaves the recompense she paid to generals?" What must have been the decay of population and of agriculture in the provinces, when even in Italy there was need of such strong protective efforts, which were nevertheless so slightly successful? Pliny had seen what was the fatal canker of the Roman Empire in the country as well as in the towns: slavery or semi-slavery. Landed property was overwhelmed with taxes, was subject to conditions which branded it with a sort of servitude, and was cultivated by a servile population, in whose hands it became almost barren. The large holders were thus disgusted, and the small ruined or reduced to a condition more and more degraded. Add to this the state of things in the civil department, a complete absence of freedom and vitality in the political, no elections, no discussion, no public responsibility, characters weakened by indolence and silence, or destroyed by despotic power, or corrupted by the intrigues of court or army. Take a step farther; cast a glance over the moral department; no religious creeds, and nothing left of even paganism but its festivals and frivolous or shameful superstitions. The philosophy of Greece and the old Roman manner of life had raised up, it is true, in the higher ranks of society, Stoics and jurists; the former the last champions of morality and the dignity of human nature, the latter the last enlightened servants of the civil community. But neither the doctrines of the Stoics, nor the science and able reasoning of the jurists, were lights and guides within the reach and for the use of the populace, who remained a prey to the vices and the miseries of servitude or public disorders, oscillating between the wearisomeness of barren ignorance and the corruptness of a life of adventure. All the causes of decay were at this time spreading throughout Roman society; not a single preservative or regenerative principle of national life was in any force or any esteem. After the death of Marcus Aurelius, the decay manifested and developed itself, almost without interruption, for the space of a century, the outward and visible sign of it being the disorganization and repeated falls of the government itself. This series of emperors given to the Roman world by heirship or adoption, from Augustus to Marcus Aurelius, was succeeded by what may be termed an imperial anarchy. In the course of 132 years the sceptre passed into the hands of 39 sovereigns, with the title of Emperor, Augustus, and was clutched at by 31 pretenders, whom history has dubbed tyrants, without other claim than their fiery ambition and their trials of strength, supported at one time in such and such a province of the empire by certain legions or some local uprising, at another, and most frequently in Italy itself, by the Praetorian Guards, who had at their disposal the name of Rome and the shadow of a senate. There were Italians, Africans, Spaniards, Gauls, Britons, Illyrians, and Asiatics, and amongst the number were to be met with some cases of eminence in war and politics, and some even of rare virtue and patriotism, such as Pertinax, Septimus Severus, Alexander Severus, Dius, Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, Tacitus, and Probus. They made great efforts, some to protect the empire against the barbarians, growing day by day more aggressive, others to re-establish within it some sort of order, and to restore to the laws some sort of force. All failed, and nearly all died a violent death, after a short-lived guardianship of a fabric that was crumbling to pieces in every part, but still under the grand name of Roman Empire. Gaul had her share in this series of ephemeral emperors and tyrants. One of the most wicked and most insane, though issue of one of the most valorous and able, Caracalla, son of Septimus Severus, was born at Lyons, 4 years after the death of Marcus Aurelius. 100 years later Narbonne gave in 2 years to the Roman world 3 emperors, Carus and his 2 sons, Carinus and Numerian. Amongst the 31 tyrants who did not attain to the title of Augustus, 6 were Gauls, and the last 2, Amandus and Elenius, were, A.D. 285, the chiefs of that great insurrection of peasants, slaves or half-slaves, who under the name of Bagaudians, signifying, according to Ducange, a wandering troop of insurgents from field and forest, spread themselves over the north of Gaul, between the Rhine and the Loire, pillaging and ravaging in all directions, after having themselves endured the pillaging and ravages of the fiscal agents and soldiers of the empire. A contemporary witness, Lactantius, describes the causes of this popular outbreak in the following words: "So enormous had the impost become, that the tiller's strength was exhausted; fields became deserts and farms were changed into forests. The fiscal agents measured the land by the clod, trees, vine stalks were all counted. The cattle were marked, the people registered. Old age or sickness was no excuse, the sick and the infirm were brought up, everyone's age was put down, a few years were added on to the children's and taken off from the old men's. Meanwhile the cattle decreased, the people died, and there was no deduction made for the dead." It is said that to excite the confidence and zeal of their bands, the 2 chiefs of the Bagaudians had medals struck, and one that exhibited the head of Amandus, Emperor, Caesar, Augustus, pious and prosperous, with the word Hope on the other side. When public evils have reached such a pitch, and nevertheless the day is not yet arrived when the entire disappearance of the system that causes them, there arises nearly always a new power which, in the name of necessity, applies some remedy to an intolerable condition. A legion cantoned amongst the Tungrians, Tongres, in Belgica, had on its muster roll a Dalmatian named Diocletian, not yet very high in rank, but already much looked up to by his comrades on account of his intelligence and his bravery, who was, they said, a Druidess, and had the prophetic faculty. One day when he was settling his account with her, she complained of his extreme parsimony. "Thou art too stingy, Diocletian," said she, and he answered, laughing, "I'll be prodigal when I'm emperor." "Laugh not," rejoined she, "thou'lt be emperor when thou hast slain a wild boar." Aper. The conversation got about amongst Diocletian's comrades. He made his way in the army, showing continual ability and valor, and several times during his changes of quarters and frequent hunting expeditions he found occasion to kill wild boars; but he did not immediately become emperor, and several of his contemporaries, Aurelian, Tacitus, Probus, Carus, and Numerian, reached the goal before him. "I kill the wild boars," said he to one of his friends, "and another eats them." The last mentioned of these ephemeral emperors, Numerian, had for his father-in-law and inseparable comrade a praetorian prefect named Aris Aper. During a campaign in Mesopotamia, Numerian was assassinated, and the voice of the army pronounced Aper guilty. The legions assembled to deliberate about Numerian's death and to choose his successor. Aper was brought before the assembly under a guard of soldiers. Through the exertions of zealous friends the candidature of Diocletian found great favour. At the first words pronounced by him from a raised platform in the presence of the troops, cries of "Diocletian Augustus" were raised in every quarter. Other voices called on him to express his feelings about Numerian's murderers. Drawing his sword, Diocletian declared on oath that he was innocent of the emperor's death, but that he knew who was guilty and would find means to punish him. Descending suddenly from the platform, he made straight for the praetorian prefect, and saying, "Aper, be comforted, thou shalt not die by vulgar hands. By the right hand of great Aeneas thou fallest." He gave him his death wound. "I have killed the prophetic wild boar," said he in the evening to his confidants, and soon afterwards, in spite of the efforts of certain rivals, he was emperor. "Nothing is more difficult than to govern," was a remark his comrades had often heard made by him amidst so many imperial catastrophes. Emperor in his turn, Diocletian treasured up this profound idea of the difficulty of government, and he set to work, ably, if not successfully, to master it. Convinced that the empire was too vast, and that a single man did not suffice to make head against two evils that were destroying it, war against barbarians on the frontiers and anarchy within, he divided the Roman world into two portions, gave the west to Maximilian, one of his comrades, a coarse but valiant soldier, and kept the east himself. To the anarchy that reigned within he opposed a general despotic administrative organization, a vast hierarchy of civil and military agents, everywhere present, everywhere masters, and dependent upon the emperor alone. By his incontestable and admitted superiority, Diocletian remained the soul of these two bodies. At the end of 8 years he saw that the two empires were still too vast, and to each Augustus he added a Caesar, Galerius and Constantius Chlorus, who, save a nominal rather than real subordination to the two emperors, had, each in his own state, the imperial power with the same administrative system. In this partition of the Roman world, Gaul had the best of it. She had for master Constantius Chlorus, a tried warrior, but just, gentle, and disposed to temper the exercise of absolute power with moderation and equity. He had a son, Constantine, at this time 18 years of age, whom he was educating carefully for government as well as for war. This system of the Roman Empire, thus divided between 4 masters, lasted 13 years, still fruitful in wars and in troubles at home, but without victories and with somewhat less of anarchy. In spite of this appearance of success and durability, absolute power failed to perform its task, and weary of his burden and disgusted with the imperfection of his work, Diocletian abdicated (A.D. 303). No event, no solicitations of his old comrades in arms and empire, could draw him from his retreat on his native soil of Salona in Dalmatia. "If you could see the vegetables planted by these hands," said he to Maximian and Galerius, "you would not make the attempt." He had persuaded or rather dragged his first colleague, Maximian, into abdication after him, and so Galerius in the east, and Constantius Chlorus in the west, remained sole emperors. After the retirement of Diocletian, ambitions, rivalries, and intrigues were not slow to make a head. Maximian reappeared on the scene of empire, but only to speedily disappear (A.D. 310), leaving in his place his son Maxentius. Constantius Chlorus had died (A.D. 306), and his son Constantine had immediately been proclaimed by his army Caesar and Augustus. Galerius died (A.D. 311), and Constantine remained to dispute the mastery with Maxentius in the west, and in the east with Maximinus and Licinius, the last colleagues taken by Diocletian and Galerius. On the 29th of October (A.D. 312), after having gained several battles against Maxentius in Italy, at Milan, Brescia, and Verona, Constantine pursued and defeated him before Rome, on the borders of the Tiber, at the foot of the Milvian bridge, and the son of Maximian, drowned in the Tiber, left to the son of Constantius Chlorus the empire of the west, to which that of the east was destined to be in a few years added, by the defeat and death of Licinius. Constantine, more clear-sighted and more fortunate than any of his predecessors, had understood his era, and opened his eyes to the new light which was rising upon the world. Far from persecuting the Christians, as Diocletian and Galerius had done, He had given them protection, countenance, and audience, and towards him turned all their hopes. He had even, it is said, in his last battle with Maxentius, displayed the Christian banner, the cross, with this inscription, Hoc signo vinces, with this device thou shalt conquer. There is no knowing what was at that time the state of his soul, and to what extent it was penetrated by the first rays of Christian faith, but it is certain that he was the first amongst the masters of the Roman world to perceive and accept its influence. With him paganism fell, and Christianity mounted the throne. With him the decay of Roman society stops, and the era of modern society commences. End of chapter 5. Section 9 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 6. Establishment of Christianity in Gaul. When Christianity began to penetrate into Gaul, it encountered there two religions very different one from the other, and infinitely more different from the Christian religion. These were Druidism and Paganism, hostile one to the other, but with a hostility political only, and unconnected with those really religious questions that Christianity was coming to raise. Druidism, considered as a religion, was a mass of confusion, wherein the instinctive notions of the human race concerning the origin and destiny of the world and of mankind were mingled with the Oriental dreams of metempsychosis, that pretended transmigration, at successive periods, of immortal souls into divers creatures. This confusion was worse confounded by traditions borrowed from the mythologies of the East and the North, by shadowy remnants of a symbolical worship paid to the material forces of nature, and by barbaric practices, such as human sacrifices, in honor of the gods or of the dead. People who are without the scientific development of language and the art of writing do not attain to systematic and productive religious creeds. There is nothing to show that, from the first appearance of the Gauls in history to their struggle with victorious Rome, the religious influence of Druidism had caused any notable progress to be made in Gallic manners and civilization. A general and strong, but vague and incoherent, belief in the immortality of the soul was its noblest characteristic. But with the religious elements, at the same time coarse and mystical, were united two facts of importance. The Druids formed a veritable ecclesiastical corporation, which had, throughout Gallic society, fixed attributes, special manners and customs, an existence at the same time distinct and national, and in the wars with Rome this corporation became the most faithful representatives and the most persistent defenders of Gallic independence and nationality. The Druids were far more a clergy than Druidism was a religion, but it was an organized and a patriotic clergy. It was especially on this account that they exercised in Gaul an influence which was still existent, particularly in northwestern Gaul, at the time when Christianity reached the Gallic provinces of the south and centre. The Greco-Roman paganism was, at this time, far more powerful than Druidism in Gaul, and yet more lukewarm, and destitute of all religious vitality. It was the religion of the conquerors and of the state, and was invested in that quality with real power, but beyond that, it had but the power derived from popular customs and superstitions. As a religious creed, the Latin paganism was at bottom empty, indifferent, and inclined to tolerate all religions in the state, provided only that they in their turn were indifferent at any rate towards itself, and that they did not come troubling the state, either by disobeying her rulers or by attacking her old deities, dead and buried beneath their own still standing altars. Such were the two religions with which, in Gaul, nascent Christianity had to contend. Compared with them it was, to all appearance, very small and very weak, but it was provided with the most efficient weapons for fighting and beating them, for it had exactly the moral forces which they lacked. Christianity, instead of being, like Druidism, a religion exclusively national and hostile to all that was foreign, proclaimed a universal religion, free from all local and national partiality, addressing itself to all men in the name of the same God, and offering to all the same salvation. It is one of the strangest and most significant facts in history, that the religion most universally human, most dissociated from every consideration but that of the rights and well-being of the human race in its entirety, that such a religion, be it repeated, should have come forth from the womb of the most exclusive, most rigorously and obstinately national religion that ever appeared in the world, that is, Judaism. Such, nevertheless, was the birth of Christianity, and this wonderful contrast between the essence and the earthly origin of Christianity was without doubt one of its most powerful attractions and most efficacious means of success. Against paganism Christianity was armed with moral forces not a whit less great. Confronting mythological traditions and poetical or philosophical allegories, appeared a religion truly religious, concerning solely with the relations of mankind to God with their eternal future. To the pagan indifference of the Roman world, the Christians opposed the profound conviction of their faith, and not only their firmness in defending it against all powers and all dangers, but also their ardent passion for propagating it without any motive but the yearning to make their fellows share in its benefits and its hopes. They confronted, nay, they welcomed martyrdom, at one time to maintain their own Christianity, at another to make others Christians around them. Propagandism was for them a duty almost imperative as fidelity. And it was not in memory of old and obsolete mythologies, but in the name of recent deeds and persons, in obedience to laws proceeding from God, one and universal, in fulfillment and continuation of a contemporary and superhuman history, that of Jesus Christ, the Son of God and Son of Man, that the Christians of the first 2 centuries labored to convert their faith to the whole Roman world. Marcus Aurelius was contemptuously astonished at what he called the obstinacy of the Christians. He knew not from what source these nameless heroes drew a strength superior to his own, though he was at the same time emperor and sage. It is impossible to assign with exactness the date of the first footprints and first labors of Christianity in Gaul. It was not, however, from Italy, nor in the Latin tongue and through Latin writers, but from the East and through the Greeks, that it first came and began to spread. Marseilles, and the different Greek colonies, originally from Asia Minor and settled upon the shores of the Mediterranean or along the Rhone, marked the route and were the places whither the first Christian missionaries carried their teaching. On this point the letters of the Apostles and the writings of the first 2 generations of their disciples are clear and abiding proof. In the west of the empire, especially in Italy, the Christians at their first appearance were confounded with the Jews, and comprehended under the same name. The Emperor Claudius, says Suetonius, drove from Rome, A.D. 52, the Jews who, at the instigation of Christus, were in continual commotion. After the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, A.D. 71, the Jews, Christian or not, dispersed throughout the empire, but the Christians were not slow to signalize themselves by their religious fervor, and to come forward everywhere under their own true name. Lyons became the chief center of Christian preaching and association in Gaul. As early as the first half of the 2nd century there existed there a Christian congregation, regularly organized as a church, and already sufficiently important to be in intimate and frequent communication with the Christian churches of the East and West. There is a tradition, generally admitted, that Saint Pothinus, the first bishop of Lyons, was sent thither from the East by the bishop of Smyrna, Saint Polycarp, himself a disciple of Saint John. One thing is certain, that the Christian Church of Lyons produced Gaul's first martyrs, amongst whom was the bishop, Saint Pothinus. It was under Marcus Aurelius, the most philosophical and most conscientious of the emperors, that there was enacted for the first time in Gaul, against nascent Christianity, that scene of tyranny and barbarity which was to be renewed so often and during so many centuries in the midst of Christendom itself. In the eastern provinces of the empire and in Italy, the Christians had already been several times persecuted, now with cold-blooded cruelty, now with some slight hesitation and irresolution. Nero had caused them to be burned in the streets of Rome, accusing them of the conflagration himself had kindled, and a few months before his fall, St. Peter and St. Paul had undergone martyrdom at Rome. Domitian had persecuted and put to death Christians even in his own family, and though invested with the honors of the consulate. Righteous Trajan, when consulted by Pliny the Younger on the conduct he should adopt in Bithynia towards the Christians, had answered, "It is impossible, in this sort of matter, to establish any certain general rule. There must be no quest set on foot against them, and no unsigned indictment must be accepted, but if they be accused and convicted, they must be punished. To be punished, it sufficed that they were convicted of being Christians, and it was Trajan himself who condemned St. Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, to be brought to Rome and thrown to the beasts, for the simple reason that he was highly Christian. Marcus Aurelius, not only by virtue of his philosophical conscientiousness, but by reason of an incident in his history, seemed bound to be farther than any other from persecuting the Christians. During one of his campaigns on the Danube, A.D. 174, his army was suffering cruelly from fatigue and thirst, and at the very moment when they were on the point of engaging in a great battle against the barbarians, the rain fell in abundance, refreshed the Roman soldiers, and conduced to their victory. There was in the Roman army a legion, the 12th, called the Melitine or the Thundering, which bore on its roll many Christian soldiers. They gave thanks for the rain and the victory to the one omnipotent God who had heard their prayers, whilst the pagans rendered like honour to Jupiter, the rain-giver and the thunderer. The report about these Christians got spread about and gained credit in the empire, so much so that there was attributed to Marcus Aurelius a letter, in which, by reason no doubt of this incident, he forbade persecution of the Christians. Tertullian, a contemporary witness, speaks of this letter in perfect confidence, and the Christian writers of the following century did not hesitate to regard it as authentic. Nowadays a strict examination of its existing text does not allow such a character to be attributed to it. At any rate the persecutions of the Christians were not forbidden, for in the year 177, that is, only 3 years after the victory of Marcus Aurelius over the Germans, there took place, undoubtedly by his orders, the persecution which caused at Lyons the first Gallic martyrdom. This was the fourth, or, according to others, the fifth great imperial persecution of the Christians. Most tales of the martyrs were written long after the event, and came to be nothing more than legends laden with details often utterly puerile or devoid of proof. The martyrs of Lyons in the 2nd century wrote, so to speak, their own history, for it was their comrades, eye-witnesses of their sufferings and their virtue, who gave an account of them in a long letter addressed to their friends in Asia Minor, and written with passionate sympathy and pious prolixity, but bearing all the characteristics of truth. It seems desirable to submit for perusal that document, which has been preserved almost entire in the ecclesiastical history of Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea in the 3rd century, and which will exhibit, better than any modern representations, the state of facts and of souls in the midst of the imperial persecutions, and the mighty faith, devotion, and courage with which the early Christians faced the most cruel trials. The servants of Christ, dwelling at Vienne and Lyons in Gaul, to the brethren settled in Asia and Phrygia, who have the same faith and hope of redemption that we have, peace, grace, and glory from God the Father and Jesus Christ our Lord. None can tell to you in speech or fully set forth to you in writing the weight of our misery, the madness and rage of the Gentiles against the saints, and all that hath been suffered by the blessed martyrs. Our enemy doth rush upon us with all the fury of his powers, and already giveth us a foretaste and the first fruits of all the license with which he doth intend to set upon us. He hath omitted nothing for the training of his agents against us, and he doth exercise them in a sort of preparatory work against the servants of the Lord. Not only are we driven from the public buildings, from the baths, and from the forum, but it is forbidden to all our people to appear publicly in any place whatsoever. The grace of God hath striven for us against the devil, at the same time that it hath sustained the weak, it hath opposed to the evil one, as it were, pillars of strength, men strong and valiant, ready to draw on themselves all his attacks. They have had to bear all manner of insult, they have deemed but a small matter that which others find hard and terrible, and they have thought only of going to Christ, proving by their example that the sufferings of this world are not worthy to be put in the balance with the glory which is to be manifested in us. They have endured in the first place all the outrages that could be heaped upon them by the multitude, outcries, blows, thefts, spoliation, stoning, imprisonment, all that the fury of the people could devise against the hated enemies. Then, dragged to the forum by the military tribune and the magistrates of the city, they have been questioned before the people and cast into prison until the coming of the governor. He, from the moment our people appeared before him, committed all manner of violence against them. Then stood forth one of our brethren, Vettius Epagathus, full of love towards God and his neighbour, living a life so pure and strict that, young as he was, men held him to be the equal of the aged Zacharias. He could not bear that judgment so unjust should go forth against us, and, moved with indignation, he asked leave to defend his brethren, and to prove that there was in them no kind of irreligion or impiety. Those present at the tribunal, amongst whom he was known and celebrated, cried out against him, and the governor himself, enraged at so just a demand, asked him no more than this question: "Art thou a Christian?" Straightway, with loud voice, he declared himself a Christian, and was placed amongst the number of the martyrs. Afterwards the rest began to be examined and classed. The first, firm and well prepared, made hearty and solemn confession of their faith. Others, ill prepared and with little firmness, showed that they lacked strength for such a fight. About 10 of them fell away, which caused us incredible pain and mourning. Their example broke down the courage of others, who, not yet being in bonds, though they had already much to suffer, kept close to the martyrs, and withdrew not out of their sight. Then were we all stricken with dread for the issue of the trial, not that we had great fear of the torments inflicted, but because, prophesying the result according to the degree of courage of the accused, we feared much falling away. They took, day by day, those of our brethren who were worthy to replace the weak, so that all the best of the two churches, those whose care and zeal had founded them, were taken and confined. They took likewise some of our slaves, for the governor had ordered that they should all be summoned to attend in public, and they, fearing the torments they saw the saints undergo, instigated by the soldiers, accused us falsely of odious deeds, such as the banquets of Thyestes, the incest of Oedipus, and other crimes which must not be named or even thought of, and which we cannot bring ourselves to believe that men were ever guilty of. These reports having once spread amongst the people, even those persons who had hitherto, by reason perhaps of relationship, shown moderation towards us, burst forth into bitter indignation against our people. Thus was fulfilled that which had been prophesied by the Lord: "The time cometh when whosoever shall kill you shall think that he doeth God service." Since that day the holy martyrs have suffered tortures that no words can express. The fury of the multitude, of the governor, and of the soldiers, fell chiefly upon Sanctus, a dean of Vienne, upon Maturus, a neophyte still, but already a valiant champion of Christ, upon Attalus also, born at Pergamus, but who hath ever been one of the pillars of our Church, upon Blandina lastly, in whom Christ hath made it appear that persons who seem vile and despised of men are just those whom God holds in the highest honour, by reason of the excellent love they bear him, which is manifested in their firm virtue, and not in vain show. All of us, and even Blandina's mistress here below, who fought valiantly with the other martyrs, feared that this poor slave, so weak of body, would not be in a condition to freely confess her faith, but she was sustained by such vigour of soul that the executioners, who from morn till eve put her to all manner of torture, failed in their efforts, and declared themselves beaten, not knowing what further punishment to inflict, and marvelling that she still lived, with her body pierced through and through, and torn piecemeal by so many tortures, of which a single one should have sufficed to kill her. But that blessed saint, like a valiant athlete, took fresh courage and strength from the confession of her faith, all feeling of pain vanished, and ease returned to her at the mere utterance of the words, "I am a Christian, and no evil is wrought amongst us." As for Sanctus, the executioners hoped that in the midst of the tortures inflicted upon him, the most atrocious which man could devise, they would hear him say something unseemly or unlawful, but so firmly did he resist them, that without even saying his name, or that of his nation or city, or whether he was bond or free, he only replied in the Roman tongue, to all questions, "I am a Christian." Therein was for him his name, his country, his condition, his whole being, and never could the Gentiles wrest from him another word. The fury of the governor and executioners was redoubled against him, and not knowing how to torment him further, they applied to his most tender members bars of red-hot iron. His members burned, but he, upright and immovable, persisted in his profession of faith, as if living waters from the bosom of Christ flowed over him and refreshed him. Some days after, these infidels began again to torture him, believing that if they inflicted upon his blistering wounds the same agonies, they would triumph over him, who seemed unable to bear the mere touch of their hands, and they hoped also that the sight of this torturing alive would terrify his comrades. But contrary to general expectation, the body of Sanctus, rising suddenly up, stood erect and firm amidst these repeated torments, and recovered its old appearance and the use of its members, as if by divine grace this second laceration of his flesh had caused healing rather than suffering. When the tyrants had thus expended and exhausted their tortures against the firmness of the martyrs sustained by Christ, the devil devised other contrivances. They were cast into the darkest and most unendurable place in their prison; their feet were dragged out and compressed to the utmost tension of the muscles; the jailers, as if instigated by a demon, tried every sort of torture, insomuch that several of them, for whom God willed such an end, died of suffocation in prison. Others, who had been tortured in such a manner that it was thought impossible they should long survive, deprived as they were of every remedy and aid from men, but supported nevertheless by the grace of God, remained sound and strong in body as in soul, and comforted and reanimated their brethren. The blessed Pothinus, who held at that time the bishopric of Lyons, being upwards of 90, and so weak in body that he could hardly breathe, was himself brought before the tribunal, so worn with old age and sickness that he seemed nigh to extinction; but he still possessed his soul, wherewith to subserve the triumph of Christ. Being brought by the soldiers before the tribunal, whither he was accompanied by all the magistrates of the city and the whole populace, that pursued him with hootings, he offered, as if he had been the very Christ, the most glorious testimony. A question from the governor, who asked what the God of the Christians was, he answered, "If thou be worthy, thou shalt know." He was immediately raised up, without any respect or humanity, and blows were showered upon him. Those who happened to be nearest to him assaulted him grievously with foot and fist, without the slightest regard for his age. Those who were farther off cast at him whatever was to their hand. They would all have thought themselves guilty of the greatest default if they had not done their best, each on his own score, to insult him brutally. They believed they were avenging the wrongs of their gods. Pothinus, still breathing, was cast again into prison, and 2 days after yielded up his spirit. Then were manifested a singular dispensation of God and the immeasurable compassion of Jesus Christ, an example rare amongst brethren, but in accord with the intentions and the justice of the Lord. All those who, at their first arrest, had denied their faith, were themselves cast into prison and given over to the same sufferings as the other martyrs, for their denial did not serve them at all. Those who had made profession of being what they really were, that is, Christians, were imprisoned without being accused of other crimes. The former, on the contrary, were confined as homicides and wretches, thus suffering a double punishment. The one sort found repose in the honourable joys of martyrdom, in the hope of promised blessedness, in the love of Christ, and in the Spirit of God the Father; the other were a prey to the reproaches of conscience. It was easy to distinguish the one from the other by their looks. The one walked joyously, bearing on their faces a majesty mingled with sweetness, and their very bonds seemed unto them an ornament, even as the broidery that decks a bride. The other, with downcast eyes and humble and dejected air, were an object of contempt to the Gentiles themselves, who regarded them as cowards who had forfeited the glorious and saving name of Christians. And so they who were present at this double spectacle were thereby signally strengthened, and whoever amongst them chanced to be arrested confessed the faith without doubt or hesitation. Things having come to this pass, different kinds of death were inflicted on the martyrs, and they offered to God a crown of divers flowers. It was but right that the most valiant champions, those who had sustained a double assault and gained a signal victory, should receive a splendid crown of immortality. The neophyte Maturus and the deacon Sanctus, with Blandina and Attalus, then, were led into the amphitheatre, and thrown to the beasts, a sight to please the inhumanity of the Gentiles. Maturus and Sanctus there underwent all kinds of tortures, as if they had hitherto suffered nothing, or, rather like athletes who had already been several times victorious, and were contending for the crown of crowns, they braved the stripes with which they were beaten, the bites of the beasts that dragged them to and fro, and all that was demanded by the outcries of an insensate mob, so much the more furious, because it could by no means overcome the firmness of the martyrs, or extort from Sanctus any other speech than that which, on the first day, he had uttered, "I am a Christian." After this fearful contest, as life was not extinct, their throats were at last cut, when they alone had thus been offered as a spectacle to the public instead of the variety displayed in the combat of gladiators. Blandina, in her turn, tied to a stake, was given to the beasts; she was seen hanging, as it were, on a sort of cross, calling upon God with trustful fervour, and the brethren present were reminded, in the person of a sister, of him who had been crucified for their salvation. As none of the beasts would touch the body of Blandina, she was released from the stake, taken back to prison, and reserved for another occasion. Attalus, whose execution, seeing that he was a man of mark, was furiously demanded by the people, came forward ready to brave everything, as a man deriving confidence from the memory of his life, for he had courageously trained himself to discipline, and had always amongst us borne witness for the truth. He was led all round the amphitheatre, preceded by a board bearing this inscription in Latin: "This is Attalus the Christian." The people pursued him with the most furious hootings, but the governor, having learnt that he was a Roman citizen, had him taken back to prison with the rest. Having subsequently written to Caesar, he waited for his decision as to those who were thus detained. This delay was neither useless nor unprofitable, for then shone forth the boundless compassion of Christ. Those of the brethren who had been but dead members of the Church were recalled to life by the pains and help of the living. The martyrs obtained grace for those who had fallen away, and great was the joy in the Church, at the same time Virgin and Mother, for she once more found living those whom she had given up for dead. Thus revived and strengthened by the goodness of God, who willeth not the death of the sinner, but rather inviteth him to repentance, they presented themselves before the tribunal to be questioned afresh by the governor. Caesar had replied that they who confessed themselves to be Christians should be put to the sword, and they who denied sent away safe and sound. When the time for the great market had finally come, there assembled a numerous multitude from every nation and every province. The governor had the blessed martyrs brought up before his judgment seat, showing them before the people with all the pomp of a theatre. He questioned them afresh, and those who were discovered to be Roman citizens were beheaded, the rest were thrown to the beasts. Great glory was gained for Christ by means of those who had at first denied their faith, and who now confessed it contrary to the expectation of the Gentiles. Those who, having been privately questioned, declared themselves Christians were added to the number of the martyrs. Those in whom appeared no vestige of faith, and no fear of God, remained without the pale of the Church. When they were dealing with those who had been reunited to it, one Alexander, a Phrygian by nation, a physician by profession, who had for many years been dwelling in Gaul, a man well known to all for his love of God and open preaching of the faith, took his place in the hall of judgment, exhorting by signs all who filled it to confess their faith, even as if he had been called to deliver them of it. The multitude, enraged to see that those who had at first denied, turned round and proclaimed their faith, cried out against Alexander, whom they accused of the conversion. The governor forthwith asked him what he was, and at the answer, "I am a Christian," condemned him to the beasts. On the morrow Alexander was again brought up, together with Attalus, whom the governor, to please the people, had once more condemned to the beasts. After they had both suffered in the amphitheatre all the torments that could be devised, they were put to the sword. Alexander uttered not a complaint, not a word; he had the air of one who was talking inwardly with God. Attalus, seated on an iron seat, and waiting for the fire to consume his body, said in Latin to the people, "See what ye are doing! It is in truth devouring men; as for us, we devour not men, and we do no evil at all." He was asked what was the name of God. "God," said he, "is not like us mortals; he hath no name." After all these martyrs, on the last day of the shows, Blandina was again brought up, together with a young lad named Ponticus, about 15 years old. They had been brought up every day before that they might see the tortures of their brethren. When they were called upon to swear by the altars of the Gentiles, they remained firm in their faith, making no account of those pretended gods, and so great was the fury of the multitude against them, that no pity was shown for the age of the child or the sex of the woman. Tortures were heaped upon them, they were made to pass through every kind of torment, but the desired end was not gained. Supported by the exhortations of his sister, who was seen and heard by the Gentiles, Ponticus, after having endured all magnanimously, gave up the ghost. Blandina last of all, like a noble mother that hath roused the courage of her sons for the fight, and sent them forth to conquer for their king, passed once more through all the tortures they had suffered, anxious to go and rejoin them, and rejoicing at each step towards death. At length, after she had undergone fire, the talons of beasts, and agonizing aspersion, she was wrapped in a network and thrown to a bull that tossed her in the air. She was already unconscious of all that befell her, and seemed altogether taken up with watching for the blessings that Christ had in store for her. Even the Gentiles allowed that never a woman had suffered so much or so long. Still their fury and their cruelty towards the saints were not appeased. They devised another way of raging against them. They cast to the dogs the bodies of those who had died of suffocation in prison, and watched night and day that none of our brethren might come and bury them. As for what remained of the martyrs' half mingled or devoured corpses, they left them exposed under a guard of soldiers, coming to look on them with insulting eyes, and saying, "Where now is their God? Of what use to them was this religion for which they laid down their lives?" We were overcome with grief that we were not able to bury these poor corpses, nor the darkness of night, nor gold, nor prayers could help us to succeed therein. After being thus exposed for 6 days in the open air, given over to all manner of outrage, the corpses of the martyrs were at last burned, reduced to ashes, and cast hither and thither by the infidels upon the waters of the Rhone, that there might be left no trace of them on earth. They acted as if they had been more mighty than God, and could rob our brethren of their resurrection. "'Tis in that hope," said they, "that these folk bring amongst us a new and strange religion, that they set at naught the most painful torments, and that they go joyfully to face death. Let us see if they will rise again, if their God will come to their aid and will be able to tear them from our hands." It is not without a painful effort that, even after so many centuries, we can resign ourselves to be witnesses, in imagination only, of such a spectacle. We can scarcely believe that amongst men of the same period and the same city so much ferocity could be displayed in opposition to so much courage, the passion for barbarity against the passion for virtue. Nevertheless, such is history, and it should be represented as it really was, first of all for truth's sake, then for the due appreciation of virtue and all it costs of effort and sacrifice, and lastly for the purpose of showing what obstacles have to be surmounted, what struggles endured, and what sufferings borne, when the question is the accomplishment of great moral and social reforms. Marcus Aurelius was, without doubt, a virtuous ruler, and one who had it in his heart to be just and humane, but he was an absolute ruler, that is to say, one fed entirely on his own ideas, very ill informed about the facts on which he had to decide, and without a free public to warn him of the errors of his ideas or the practical results of his decrees. He ordered the persecution of the Christians without knowing what the Christians were, or what the persecution would be, and this conscientious philosopher let loose at Lyons, against the most conscientious of his subjects, the zealous servility of his agents, and the atrocious passions of the mob. The persecution of the Christians did not stop at Lyons, or with Marcus Aurelius. It became during the 3rd century the common practice of the emperors in all parts of the empire, from A.D. 202 to 312, under the reigns of Septimus Severus, Maximinius I, Decius, Valerian, Aurelian, Diocletian, Maximian, and Galerius. There are reckoned 6 great general persecutions, without counting others more circumscribed or less severe. The emperors Alexander Severns, Philip the Arabian, and Constantius Chlorus were almost the only exceptions to this cruel system, and nearly always, whenever it was in force, the pagan mob, in its brutality or fanatical superstition, added to imperial rigor its own atrocious and cynical excesses. But Christian zeal was superior in perseverance and efficacy to pagan persecution. St. Pothinus the martyr was succeeded as bishop at Lyons by St. Irenaeus, the most learned, most judicious, and most illustrious of the early heads of the Church in Gaul. Originally from Asia Minor, probably from Smyrna, he had migrated to Gaul, at what particular date is not known, and had settled as a simple priest in the diocese of Lyons, where it was not long before he exercised vast influence, as well on the spot as also during certain missions entrusted to him, and amongst them one, they say, to the Pope St. Eleutherius at Rome. Whilst Bishop of Lyons, from A.D. 177 to 202, he employed the 25 years in propagating the Christian faith in Gaul, and in defending, by his writings, the Christian doctrines against the discord to which they had already been subjected in the East, and which was beginning to penetrate to the West. In 202, during the persecution instituted by Septimus Severus, St. Irenaeus crowned by martyrdom his active and influential life. It was in his episcopate that there began what may be called the swarm of Christian missionaries who, towards the end of the second and during the third centuries, spread over the whole of Gaul, preaching the faith and forming churches. Some went from Lyons at the instigation of St. Irenaeus, others from Rome, especially under the pontificate of Pope St. Fabian, himself martyred in 219, St. Felix and St. Fortunatus to Valence, St. Feriol to Besançon, St. Marcellus to Chalon-sur-Saône, St. Beninus to Dijon, St. Trophimus to Arles, St. Paul to Narbonne, St. Saturninus to Toulouse, St. Martial to Limoges, St. Andiol and St. Privatus to the Cevennes, St. Estremoine to Clermont-Ferrand, St. Gatien to Tours, Saint Denis to Paris, Saint Denis to Paris, and so many others that their names are scarcely known beyond the pages of erudite historians, or the very spots where they preached, struggled, and conquered, often at the price of their lives. Such were the founders of the faith of the Christian Church in France. At the commencement of the 4th century their work was, if not accomplished, at any rate triumphant, and when in A.D. 312 Constantine declared himself a Christian, he confirmed the fact of the conquest of the Roman world, and of Gaul in particular, by Christianity. No doubt the majority of the inhabitants were not as yet Christians, but it was clear that the Christians were in the ascendant and had command of the future. Of the two grand elements which were to meet together, on the ruins of Roman society, for the formation of modern society, the moral element, the Christian religion, had already taken possession of souls. The devastated territory awaited the coming of new peoples, known to history under the general name of Germans, whom the Romans called the Barbarians. End of chapter 6. Section 10 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 7. The Germans in Gaul. The Franks and Clovis, Part 1. About A.D. 241 or 242, the 6th Roman legion, commanded by Aurelian, at that time military tribune, and 30 years later emperor, had just finished a campaign on the Rhine, undertaken for the purpose of driving the Germans from Gaul, and was preparing for eastern service, to make war on the Persians. The soldiers sang, "We have slain 1,000 Franks and 1,000 Sarmatians. We want 1,000 Persians." That was apparently a popular burden at the time. At Rome and in Gaul, the children sang as they danced, "We have cut off the heads of 1,000. One man hath cut off the heads of 1,000. May he live 1,000 years, he who hath slain 1,000. Nobody hath so much of wine as he hath of blood poured out." Aurelian, the hero of these ditties, was indeed much given to the pouring out of blood, for at the approach of a fresh war he wrote to the Senate, "I marvel, conscript fathers, that ye have so much misgiving about opening the Sibylline books, as if you were deliberating in an assembly of Christians, and not in the temple of all the gods. Let inquiry be made of the sacred books, and let celebration take place of the ceremonies that ought to be fulfilled. Far from refusing, I offer with zeal to satisfy all expenditure required, with captives of every nationality, victims of royal rank. It is no shame to conquer with the aid of the gods. It is thus that our ancestors began and ended many a war." Human sacrifices, then, were not yet foreign to pagan festivals, and probably the blood of more than one Frankish captive on that occasion flowed in the temple of all the gods. It is the first time the name of Franks appears in history, and it indicated no particular single people, but a confederation of Germanic peoplets, settled or roving on the right bank of the Rhine, from the Main to the ocean. The number and the names of the tribes united in this confederation are uncertain. A chart of the Roman Empire, prepared apparently at the end of the 4th century, in the reign of the Emperor Honorius, which chart, called Tabula Peutingeri, was found amongst the ancient manuscripts collected by Conrad Peutinger, a learned German philosopher, in the 15th century, bears over a large territory on the right bank of the Rhine the word Francia, and the following enumeration: the Chaucians, the Ampsarians, the Cheruscans, and the Chamevians, who are also called Franks; and to these tribes divers chroniclers added several others, the Atorians, the Bructerians, the Catians, and the Sicambrians. Whatever may have been the specific names of these peoplets, they were all of German race, called themselves Franks, that is, free men, and made, sometimes separately, sometimes collectively, continued incursions into Gaul, especially Belgica and the northern portions of Lyonesse, at one time plundering and ravaging, at another occupying forcibly, or demanding of the Roman emperors lands whereon to settle. From the middle of the 3rd to the beginning of the 5th century, the history of the Western Empire presents an almost uninterrupted series of these invasions on the part of the Franks, together with the different relationships established between them and the imperial government. At one time whole tribes settled on Roman soil, submitted to the emperors, entered their service, and fought for them, even against their own German compatriots. At another, isolated individuals, such and such warriors of German race, put themselves at the command of the emperors, and became of importance. At the middle of the 3rd century, the Emperor Valerian, on committing a command to Aurelian, wrote, "Thou wilt have with thee Hartmund, Haldegast, Hildemund, and Carioviscus." Some Frankish tribes allied themselves more or less fleetingly with the imperial government, at the same time that they preserved their independence; others pursued, throughout the empire, their life of incursion and adventure. From A.D. 260 to 268, under the reign of Gallienus, a band of Franks threw itself upon Gaul, scoured it from northeast to southeast, plundering and devastating on its way; then it passed from Aquitania into Spain, took and burned Tarragona, gained possession of certain vessels, sailed away, and disappeared in Africa, after having wandered about for 12 years at its own will and pleasure. There was no lack of valiant emperors, precarious and ephemeral as their power may have been, to defend the empire, and especially Gaul, against those enemies, themselves ephemeral, but forever recurring: Decius, Valerian, Gallienus, Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, and Probus gallantly withstood these repeated attacks of German hordes. Sometimes they flattered themselves that they had gained a definitive victory, and then the old Roman pride exhibited itself in their patriotic confidence. In about A.D. 278, the Emperor Probus, after gaining several victories in Gaul over the Franks, wrote to the Senate, "I render thanks to the immortal gods, conscript fathers, for that they have confirmed your judgment as regards me. Germany is subdued throughout its whole extent; 9 kings of different nations have come and cast themselves at my feet, or rather at yours, as suppliants, with their foreheads in the dust. Already all those barbarians are tilling for you, sowing for you, and fighting for you against the most distant nations. Order ye therefore, according to your custom, prayers of thanksgiving, for we have slain 4,000 of the enemy; we have had offered to us 16,000 men ready armed, and we have wrested from the enemy the 70 most important towns. The Gauls, in fact, are completely delivered. The crowns offered to me by all cities of Gaul I have submitted, conscript fathers, to your grace; dedicate ye them with your own hands to Jupiter, all bountiful, all powerful, and to the other immortal gods and goddesses. All the booty is retaken, and, further, we have made fresh captures, more considerable than our first losses. The fields of Gaul are tilled by the oxen of the barbarians, and German teams bend their necks in slavery to our husbandmen. Divers nations raise cattle for our consumption, and horses to remount our cavalry. Our stores are full of the corn of the barbarians; in one word, we have left to the vanquished naught but the soil; all their other possessions are ours. We had at first thought it necessary, conscript fathers, to appoint a new governor of Germany, but we have put off this measure to the time when our ambition shall be more completely satisfied, which will be, as it seems to us, when it shall have pleased divine Providence to increase and multiply the forces of our armies." Probus had good reason to wish that divine Providence might be pleased to increase the forces of the Roman armies, for even after his victories, exaggerated as they probably were, they did not suffice for their task, and it was not long before the vanquished recommenced war. He had dispersed over the territory of the empire the majority of the prisoners he had taken. A band of Franks, who had been transported and established as a military colony on the European shore of the Black Sea, could not make up their minds to remain there. They obtained possession of some vessels, traversed the Propontis, the Hellespont, and the Archipelago, ravaged the coasts of Greece, Asia Minor, and Africa, plundered Syracuse, scoured the whole of the Mediterranean, entered the ocean by the Straits of Gibraltar, and making their way up again along the coasts of Gaul, arrived at last at the mouths of the Rhine, where they once more found themselves at home amongst the vines which Probus, in his victorious progress, had been the first to have planted, and with probably their old taste for adventure and plunder. After the commencement of the 5th century, from A.D. 406 to 409, it was no longer by incursions limited to certain points, and sometimes repelled with success, that the Germans harassed the Roman provinces. A veritable deluge of diverse nations, forced one upon another, from Asia into Europe, by wars and migration in mass, inundated the empire and gave the decisive signal for its fall. St. Jerome did not exaggerate when he wrote to Aricia, "Nations, countless in number and exceeding fierce, have occupied all the Gauls: Quadians, Vandals, Sarmatians, Alans, Gepidians, Herulians, Saxons, Burgundians, Alemannians, Pannonians, and even Assyrians have laid waste all that there is between the Alps and the Pyrenees, the ocean and the Rhine. Sad destiny of the Commonwealth! Mayence, once a noble city, hath been taken and destroyed; thousands of men were slaughtered in the church. Worms hath fallen after a long siege. The inhabitants of Rheims, a powerful city, and those of Amiens, Arras, Terhune, at the extremity of Gaul, Tournai, Spiers, and Strasbourg, have been carried away into Germany. All hath been ravaged in Aquitania, Novem Populania, Lyonness, and Narbonness. The towns, save a few, are dispeopled; the sword pursueth them abroad, and famine at home. I cannot speak without tears of Toulouse; if she be not reduced to equal ruin, it is to the merits of her holy bishop Exuperus that she oweth it." Then took place throughout the Roman Empire, in the East as well as in the West, in Asia and Africa as well as in Europe, the last grand struggle between the Roman armies and the barbaric nations. Armies is the proper term, for, to tell the truth, there was no longer a Roman nation, and very seldom a Roman emperor with some little capacity for government or war. The long continuance of despotism and slavery had enervated equally the ruling powers and the people. Everything depended on the soldiers and their generals. It was in Gaul that the struggle was most obstinate and most promptly brought to a decisive issue, and the confusion there was as great as the obstinacy. Barbaric peoplets served in the ranks and barbaric leaders held the command of the Roman armies. Stilicho was a Goth, Arbogastes and Mellobaudes were Franks, Ricimer was a Suevian. The Roman generals, Bonifacius, Aetius, Aegedius, Syagrius, at one time fought the barbarians, at another negotiated with such and such of them, either to entice them to take service against other barbarians, or to promote the objects of personal ambition; for the Roman generals also, under the titles of patrician, consul, or proconsul, aspired to and attained a sort of political independence, and contributed to the dismemberment of the empire in the very act of defending it. No later than A.D. 412, two German nations, the Visigoths and the Burgundians, took their stand definitively in Gaul, and founded there two new kingdoms: the Visigoths, under their kings Ataulf and Wallia, in Aquitania and Narbonness; the Burgundians, under their kings Guendicer and Gundioch, in Lyonness, from the southern point of Alsatia right into the Provence, along the two banks of the Saône and the left bank of the Rhone, and also in Switzerland. In 451 the arrival in Gaul of the Huns and their king Attila, already famous, both king and nation, for their wild habits, their fierce valor, and their successes against the Eastern Empire, gravely complicated the situation. The common interest of resistance against the most barbarous of barbarians, and the renown and energy of Aetius, united for the moment the old and new masters of Gaul, Romans, Gauls, Visigoths, Burgundians, Franks, Alans, Saxons, and Britons formed the army led by Aetius against that of Attila, who also had in his ranks Goths, Burgundians, Gepedians, Alans, and beyond Rhine Franks, gathered together and enlisted on his road. It was a chaos and a conflict of barbarians, of every name and race, disputing one with another, pell mell, the remnants of the Roman Empire torn asunder and in dissolution. Attila had already arrived before Orleans, and was laying siege to it. The bishop, St. Ananias, sustained a while the courage of the besieged, by promising them aid from Aetius and his allies. The aid was slow to come, and the bishop sent to Aetius a message: "If thou be not here this very day, my son, it will be too late." Still Aetius came not. The people of Orleans determined to surrender, the gates flew open, the Huns entered, the plundering began without much disorder, wagons were stationed to receive the booty as it was taken from the houses, and the captives, arranged in groups, were divided by lot between the victorious chieftains. Suddenly a shout re-echoed through the streets. It was Aetius, Theodoric, and Thorismund his son, who were coming with the eagles of the Roman legions and with the banners of the Visigoths. A fight took place between them and the Huns, at first on the banks of the Loire, and then in the streets of the city. The people of Orleans joined their liberators; the danger was great for the Huns, and Attila ordered a retreat. It was the 14th of June, 451, and that day was for a long while celebrated in the church of Orleans, as the date of a signal deliverance. The Huns retired towards Champagne, which they had already crossed at their coming into Gaul, and when they were before Troyes, the bishop, St. Lupus, repaired to Attila's camp, and besought him to spare a defenceless city, which had neither walls nor garrison. "So be it," answered Attila, "but thou shalt come with me and see the Rhine; I promise then to send thee back again." With mingled prudence and superstition, the barbarian meant to keep the holy man as a hostage. The Huns arrived at the plain hard by Chalons-sur-Marne; Aetius and all his allies had followed them, and Attila, perceiving that a battle was inevitable, halted in a position for delivering it. The Gothic historian Jornandes says that he consulted his priests, who answered that the Huns would be beaten, but that the general of the enemy would fall in the fight. In this prophecy Attila saw predicted the death of Aetius, his most formidable enemy, and the struggle commenced. There is no precise information about the date, but it was, says Jornandes, a battle which for atrocity, multitude, horror, and stubbornness has not the like in the records of antiquity. Historians vary in their exaggerations of the numbers engaged and killed; according to some, 300,000; according to others, 162,000 were left on the field of battle. Theodoric, king of the Visigoths, was killed. Some chroniclers name Merovingian as king of the Franks, settled in Belgica, near Tongres, who formed a part of the army of Aetius. They even attribute to him a brilliant attack made on the eve of the battle upon the Gepedians, allies of the Huns, when 90,000 men fell, according to some, and only 15,000 according to others. The numbers are purely imaginary, and even the fact is doubtful. However, the battle of Chalons drove the Huns out of Gaul, and was the last victory in Gaul, gained still in the name of the Roman Empire, but in reality for the advantage of the German nations which had already conquered it. 24 years afterwards the very name of Roman Empire disappeared with Augustulus, the last of the emperors of the West. 30 years after the battle of Chalons, the Franks settled in Gaul were not yet united as one nation. Several tribes with this name, independent one of another, were planted between the Rhine and the Somme. There were some in the environs of Cologne, Calais, Cambrai, even beyond the Seine and as far as Le Mans, on the confines of the Britons. This is one of the reasons of the confusion that prevails in the ancient chronicles about the chieftains or kings of these tribes, their names and dates, and the extent and site of their possessions. Pharamond, Clodion, Merovingian, and Childeric cannot be considered as kings of France, and placed at the beginning of her history. If they are met in connection with historical facts, fabulous legends or fanciful traditions are mingled with them. Priam appears as a predecessor of Pharamond; Clodion, who passes for having been the first to bear and transmit to the Frankish kings the title of long-haired, is represented as the son, at one time of Pharamond, at another of a chieftain named Theodemir. Romantic adventures, spoiled by geographical mistakes, adorn the life of Childeric. All that can be distinctly affirmed is, that from A.D. 450 to 480, The two principal Frankish tribes were those of Salian Franks and the Ripuarian Franks, settled, the latter in the east of Belgica, on the banks of the Moselle and the Rhine, the former towards the west, between the Meuse, the Ocean, and the Somme. Merovius, whose name was perpetuated in his line, was one of the principal chieftains of the Salian Franks, and his son Childeric, who resided at Tournai, where his tomb was discovered in 1655, was the father of Clovis, who succeeded him in 481, and with whom really commenced the kingdom and history of France. Clovis was 15 or 16 years old when he became king of the Salian Franks of Tournai. 5 years afterwards his ruling passion, ambition, exhibited itself, together with that mixture of boldness and craft which was to characterize his whole life. He had two neighbours, one hostile to the Franks, the Roman patrician Sagrius, who was left master at Soissons after the death of his father Aegedius, and whom Gregory of Tours calls king of the Romans; the other, a Salian Frankish chieftain, just as Clovis was, and related to him, Ragnacaire, who was settled at Cambrai. Clovis induced Ragnacaire to join him in a campaign against Syagrius. They fought, and Syagrius was driven to take refuge in southern Gaul with Alaric, king of the Visigoths. Clovis, not content with taking possession of Soissons, and anxious to prevent any troublesome return, demanded of Alaric to send Syagrius back to him, threatening war if the request were refused. The Goth, less bellicose than the Frank, delivered up Syagrius to the envoys of Clovis, who immediately had him secretly put to death, settled himself at Soissons, and from thence set on foot, in the country between the Aisne and the Loire, plundering and subjugating expeditions which speedily increased his domains and his wealth, and extended far and wide his fame as well as his ambition. The Franks who accompanied him were not long before they also felt the growth of his power. Like him, they were pagans, and the treasures of the Christian churches counted for a great deal in the booty they had to divide. On one of their expeditions they had taken in the church of Rheims, amongst other things, a vase of marvellous size and beauty. The bishop of Rheims, Saint Remy, was not quite a stranger to Clovis. Some years before, when he had heard that the son of Childeric had become king of the Franks of Tournai, he had written to congratulate him. "We are informed," said he, "that thou hast undertaken the conduct of affairs; it is no marvel that thou beginnest to be what thy fathers ever were." And, whilst taking care to put himself on good terms with the young pagan chieftain, the bishop added to his felicitations some pious Christian counsel, without letting any attempt at conversion be mixed up with his moral exhortations. The bishop, informed of the removal of the vase, sent to Clovis a messenger begging the return, if not of all his church's ornaments, at any rate of that. "Follow us as far as Soissons," said Clovis to the messenger; "it is there the partition is to take place of what we have captured. When the lot shall have given me the vase, I will do what the bishop demands." When Soissons was reached, and all the booty had been placed in the midst of the host, the king said, "Valiant warriors, I pray you not to refuse me, over and above my share, this vase here." At these words of the king, those who were of sound mind amongst the assembly answered, "Glorious king, everything we see here is thine, and we ourselves are submissive to thy commands. Do thou as seemeth good to thee, for there is none that can resist thy power." When they had spoken thus, a certain Frank, light-minded, jealous, and vain, cried out aloud as he struck the vase with his battle-axe, "Thou shalt have naught of all this save what the lot shall truly give thee." At these words all were astounded, but the king bore the insult with sweet patience, and, accepting the vase, he gave it to the messenger, hiding his wound in the recesses of his heart. At the end of a year he ordered all his host to assemble fully equipped at the March parade, to have their arms inspected. After passing in review all the other warriors, he came to him who had struck the vase. "None," said he, "hath brought hither arms so ill kept as thine; nor lance, nor sword, nor battle-axe are in condition for service." And wresting from him his axe, he flung it on the ground. The man stooped down a little to pick it up, and forthwith the king, raising with both hands his own battle-axe, drove it into his skull, saying, "Thus didst thou to the vase of Soissons." On the death of this fellow he bade the rest begone, and by this act made himself greatly feared. A bold and unexpected deed has always a great effect on men. With his Frankish warriors, as well as with his Roman and Gothic foes, Clovis had at command the instincts of patience and brutality in turn. He could bear a mortification and take vengeance in due season. Whilst prosecuting his course of plunder and war in eastern Belgica, on the banks of the Meuse, Clovis was inspired with a wish to get married. He had heard tell of a young girl, like himself of the Germanic royal line, Clotilde, niece of Gondebaud, at that time king of the Burgundians. She was dubbed beautiful, wise, and well informed, but her situation was melancholy and perilous. Ambition and fraternal hatred had devastated her family. Her father, Chilperic, and her two brothers, had been put to death by her uncle Gondebaud, who had caused her mother Agrippina to be thrown into the Rhone, with a stone round her neck, and drowned. 2 sisters alone had survived this slaughter; the elder, Crona, had taken religious vows; the other, Clotilde, was living almost in exile at Geneva, absorbed in works of piety and charity. The principal historian of this epoch, Gregory of Tours, an almost contemporary authority, for he was elected bishop 62 years after the death of Clovis, says simply, "Clovis at once sent a deputation to Gondebaud to ask Clotilde in marriage. Gondebaud, not daring to refuse, put her into the hands of the envoys, who took her promptly to the king. Clovis at sight of her was transported with joy, and married her." But to this short account other chroniclers, amongst them Fredegaire, who wrote a commentary upon and a continuation of Gregory of Tours's work, added details which deserve reproduction, first as a picture of manners, next for the better understanding of history. "As he was not allowed to see Clotilde," says Fredegaire, "Clovis charged a certain Roman, named Aurelian, to use all his wit to come nigh to her. Aurelian repaired alone to the spot, clothed in rags and with his wallet upon his back, like a mendicant. To ensure confidence in himself, he took with him the ring of Clovis. On his arrival at Geneva, Clotilde received him as a pilgrim charitably, and whilst she was washing his feet, Aurelian, bending towards her, said under his breath, 'Lady, I have great matters to announce to thee, if thou deign to permit me secret revelation.' She consenting, replied, 'Say on.' 'Clovis, king of the Franks,' said he, 'hath sent me to thee. If it be the will of God, he would fain raise thee to his high rank by marriage, and that thou mayest be certified thereof, he sendeth thee this ring.' She accepted the ring with great joy, and said to Aurelian, 'Take for recompense of thy pains these 100 sous in gold and this ring of mine. Return promptly to thy lord; if he would fain unite me to him by marriage, let him send without delay messengers to demand me of my uncle Gondebaud, and let the messengers who shall come to take me away in haste, so soon as they shall have obtained permission; if they haste not, I fear lest a certain sage, one Aridius, may return from Constantinople, and if he arrive beforehand, all this matter will by his counsel come to naught.' Aurelian returned in the same disguise under which he had come. On approaching the territory of Orleans, and at no great distance from his house, he had taken as travelling companion a certain poor mendicant, by whom he, having fallen asleep from sheer fatigue, and thinking himself safe, was robbed of his wallet and the 100 sous in gold that it contained. On awakening, Aurelian was sorely vexed, ran swiftly home, and sent his servants in all directions in search of the mendicant who had stolen his wallet. He was found and brought to Aurelian, who, after drubbing him soundly for 3 days, let him go his way. He afterwards told Clovis all that had passed and what Clotilde suggested. Clovis, pleased with his success and with Clotilde's notion, at once sent a deputation to Gondebaud to demand his niece in marriage. Gondebaud, not daring to refuse, and flattered at the idea of making a friend of Clovis, promised to give her to him. Then the deputation, having offered the denier and the sou, according to the custom of the Franks, espoused Clotilde in the name of Clovis, and demanded that she be given up to them to be married. Without any delay the council was assembled at Chalons, and preparations made for the nuptials. The Franks, having arrived with all speed, received her from the hands of Gondebaud, put her into a covered carriage, and escorted her to Clovis, together with much treasure. She, however, having already learned that Aridius was on his way back, said to the Frankish lords, 'If ye would take me into the presence of your lord, let me descend from this carriage, mount me on horseback, and get you hence as fast as ye may, for never in this carriage shall I reach the presence of your lord.' Aridius, in fact, returned very speedily from Marseilles, and Gondebaud, on seeing him, said to him, 'Thou knowest that we have made friends with the Franks, and that I have given my niece to Clovis to wife.' 'This,' answered Aridius, 'is no bond of friendship, but the beginning of perpetual strife. Thou should have remembered, my lord, that thou didst slay Clotilde's father, thy brother Chilperic, that thou didst drown her mother, and that thou didst cut off her brothers' heads and cast their bodies into a well. If Clotilde become powerful she will avenge the wrongs of her relatives. Send forthwith a troop in chase, and have her brought back to thee. It will be easier for thee to bear the wrath of one person than to be perpetually at strife, thyself and thine, with all the Franks." And Gondebaud did send forthwith a troop in chase to fetch back Clotilde with the carriage and all the treasure; but she, on approaching Villiers, where Clovis was waiting for her, in the territory of Troyes, and before passing the Burgundian frontier, urged them who escorted her to disperse right and left over a space of 12 leagues in the country whence she was departing, to plunder and burn; and that having been done with the permission of Clovis, she cried aloud, "I thank thee, God omnipotent, for that I see the commencement of vengeance for my parents and my brethren." Chapter 11 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 7 The Germans and Gaul, the Franks and Clovis, Part 2. The majority of the learned have regarded this account of Fredegaire as a romantic fable, and have declined to give it a place in history. M. Fauriel, one of the most learned associates of the Academy of Inscriptions, has given much the same opinion, but he nevertheless adds, whatever may be their authorship, the fables in question are historic in the sense that they relate to real facts, of which they are a poetical expression, a romantic development, conceived with the idea of popularizing the Frankish kings amongst the Gallo-Roman subjects. It cannot, however, be admitted that a desire to popularize the Frankish kings is a sufficient and truth-like explanation of these tales of the Gallo-Roman chroniclers, or that they are no more than a poetical expression, a romantic development of the real facts briefly noted by Gregory of Tours. The tales have a graver origin and contain more truth than would be presumed from some of the anecdotes and sayings mixed up with them. On the condition of minds and parties in Gaul at the end of the 5th century, the marriage of Clovis and Clotilde was, for the public of the period, for the barbarians and the Gallo-Romans, a great matter. Clovis and the Franks were still pagans; Gondebaud and the Burgundians were Christians, but Arians; Clotilde was a Catholic Christian. To which of the two, Catholics or Arians, would Clovis ally himself? To whom, Arian, pagan, or Catholic, would Clotilde be married? Assuredly the bishops, priests, and all the Gallo-Roman clergy, for the most part Catholics, desired to see Clovis, that young and audacious Frankish chieftain, to take to wife a Catholic rather than an Arian or a pagan, and hoped to convert the pagan Clovis to Christianity much more than an Arian to orthodoxy. The question between Catholic orthodoxy and Arianism was, at that time, a vital question for Christianity in its entirety, and St. Athanasius was not wrong in attributing to it supreme importance. It may be presumed that the Catholic clergy, the Bishop of Rheims, or the Bishop of Langres, were no strangers to the repeated praises which turned the thoughts of the Frankish king towards the Burgundian princess, and the idea of their marriage once set afloat, the Catholics, priesthood or laity, laboured undoubtedly to push it forward, whilst the Burgundian Arians exerted themselves to prevent it. Thus there took place, between opposing influences, religious and national, a most animated struggle. No astonishment can be felt, then, at the obstacles the marriage encountered, at the complications mingled with it, and at the indirect means employed on both sides to cause its success or failure. The account of Fredegaire is but a picture of this struggle and its incidents, a little amplified or altered by the imagination or the credulity of the period; but the essential features of the picture, the disguise of Aurelian, the hurry of Clotilde, the prudent recollection of Aridius, Gondebaud's alternations of fear and violence, and Clotilde's vindictive passion when she is once out of danger, there is nothing at all in this out of keeping with the manners of the time or the position of the actors. Let it be added that Aurelian and Aridius are real personages who are met with elsewhere in history, and whose parts as played on the occasion of Clotilde's marriage are in harmony with the other traces that remain of their lives. The consequences of the marriage justified before long the importance which had on all sides been attached to it. Clotilde had a son. She was anxious to have him baptized, and urged her husband to consent. "The gods you worship," said she, "are naught, and can do naught for themselves or others. They are of wood or stone or metal." Clovis resisted, saying, "It is by the command of our gods that all things are created and brought forth. It is plain that your God hath no power; there is no proof even that he is of the race of the gods." But Clotilde prevailed, and she had her son baptized solemnly, hoping that the striking nature of the ceremony might win to the faith the father whom her words and prayers had been powerless to touch. The child soon died, and Clovis bitterly reproached the queen, saying, "Had the child been dedicated to my gods he would be alive; he was baptized in the name of your God, and he could not live." Clotilde defended her God, and prayed. She had a second son, who was also baptized, and fell sick. "It cannot be otherwise with him than with his brother," said Clovis. "Baptized in the name of your Christ, he is going to die." But the child was cured, and lived, and Clovis was pacified and less incredulous of Christ. An event then came to pass which affected him still more than the sickness or cure of his children. In 496 the Alemannians, a Germanic confederation like the Franks, who also had been, for some time past, assailing the Roman Empire on the banks of the Rhine or the frontiers of Switzerland, crossed the river, and invaded the settlements of the Franks on the left bank. Clovis went to the aid of his confederation, and attacked the Alemannians at Tolbiac, near Cologne. He had with him Aurelian, who had been his messenger to Clotilde, whom he had made Duke of Melun, and who commanded the forces of Sens. The battle was going ill; the Franks were wavering, and Clovis was anxious. Before setting out he had, according to Fredegaire, promised his wife that if he were victorious he would turn Christian. Other chroniclers say that Aurelian, seeing the battle in danger of being lost, said to Clovis, "My lord king, believe only on the Lord of heaven whom the queen, my mistress, preacheth." Clovis cried out with emotion, "Christ Jesus, thou whom my queen Clotilde calleth the Son of the living God, I have invoked my own gods, and they have withdrawn from me. I believe that they have no power, since they aid not those who call upon them. Thee, very God and Lord, I invoke; if thou give me victory over these foes, if I find in thee the power that the people proclaim of thee, I will believe on thee, and will be baptized in thy name." The tide of battle turned; the Franks recovered confidence and courage; and the Alemannians, beaten and seeing their king slain, surrendered themselves to Clotilde, saying, "Cease, of thy grace, to cause any more of our people to perish, for we are thine." On the return of Clovis, Clotilde, fearing he should forget his victory and his promise, secretly sent, says Gregory of Tours, to St. Remi, bishop of Rheims, and prayed him to penetrate the king's heart with the words of salvation. St. Remi was a fervent Christian and an able bishop, and "I will listen to thee, most holy father," said Clovis, "willingly, but there is a difficulty. The people that follow me will not give up their gods. But I am about to assemble them, and will speak to them according to thy word." The king found the people more docile or better prepared than he had represented to the bishop. Even before he opened his mouth the greater part of those present cried out, "We abjure the mortal gods; we are ready to follow the immortal God whom Remi preacheth." About 3,000 Frankish warriors, however, persisted in their intention of remaining pagans, and, deserting Clovis, betook themselves to Ragnacaire, the Frankish king of Cambrai, who was destined ere long to pay dearly for this acquisition. So soon as St. Remi was informed of this good disposition on the part of king and people, he fixed Christmas Day of this year, 496, for the ceremony of the baptism of those grand neophytes. The description of it is borrowed from the historian of the church of Rheims, Frodoard by name, born at the close of the 9th century. He gathered together the essential points of it from the life of St. Remi, written, shortly before that period, by the saint's celebrated successor at Rheims, Archbishop Hincmar. "The bishop," says he, "went in search of the king at early morn in his bedchamber, in order that, taking him at the moment of freedom from secular cares, he might more freely communicate to him the mysteries of the holy word. The king's chamber people receive him with great respect, and the king himself runs forward to meet him. Thereupon they pass together into an oratory dedicated to St. Peter, chief of the apostles, and adjoining the king's apartment. When the bishop, the king, and the queen had taken their places on the seats prepared for them, and admission had been given to some clerics, and also some friends and household servants of the king, the venerable bishop began his instructions on the subject of salvation. Meanwhile, preparations are being made along the road from the palace to the baptistery. Curtains and valuable stuffs are hung up, the houses on either side of the street are dressed out, the baptistery is sprinkled with balm and all manner of perfume. The procession moves from the palace, the clergy lead the way with the holy Gospels, the cross, and standards, singing hymns and spiritual songs. Then comes the bishop, leading the king by the hand, after him the queen, lastly the people. On the road it is said that the king asked the bishop if that were the kingdom promised him. No, answered the prelate, but it is the entrance to the road that leads to it. At the moment when the king bent his head over the fountain of life, "Lower thy head with humility, Sicambrian," cried the eloquent bishop. "Adore what thou hast burned, burn what thou hast adored." The king's two sisters, Abloflede and Lantechild, likewise received baptism, and so at the same time did 3,000 of the Frankish army, besides a large number of women and children. When it was known that Clovis had been baptized by St. Remi, and with what striking circumstance, great was the satisfaction amongst the Catholics. The chief Burgundian prelate, Avitus, bishop of Vienne, wrote to the Frankish king, "Your faith is our victory. In choosing for you and yours, you have pronounced for all. Divine Providence hath given you as an arbiter to our age. Greece can boast of having a sovereign of our persuasion, but she is no longer alone in possession of this precious gift. The rest of the world doth share her light." Pope Anastasius hastened to express his joy to Clovis. "The Church, our common mother," he wrote, "rejoiceth to have borne unto God so great a king. Continue, glorious and illustrious son, to cheer the heart of this tender mother, be a column of iron to support her, and she in her turn will give thee victory over all thine enemies." Clovis was not a man to omit turning his Catholic popularity to the account of his ambition. At the very time when he was receiving these testimonies of good will from the heads of the Church, he learned that Gondebaud, disquieted no doubt at the conversion of his powerful neighbor, had just made a vain attempt, at a conference held at Lyons, to reconcile in his kingdom the Catholics and the Arians. Clovis considered the moment favorable to his projects of aggrandizement at the expense of the Burgundian king. He fomented the dissensions which already prevailed between Gondebaud and his brother Godegisile, assured himself to the latter's complicity, and suddenly entered Burgundy with his army. Gondebaud, betrayed and beaten at the first encounter at Dijon, fled to the south of his kingdom, and went and shut himself up in Avignon. Clovis pursued and besieged him there. Gondebaud in great alarm asked counsel of his Roman confidant Aridius, who had but lately foretold to him what the marriage of his niece Clotilde would bring upon him. "On every side," said the king, "I am encompassed by perils, and I know not what to do. Lo, here be these barbarians come upon us to slay us and destroy the land." "To escape death," answered Aridius, "thou must appease the ferocity of this man. Now, if it please thee, I will feign to fly from thee and go over to him. So soon as I shall be with him, I will do so that he ruin neither thee nor the land. Only have thou care to perform whatsoever I shall ask of thee, until the Lord in his goodness deign to make thy cause triumph." "All that thou shalt bid I will do," says Gondebaud. So Aridius left Gondebaud and went his way to Clovis, and said, "Most pious king, I am thy humble servant. I give up this wretched Gondebaud, and come unto thy mightiness. If thy goodness deign to cast a glance upon me, thou and thy descendants will find in me a servant of integrity and fidelity." Clovis received him very kindly and kept him by him, for Aridius was agreeable in conversation, wise in counsel, just in judgment, and faithful in whatever was committed to his care. As the siege continued, Aridius said to Clovis, "O king, if the glory of thy greatness would suffer thee to listen to the words of my feebleness, though thou needst not counsel, I would submit them to thee in all fidelity, that they might be of use to thee, whether for thyself or for the towns by which thou dost propose to pass. Wherefore keepest thou here thine army, whilst thine enemy doth hide himself in a well fortified place? Thou ravagest the fields, thou pillagest the corn, thou cuttest down the vines, thou fellest the olive trees, Thou destroyest all the produce of the land, and yet thou succeedest not in destroying thine adversary. Rather send thou unto him deputies, and lay on him a tribute to be paid to thee every year. Thus the land will be preserved, and thou wilt be lord for ever over him who owes thee tribute. If he refuse, thou shalt then do what pleaseth thee." Clovis found the counsel good, ordered his army to return home, sent deputies to Gondebaud, and called upon him to undertake the payment every year of a fixed tribute. Gondebaud paid for the time, and promised to pay punctually for the future. And peace appeared to be made between the two barbarians. Pleased with his campaign against the Burgundians, Clovis kept on good terms with Gondebaud, who was to be henceforth a simple tributary, and transferred to the Visigoths of Aquitania and their king, Alaric II., his views of conquest. He had there the same pretext for attack and the same means of success. Alaric and his Visigoths were Arians, and between them and the bishops of southern Gaul, nearly all orthodox Catholics, there were permanent ill will and distrust. Alaric attempted to conciliate their good will. In 506 a council met at Agde; the 34 bishops of Aquitania attended in person or by delegate; the king protested that he had no design of persecuting the Catholics; the bishops, at the opening of the council, offered prayers for the king; but Alaric did not forget that immediately after the conversion of Clovis, Volusian, bishop of Tours, had conspired in favor of the Frankish king, and the bishops of Aquitania regarded Volusian as a martyr, for he had been deposed, without trial, from his see, and taken as a prisoner first to Toulouse, and afterwards into Spain, where in a short time he had been put to death. In vain did the glorious chief of the race of Goths, Theodoric the Great, king of Italy, father in law of Alaric, and brother in law of Clovis, exert himself to prevent any outbreak between the two kings. In 498, Alaric, no doubt at his father in law's solicitation, wrote to Clovis, "If my brother consent thereto, I would, following my desires and by the grace of God, have an interview with him." The interview took place at a small island in the Loire, called the Island d'Or or St. Jean, near Amboise. "The two kings," says Gregory of Tours, "conversed, ate, and drank together, and separated with mutual promises of friendship." The positions and passions of each soon made the promises of no effect. In 505, Clovis was seriously ill; the bishops of Aquitania testified warm interest in him, and one of them, Quintian, bishop of Rodez, being on this account persecuted by the Visigoths, had to seek refuge at Clermont, in Auvergne. Clovis no longer concealed his designs. In 507 he assembled his principal chieftains, and "it displeaseth me greatly," said he, "that these Arians should possess a portion of the Gauls. March we forth with the help of God, drive we them from that land, for it is very goodly, and bring we it under our own power." The Franks applauded their king, and the army set out on the march in the direction of Poitiers, where Alaric happened at that time to be. As a portion of the troops was crossing the territory of Tours, says Gregory, who was shortly afterwards its bishop, Clovis forbade, out of respect for St. Martin, anything to be taken, save grass and water. One of the army, however, having found some hay belonging to a poor man, said, "This is grass; we do not break the king's commands by taking it," and in spite of the poor man's resistance, he robbed him of his hay. Clovis, informed of the fact, slew the soldier on the spot with one sweep of his sword, saying, "What will become of our hopes of victory if we offend St. Martin?" Alaric had prepared for the struggle, and the two armies met on the plain of Vouille, on the banks of the little river Claine, a few leagues from Poitiers. The battle was very severe. "The Goths," says Gregory of Tours, "fought with missiles, the Franks sword in hand. Clovis met and with his own hand slew Alaric in the fray; at the moment of striking his blow, two Goths fell suddenly upon Clovis, and attacked him with their pikes on either side, but he escaped death, thanks to his cuirass and the agility of his horse." Beaten and kingless, the Goths retreated in great disorder, and Clovis, pursuing his march, arrived without opposition at Bordeaux, where he settled down with his Franks for the winter. When the war season returned, he marched on Toulouse, the capital of the Visigoths, which he likewise occupied without resistance, and where he seized a portion of the treasure of the Visigothic kings. He quitted it to lay siege to Carcassonne, which had been made by the Romans into the stronghold of Septimauia. There his course of conquest was destined to end. After the battle of Vouille he had sent his oldest son Theodoric in command of a division, with orders to cross central Gaul from west to east, to go and join the Burgundians of Gondebaud, who had promised his assistance, and in conjunction with them to attack the Visigoths on the banks of the Rhone and in Narbonness. The young Frank boldly executed his father's orders, but the intervention of Theodoric the Great, King of Italy, prevented the success of the operation. He sent an army into Gaul to the aid of his son in law Alaric, and the united Franks and Burgundians failed in their attacks upon the Visigoths of the eastern provinces. Clovis had no idea of compromising by his obstinacy the conquests already accomplished. He therefore raised the siege of Carcassonne, returned first to Toulouse and then to Bordeaux, took Angoulême, the only town of importance he did not possess in Aquitania, and feeling reasonably sure that the Visigoths, who, even with the aid that had come from Italy, had great difficulty in defending what remained to them of southern Gaul, would not come and dispute with him what he had already conquered, he halted at Tours, and stayed there some time, to enjoy on the spot the fruits of his victory, and to establish his power in his new possessions. It appears that even the Britons of Armorica tendered to him at that time, through the interposition of Melinens, bishop of Rennes, if not their actual submission, at any rate their subordination and homage. Clovis at the same time had his self-respect flattered in a manner to which barbaric conquerors always attach great importance. Anastasius, emperor of the East, with whom he had already had some communication, sent him at Tours a solemn embassy, bringing him the titles and insignia of patrician and consul. Clovis, says Gregory of Tours, put on the tunic of purple and the chlamys and the diadem, then, mounting his horse, he scattered with his own hand and with much bounty gold and silver amongst the people, on the road which lies between the gate of the court belonging to the Basilica of St. Martin and the church of the city. From that day he was called Consul and Augustus. On leaving the city of Tours he repaired to Paris, where he fixed the seat of his government. Paris was certainly the political centre of his dominions, the intermediate point between the early settlements of his race and himself in Gaul and his new Gallic conquests; but he lacked some of the possessions nearest to him and most naturally, in his own opinion, his. To the east, north, and southwest of Paris were settled some independent Frankish tribes, governed by chieftains with the name of kings. So soon as he had settled at Paris, it was the one fixed idea of Clovis to reduce them all to subjection. He had conquered the Burgundians and the Visigoths; it remained for him to conquer and unite together all the Franks. The barbarian showed himself in his true colours, during this new enterprise, with his violence, his craft, his cruelty, and his perfidy. He began with the most powerful of the tribes, the Ripuarian Franks. He sent secretly to Cloderic, son of Sigebert, their king, saying, "Thy father hath become old, and his wound maketh him limp o' one foot. If he should die, his kingdom will come to thee of right, together with our friendship." Cloderic had his father assassinated whilst asleep in his tent, and sent messengers to Clovis, saying, "My father is dead, and I have in my power his kingdom and his treasures. Send thou unto me certain of thy people, and I will gladly give into their hands whatsoever amongst these treasures shall seem like to please thee." The envoys of Clovis came, and as they were examining in detail the treasures of Sigebert, Cloderic said to them, "This is the coffer wherein my father was wont to pile up his gold pieces. Plunge," said they, "thy hand right to the bottom of that none escape thee." Cloderic bent forward, and one of the envoys lifted his battle axe and cleft his skull. Clovis went to Cologne and convoked the Franks of the canton. "Learn," said he, "that which hath happened. As I was sailing on the river Scheldt, Cloderic, son of my relative, did vex his father, saying I was minded to slay him; and as Sigebert was flying across the forest of Buchaw, his son himself sent bandits, who fell upon him and slew him. Cloderic also is dead, smitten I know not by whom as he was opening his father's treasures. I am altogether unconcerned in it all, and I could not shed the blood of my relatives, for it is a crime. But since it hath so happened, I give unto you counsel, which ye shall follow if it seem to you good. Turn ye towards me, and live under my protection." And they who were present hoisted him on a huge buckler, and hailed him king. After Sigebert and the Ripuarian Franks came the Franks of Terouanne, and Chararic their king. He had refused, 20 years before, to march with Clovis against the Roman Syagrius. Clovis, who had not forgotten it, attacked him, took him and his son prisoners, and had them both shorn, ordering that Chararic should be ordained priest and his son deacon. Chararic was much grieved. Then said his son to him, "Here be branches which were cut from a green tree, and are not yet wholly dried up. Soon they will sprout forth again. May it please God that he who hath wrought all this shall die as quickly." Clovis considered these words as a menace, had both father and son beheaded, and took possession of their dominions. Ragnacaire, king of the Franks of Cambrai, was the third to be attacked. He had served Clovis against Syagrius, but Clovis took no account of that. Ragnacaire, being beaten, was preparing for flight, when he was seized by his own soldiers, who tied his hands behind his back, and took him to Clovis along with his brother Riquier. "Wherefore hast thou dishonoured our race," said Clovis, "by letting thyself wear bonds? 'Twere better to have died," and cleft his skull with one stroke of his battle axe. Then turning to Riquier, "Hadst thou succoured thy brother," said he had assuredly not been bound, and felled him likewise at his feet. Rignomer, king of the Franks of Le Mans, met the same fate, but not at the hands, only by the order of Clovis. So Clovis remained sole king of the Franks, for all the independent chieftains had disappeared. It is said that one day, after all these murders, Clovis, surrounded by his trusted servants, cried, "Woe is me, who am left as a traveller amongst strangers, and who have no longer relatives to lend me support in the day of adversity!" Thus do the most shameless take pleasure in exhibiting sham sorrow after crimes they cannot disavow. It cannot be known whether Clovis ever felt in his soul any scruple or regret for his many acts of ferocity and perfidy, or if he looked, as sufficient expiation, upon the favour he had bestowed on the churches and their bishops, upon the gifts he lavished on them, and upon the absolutions he demanded of them. In times of mingled barbarism and faith, there are strange cases of credulity in the way of bargains made with divine justice. We read in the life of Saint Eleutherus, Bishop of Tournai, the native land of Clovis, that at one of those periods when the conscience of the Frankish king must have been most heavily laden, he presented himself one day at the church. "My lord king," said the bishop, "I know wherefore thou art come to me." "I have nothing special to say unto thee," rejoined Clovis. "Say not so, O king," replied the bishop; "thou hast sinned, and darest not avow it." The king was moved, and ended by confessing that he had deeply sinned, and had need of large pardon. Saint Eleutherus betook himself to prayer; the king came back the next day, and the bishop gave him a paper on which was written, by divine hand, he said, the pardon granted to royal offences which might not be revealed. Clovis accepted this absolution, and loaded the church of Tournai with his gifts. In 511, the very year of his death, his last act in life was the convocation at Orleans of a council, which was attended by 30 bishops from the different parts of his kingdom, and at which were adopted 31 canons that, whilst granting to the Church great privileges and means of influence, in many cases favourable to humanity and respect for the rights of individuals, bound the Church closely to the State, and gave to royalty, even in ecclesiastical matters, great power. The bishops, on breaking up, sent these canons to Clovis, praying him to give them the sanction of his adhesion, which he did. A few months afterwards, on the 27th of November, 511, Clovis died at Paris, and was buried in the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, nowadays St. Genevieve, built by his wife Queen Clotilde, who survived him. It was but right to make the reader intimately acquainted with that great barbarian who, with all his vices and all his crimes, brought about, or rather began, two great matters which have already endured through 14 centuries, and still endure, for he founded the French monarchy and Christian France. Such men and such facts have a right to be closely studied and set in a clear light by history. Nothing similar will be seen for 2 centuries, under the descendants of Clovis, the Merovingians; amongst them will be encountered none but those personages whom death reduces to insignificance, whatever may have been their rank in the world, and of whom Virgil thus speaks to Dante: "Non rationem difor, ma guarda passa." Waste no words on them; one glance and pass thou on. Inferno, Canto 3. End of Chapter 7.
Section 12 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 8 The Merovingians Part 1. In its beginning and in its end, the line of the Merovingians is mediocre and obscure. Its earliest ancestors, Meroveus, from whom it got its name, and Clodion, the first, it is said, of the long-haired kings, a characteristic title of the Frankish kings, are scarcely historical personages, and it is under the qualification of sluggard kings that the last Merovingians have a place in history. Clovis alone, amidst his vices and his crimes, was sufficiently great, and did sufficiently great deeds, to live forever in the course of ages. The greatest part of his successors belong only to genealogy or chronology. In a moment of self-abandonment and weariness, the great Napoleon once said, "What trouble to take for half a page in universal history!" History is far more limited and modest than a universal history, not only have a right, but are bound to shed their light only upon those men who have deserved it by the eminence of their talents or the important results of their passage through life. Rarity only can claim to escape oblivion. And save two or three, a little less insignificant or less hateful than the rest, the Merovingian kings deserve only to be forgotten. From A.D. 511 to A.D. 752, that is, from the death of Clovis to the accession of the Carlovingians, is 241 years, which was the duration of the dynasty of the Merovingians. During this time there reigned 28 Merovingian kings, which reduces to 8 years and 7 months the average reign of each, a short duration compared with that of most of the royal dynasties. 5 of these kings, Clotaire I, Clotaire II, Dagobert I, Thierry IV, and Childeric III, alone, at different intervals, united under their power all the dominions possessed by Clovis or his successors. The other kings of this line reigned only over special kingdoms, formed by virtue of diverse partitions at the death of the general possessor. From A.D. 511 to 638, 5 such partitions took place. In 511, after the death of Clovis, his dominions were divided amongst his 4 sons. Theodoric, or Thierry, the first, was king of Metz, Clodomir of Orleans, Childebert of Paris, Clotaire I of Soissons. To each of these capitals fixed boundaries were attached. In 558, in consequence of diverse incidents brought about naturally or by violence, Clotaire I ended by possessing alone, during 3 years, all the dominions of his fathers. At his death, in 561, they were partitioned afresh amongst his 4 sons. Haribert was king of Paris, Gontran of Orleans and Burgundy, Sigebert I of Metz, and Hilderic of Soissons. In 567, Haribert, king of Paris, died without children, and the new partition left only 3 kingdoms, Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy. Austrasia in the east extended over the 2 banks of the Rhine, and comprised, side by side with Roman towns and districts, populations that had remained Germanic. Neustria, in the west, was essentially Gallo-Roman, though it comprised in the north the old territory of the Salian Franks, on the borders of the Scheldt. Burgundy was the old kingdom of the Burgundians, enlarged in the north by some few counties. Paris, the residence of Clovis, was reserved and undivided amongst the 3 kings, kept as a sort of neutral city into which they could not enter without the common consent of all. In 613, new incidents connected with family matters placed Clotaire II, son of Chilperic, and heretofore king of Soissons, in possession of the three kingdoms. He kept them united up to 628, and left them so to his son Dagobert I., who remained in possession of them up to 638. At his death a new division of the Frankish dominions took place, no longer into three but two kingdoms, Austrasia being one and Neustria and Burgundy the other. This was the definite dismemberment of the great Frankish dominion to the time of its last two Merovingian kings, Thierry IV. And Hilderic III., who were kings in name only, dragged from the cloister as ghosts from the tomb to play a motionless part in the drama. For a long time past the real power had been in the hands of that valiant Austrasian family which was to furnish the dominions of Clovis with a new dynasty and a greater king than Clovis. Southern Gaul, that is to say, Aquitania, Vasconia, Narbonness, called Septimania, and the two banks of the Rhone near its mouth, were not comprised in these partitions of the Frankish dominions. Each of the copartitioners assigned to themselves, to the south of the Garonne, and on the coast of the Mediterranean, in that beautiful region of old Roman Gaul, such and such a district or such and such a town, just as heirs at law keep to themselves severally such a piece of furniture or such and such valuable jewel out of a rich property, to which they succeed, and which they divide amongst them. The peculiar situation of these provinces, at their distance from the Franks' own settlements, contributed much towards the independence which Southern Gaul, and especially Aquitania, was constantly striving, and partly managed to recover, amidst the extension and tempestuous fortunes of the Frankish monarchy. It is easy to comprehend how these repeated partitions of a mighty inheritance, with so many successors, these dominions continually changing both their limits and their masters, must have tended to increase the already profound anarchy of Roman and barbaric worlds, thrown pell mell one upon the other, and fallen a prey, the Roman to the disorganization of a lingering death, the barbaric to the fermentation of a new existence, striving for development under social conditions quite different from those of its primitive life. Some historians have said that, in spite of these perpetual dismemberments of the great Frankish dominion, a real unity had always existed in the Frankish monarchy, and regulated the destinies of its constituent peoples. They who say so show themselves singularly easy to please in the matter of political unity and international harmony. Amongst those various states, springing from a common base, and subdivided between the different members of one and the same family, rivalries, enmities, hostile machinations, deeds of violence and atrocity, struggles and wars soon became as frequent, as bloody, and as obstinate as they have ever been amongst states and sovereigns, as unconnected as possible one with another. It will suffice to quote one case which was not long in coming. In 424, scarcely 13 years after the death of Clovis and the partition of his dominions amongst his four sons, the second of them, Clodomir, king of Orleans, was killed in a war against the Burgundians, leaving three sons, direct heirs of his kingdom, subject to equal partition between them. Their grandmother, Clotilde, kept them with her at Paris, and their uncle Childebert, king of Paris, seeing that his mother bestowed all her affection upon the sons of Clodomir, grew jealous. So, fearing that by her favor they would get a share in the kingdom, he sent secretly to his brother Clotaire, king of Soissons, saying, "Our mother keepeth by her the sons of our brother, and willeth to give them the kingdom of their father. Thou must needs, therefore, come speedily to Paris, and we must take counsel together as to what shall be done with them, whether they shall be shorn and reduced to the condition of commoners, or slain, and leave their kingdom to be shared equally between us." Clotaire, overcome with joy at these words, came to Paris. Childebert had already spread abroad amongst the people that the two kings were to join in raising the young children to the throne. The two kings then sent a message to the queen, who at that time dwelt in the same city, saying, "Send thou the children to us, that we may place them on the throne." Clotilde, full of joy, and unwitting of their craft, set meat and drink before the children, and then sent them away, saying, "I shall seem not to have lost my son, if I see ye succeed him in his kingdom." The young princes were immediately seized, and parted from their servants and governors, and the servants and the children were kept in separate places. Then Childebert and Clotaire sent to the queen their confidant Arcadius, one of the Arvernian senators, with a pair of shears and a naked sword. When he came to Clotilde, he showed her what he bare with him, and said to her, "Most glorious queen, thy sons, our masters, desire to know thy will touching these children. Wilt thou that they live with shorn hair, or that they be put to death?" Clotilde, astounded at this address, and overcome with indignation, answered at hazard, amidst the grief that overwhelmed her, and not knowing what she would say, "If they be not set upon the throne, I would rather know that they were dead than shorn." But Arcadius, caring little for her despair, or for what she might decide after more reflection, returned in haste to the two kings, and said, "Finish ye your work, for the queen, favoring your plans, willeth that you accomplish them." Forthwith Clotaire taketh the eldest by the arm, dashes him upon the ground, and slayeth him without mercy with the thrust of a hunting knife beneath the armpit. At the cries raised by the child, his brother casteth himself at the feet of Childebert, and clinging to his knees, says amidst his sobs, "Aid me, good father, that I die not like my brother." Childebert, his visage bathed in tears, said to Clotaire, "Dear brother, I crave thy mercy for his life. I will give thee whatsoever thou wilt as the price of his soul. I pray thee, slay him not." Then Clotaire, with menacing and furious mien, cries out aloud, "Thrust him away, or thou diest in his stead. Thou, the instigator of all this work, art thou then so quick to be faithless?" At these words Childebert thrust away the child towards Clotaire, who seized him, plunged a hunting knife in his side, as he had in his brother's, and slew him. They then put to death the slaves and governors of the children. After these murders Clotaire mounted his horse and departed, taking little heed of his nephew's death, and Childebert withdrew into the outskirts of the city. Queen Clotilde had the corpses of the two children placed in a coffin, and followed them with a great parade of chanting and immense mourning to the Basilica of St. Pierre, now St. Genevieve, where they were buried together. One was 10 years old and the other 7. The third, named Clodoald, who died about the year 560, after having founded, near Paris, a monastery called after him St. Cloud, could not be caught, and was saved by some gallant men. He, disdaining a terrestrial kingdom, dedicated himself to the Lord, was shorn by his own hand, and became a churchman. He devoted himself wholly to good works, and died as priest. And the two kings divided equally between them the kingdom of Clodomir. The history of the most barbarous peoples and times assuredly offers no example, in one and the same family, of an usurpation more perfidiously and atrociously consummated. King Clodomir, the father of the two young princes thus dethroned and murdered by their uncles, had, during his reign, shown almost equal indifference and cruelty. In 523, during a war which, in concert with his brothers Childebert and Clotaire, he had waged against Sigismund, king of Burgundy, he had made prisoners of that king, his wife, and their sons, and kept them shut up at Orleans. The year after, the war was renewed with the Burgundians. Clodomir resolved, says Gregory of Tours, to put Sigismund to death. The blessed Avitus, abbot of Saint Smersmin de Missy, an abbey about 2 leagues from Orleans, a famous priest in those days, said to him on this occasion, If, turning thy thoughts towards God, thou change thy plan, and suffer not these folk to be slain, God will be with thee, and thou wilt gain the victory. But if thou slay them, thou thyself wilt be delivered into the hands of thine enemies, and thou wilt undergo their fate. To thee and thy wife and thy sons will happen that which thou wilt have done to Sigismund and his wife and his sons." But Clodomir, taking no heed of this counsel, said, "It were great folly to leave one enemy at home when I march out against another, one attacking me behind and another in front. I should find myself between two armies. Victory will be surer and easier if I separate one from the other. When the first is once dead, it will be less difficult to get rid of the other also." Accordingly, he put Sigismund to death, together with his wife and his sons, ordered them to be thrown into a well in the village of Colmir, belonging to the territory of Orleans, and set out for Burgundy. After his first success Clodomir fell into an ambush and into the hands of his enemies, who cut off his head, stuck it on the end of the pike, and held it up aloft. Victory nevertheless remained with the Franks, but scarcely had a year elapsed when Queen Conciqui, Clodomir's widow, became the wife of his brother Clotaire, and his two elder sons, Theobald and Gonthaire, fell beneath their uncle's hunting knife. Even in the coarsest and harshest ages, the soul of man does not completely lose its instincts of justice and humanity. The bishops and priests were not alone in crying out against such atrocities. The barbarians themselves did not always remain indifferent spectators of them, but sometimes took advantage of them to rouse the wrath and warlike ardor of their comrades. About the year 528, Theodoric, king of Metz, the eldest son of Clovis, proposed to undertake a grand campaign on the right bank of the Rhine against his neighbors the Thuringians, and summoned the Franks to a meeting. "Bethink you," said he, "that of old time the Thuringians fell violently upon our ancestors, and did them much harm. Our fathers, you know, gave them hostages to obtain peace, but the Thuringians put to death those hostages in divers ways, and once more, falling upon our relatives, took from them all they possessed. After having hung children up, by the sinews of their thighs, on the branches of trees, they put to a most cruel death more than 200 young girls, tying them by the legs to the necks of horses, which, driven by pointed goads in different directions, tore the poor souls in pieces. They laid others along the roots of the roads, fixed them in the earth with stakes, drove over them laden cars, and so left them, with their bones all broken, as a meal for the birds and dogs. To this very day does Hermann of Roy fail in his promise, and absolutely refuse to fulfil his engagements. Right is on our side. March we against them with the help of God." Then the Franks, indignant at such atrocities, demanded with one voice to be led into Thuringia. Victory made them masters of it, and they reduced the country under their dominion. Whilst the Frankish kings were still there, Theodoric would have slain his brother Clotaire. Having put armed men in waiting, he had him fetched to treat secretly of a certain matter. Then, having arranged in a portion of his house a curtain from wall to wall, he posted his armed men behind it, but as the curtain was too short, it left their feet exposed. Clotaire, having been warned of the snare, entered the house armed and with a goodly company. Theodoric then perceived that he was discovered, invented some story, and talked of this, that, and the other. At last, not knowing how to get his treachery forgotten, he made Clotaire a present of a large silvern dish. Clotaire wished him good by, thanked him, and returned home. But Theodoric immediately complained to his own folks that he had sacrificed his silver dish to no purpose, and said to his son Theodebert, "Go, find thy uncle, and pray him to give thee the present I made him." Theodebert went, and got what he asked. In such tricks did Theodoric excel. These Merovingian kings were as greedy and licentious as they were cruel. Not only was pillage in their estimation the end and object of war, but they pillaged even in the midst of peace, and in their own dominions, sometimes, after the Roman practice, by aggravation of taxes and fiscal manors; at others, after the barbaric fashion, by sudden attacks on places and persons they knew to be rich. It often happened that they pillaged a church, of which the bishop had vexed them by his protests, either to swell their own personal treasury, or to make, soon afterwards, offerings to another church of which they sought the favour. When some great family event was at hand, they delighted in a coarse magnificence, for which they provided at the expense of the populations of their domains, or of the great officers of their courts, who did not fail to indemnify themselves, thanks to public disorder, for the sacrifices imposed upon them. At the end of the sixth century, Chilperic, king of Neustria, had promised his daughter Rigonthe in marriage to Prince Recared, son of Lovigild, king of the Visigoths of Spain. A grand deputation of Goths came to Paris to fetch the Frankish princess. King Chilperic ordered several families in the fiscal domains to be seized and placed in cars. As a great number of them wept and were not willing to go, he had them kept in prison that he might more easily force them to go away with his daughter. It is said that several, in their despair, hung themselves, fearing to be taken from their parents. Sons were separated from fathers, daughters from mothers, and all departed with deep groans and maledictions, and in Paris they reigned a desolation like that of Egypt. Not a few, of superior birth, being forced to go away, even made wills, whereby they left their possessions to the churches, and demanded that, so soon as the young girl should have entered Spain, their wills should be opened just as if they were already in their graves. When King Chilperic gave up his daughter to the ambassadors of the Goths, he presented them with vast treasures. Her mother, Queen Fredegonde, added thereto so great a quantity of gold and silver and valuable vestments, that at the sight thereof the king thought he must have nought remaining. The queen, perceiving his emotion, turned to the Franks and said to them, "Think not, warriors, that there is here aught of the treasures of former kings. All that ye see is taken from mine own possessions, for my most glorious king has made me many gifts. Thereto have I added of the fruits of mine own toil, and a great part proceedeth from the revenues I have drawn, either in kind or in money, from the houses that have been ceded unto me. Ye yourselves have given me riches, and ye see here a portion thereof, but there is here nought of the public treasure." And the king was deceived into believing her words. Such was the multitude of golden and silvern articles and other precious things that it took 50 wagons to hold them. The Franks on their part made many offerings; some gave gold, some silver, sundry gave horses, but most of them vestments. At last the young girl, with many tears and kisses, said farewell. As she was passing through the gate an axle of her carriage broke, and all cried out "Alack!" which was interpreted by some as a presage. She departed from Paris, and at 8 miles' distance from the city she had her tents pitched. During the night 50 men arose, and having taken 100 of the best horses, and as many golden bits and bridles, and 2 large silver dishes, fled away, and took refuge with King Childebert. During the whole journey whoever could escape fled away with all that he could lay hands on. It was required also of all the towns that were traversed on the way that they should make great preparations to defray expenses, for the king forbade any contribution from the treasury; all the charges were met by extraordinary taxes levied on the poor. Close upon this tyrannical magnificence came unexpected sorrows, and close upon these outrages remorse. The youngest son of King Chilperic, Dagobert by name, fell ill. He was a little better when his elder brother Chlodebert was attacked with the same symptoms. His mother Fredegonde, seeing him in danger of death, and touched by tardy repentance, said to the king, Long hath divine mercy borne with our misdeeds. It has warned us by fever and other maladies, and we have not mended our ways. And now we are losing our sons. Now the tears of the poor, the lamentations of widows, and the sighs of orphans are causing them to perish, and leaving us no hope of laying by for any one. We heap up riches and know not for whom. Our treasures, all laden with plunder and curses, are like to remain without possessors. Our cellars are they not bursting with wine, and our granaries with corn? Our coffers were they not full to the brim with gold and silver, and precious stones, and necklaces, and other imperial ornaments? And yet that which was our most beautiful possession we are losing. Come then, if thou wilt, and let us burn all these wicked lists. Let our treasury be content with what was sufficient for thy father Clotaire. Having thus spoken, and beating her breast, the queen had brought to her the rolls which Mark had consigned to her of each of the cities that belonged to her, and cast them into the fire. Then, turning again to the king, "What," she cried, "dost thou hesitate? Do thou even as I; if we lose our dear children, at least escape we everlasting punishment." Then the king, moved with compunction, threw into the fire all the lists, and when they were burned, sent people to stay the levy of those imposts. And afterwards their youngest child died, worn out with lingering illness. Overwhelmed with grief, they bare him from their house at Braine to Paris, and had him buried in the basilica of Saint Denis. As for Chlodebert, they placed him on a litter, carried him to the basilica of Saint Medard at Soissons, and laying him before the tomb of the saint, offered vows for his recovery. But in the middle of the night, enfeebled and exhausted, he gave up the ghost. They buried him in the basilica of the holy martyrs Crispin and Crispinian. The king Hilperic showed great largesse to the churches and the monasteries and the poor. It is doubtful whether the maternal grief of Radegonde were quite so pious and so strictly in accordance with morality as it has been represented by Gregory of Tours. But she was, without doubt, passionately sincere. Rash actions and violent passions are the characteristics of barbaric natures. The interest or impression of the moment holds sway over them, and causes forgetfulness of every moral law as well as of every wise calculation. These two characteristics show themselves in the extreme license displayed in the private life of the Merovingian kings. On becoming Christians, not only did they not impose upon themselves any of the Christian rules in respect of conjugal relations, but the greater number of them did not renounce polygamy, and more than one holy bishop, at the very time that he reprobated it, was obliged to tolerate it. King Clotaire I. had to wife Ingonde, and her only did he love, when she made to him the following request: "My lord," said she, "hath made of this handmaid what seemed to him good, and now, to crown his favours, let my lord deign to hear what his handmaid demandeth. I pray you be graciously pleased to find for my sister Aregonde your slave, a man both capable and rich, so that I be rather exalted than abased thereby, and be enabled to serve you still more faithfully." At these words Clotaire, who was but too voluptuously disposed by nature, conceived a fancy for Aregonde, betook himself to the country house where she dwelt, and united her to him in marriage. When the union had taken place, he returned to Ingonde, and said to her: "I have laboured to procure for thee the favour thou didst so sweetly demand, and, on looking for a man of wealth and capability, worthy to be united to thy sister, I could find no better than myself. Know therefore that I have taken her to wife, and I trow that it will not displease thee." "What seemeth good in my master's eyes, that let him do," replied Ingonde; "only let thy servant abide still in the king's grace." CHAPTER IX. Section 13 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 8 The Merovingians, Part 2. Clotaire I had, as has been already remarked, 4 sons. The eldest, Charibert, king of Paris, had to wife Ingeberge, who had in her service 2 young persons, daughters of a poor workman. One of them, named Marcovive, had donned the religious dress. The other was called Meroflede, and the king loved both of them exceedingly. They were daughters, as has been said, of a worker in wool. Ingoberge, jealous of the affection borne to them by the king, had their father put to work inside the palace, hoping that the king, on seeing him in such condition, would conceive a distaste for his daughters, and whilst the man was at his work she sent for the king. Charibert, thinking he was going to see some novelty, saw only the workman afar off at work on his wool. He forsook Ingoberge and took to wife Meroflede. He had also to wife another young girl named Theudoehilde, whose father was a shepherd, a mere tender of sheep, and had by her, it is said, a son, who, on issuing from his mother's womb, was carried straightway to the grave. Charibert afterwards espoused Marcovive, sister of Meroflede, and for that cause both were excommunicated by Sir German, bishop of Paris. Chilperic, 4th son of Clotaire I. and king of Soissons, though he had already several wives, asked the hand of Galsuinthe, eldest daughter of Athaganild, king of Spain. She arrived at Soissons and was united to him in marriage, and she received strong evidences of love, for she had brought with her vast treasures. But his love for Fredegonde, one of the principal women about Chilperic, occasioned fierce disputes between them. As Galsuinthe had to complain to the king of continual insult, and of not sharing with him the dignity of his rank, she asked him in return for the treasures which she had brought, and which she was ready to give up to him, to send her back free to her own country. Chilperic, artfully dissimulating, appeased her with soothing words, and then had her strangled by a slave, and she was found dead in her bed. When he had mourned for her death, he espoused Fredegonde after an interval of a few days. Amidst such passions and such morals, treason, murder, and poisoning were the familiar processes of ambition, covetousness, hatred, vengeance, and fear. 8 kings of royal heirs of the Merovingian line died of brutal murder or secret assassination, to say nothing of innumerable crimes of the same kind committed in their circle, and left unpunished, save by similar crimes. Nevertheless, justice is due to the very worst times and the very worst governments, and it must be recorded that, whilst sharing in many of the vices of their age and race, especially their extreme license of morals, 3 of Clovis' successors, Theodebert, king of Austrasia, from 534 to 548, Gontran, king of Burgundy, from 561 to 598, and Dagobert I., who united under his own sway the whole Frankish monarchy, from 622 to 688, were less violent, less cruel, less iniquitous, and less grossly ignorant or blind than the majority of the Merovingians. Theodebert, says Gregory of Tours, when confirmed in his kingdom, showed himself full of greatness and goodness. He ruled with justice, honoring the bishops, doing good to the churches, helping the poor, and distributing in many directions numerous benefits with a very charitable and very liberal hand. He generously remitted to the churches of Auvergne all the tribute they were wont to pay into his treasury. Gontran, king of Burgundy, in spite of many shocking and unprincipled deeds, at one time of violence, at another of weakness, displayed during his reign of 33 years an inclination towards moderation and peace, in striking contrast with the measureless pretensions and outrageous conduct of the other Frankish kings his contemporaries, especially King Chilperic his brother. The treaty concluded by Gontram on the 28th of November, 587, at Andelot near Langres, with his young nephew Childebert, king of Metz, and Queen Brunehand, his mother, contains dispositions, or, more correctly speaking, words, which breathe a sincere but timid desire to render justice to all, to put an end to the vindictive or retrospective quarrels and spoliations which were incessantly harassing the Gallo Frankish community, and to build up peace between the two kings on the foundation of mutual respect for the rights of their lieges. It is established, says this treaty, that whatsoever the kings have given to the churches or to their lieges, or with God's help shall hereafter will to give to them lawfully, shall be irrevocably acquired, as also that none of the lieges, in one kingdom or the other, shall have to suffer damage in respect of whatsoever belongeth to him, either by law or by virtue of a decree, but shall be permitted to recover and possess things due to him. And as the aforesaid kings have allied themselves in the name of God, by a pure and sincere affection, it has been agreed that at no time shall passage through one kingdom be refused to the leudes (lieges, great vassals) of the other kingdom, who shall desire to traverse them on public or private affairs. It is likewise agreed that neither of the two kings shall solicit the leudes of the other, or receive them if they offer themselves; and if, peradventure, any of these leudes shall think it necessary, in consequence of some fault, to take refuge with the other king, he shall be absolved according to the nature of his fault, and given back. It has seemed good also to add to the present treaty that whichever, if either, of the parties happen to violate it, under any pretext and at any time whatsoever, it shall lose all advantages, present or prospective, therefrom, and they shall be for the profit of that party which shall have faithfully observed the aforesaid conventions, and which shall be relieved in all points from the obligations of its oath. It may be doubted whether between Gontran and Childebert the promises in the treaty were always scrupulously fulfilled, but they have a stamp of serious and sincere intention foreign to the habitual relations between the other Merovingian kings. Mention was just now made of two women, two queens, Fredegonde and Brunehaut, who, at the Merovingian epoch, played important parts in the history of the country. They were of very different origin and condition, and, after fortunes which were for a long while analogous, they ended very differently. Fredegonde was the daughter of poor peasants in the neighbourhood of Montdidier in Picardy, and at an early age joined the train of Queen Audovere, the first wife of King Chilperic. She was beautiful, dexterous, ambitious, and bold, and she attracted the attention, and before long awakened the passion of the king. She pursued with ardour and without scruple her unexpected fortune. Queen Audovere was her first obstacle and her first victim, and on the pretext of a spiritual relationship, which rendered her marriage with Chilperic illegal, was repudiated and banished to a convent. But Fredegonde's hour had not yet come, for Chilperic espoused Galsuinthe, daughter of the Visigothic king, at Hanegild, whose youngest daughter Brunehaut had just married Chilperic's brother Sigebert, king of Austrasia. It has already been said that before long Galsuinthe was found strangled in her bed, and that Chilperic espoused Fredegonde. An undying hatred from that time arose between her and Brunehaut, who had to avenge her sister. A war, incessantly renewed, between the kings of Austrasia and Neustria followed. Sigebert succeeded in beating Chilperic, but, in 575, in the midst of his victory, he was suddenly assassinated in his tent by two emissaries of Fredegonde. His army disbanded, and his widow Brunehaut fell into the hands of Chilperic. The right of asylum belonging to the Cathedral of Paris saved her life, but she was sent away to Rouen. There, at this very time, on a mission from his father, happened to be Merovy, son of Chilperic and the repudiated Queen Audovere. He saw Brunehaut in her beauty, her attractiveness, and her trouble. He was smitten with her and married her privately, and Praetextatus, bishop of Rouen, had the imprudent courage to seal their union. Fredegonde seized with avidity upon this occasion for persecuting her rival and destroying her stepson, heir to the throne of Chilperic. The Austrasians, who had preserved the child Childebert, son of their murdered king, demanded back with treats their queen Brunehaut. She was surrendered to them, but Fredegonde did not let go her other prey, Merovis. First imprisoned, then shorn and shut up in a monastery, afterwards a fugitive, and secretly urged on to attempt a rising against his father, he was so affrighted at his perils that he got a faithful servant to strike him dead, that he might not fall into the hands of his hostile stepmother. Chilperic had remaining other son, Clovis, issue as Merovy was of Queen Audovere. He was accused of having caused by his sorcery the death of the 3 children lost about this time by Fredegonde, and was, in his turn, imprisoned and before long poniarded. His mother Audovere was strangled in her convent. Fredegonde sought in these deaths advantages for her own children, some sort of horrible consolation for her sorrows as a mother. But the sum of crimes was not yet complete. In 584 King Chilperic, on returning from the chase and in the act of dismounting, was struck 2 mortal blows by a man who took to rapid flight, and a cry was raised all around of treason. "'Tis the hand of the Austrasian Childebert against our lord the king." The care taken to have the cry raised was proof of its falsity. It was the hand of Fredegonde herself, anxious lest Chilperic should discover the guilty connection existing between her and an officer of her household, Landry, who became subsequently mayor of the palace of Neustria. Chilperic left a son, a few months old, named Clotaire, of whom his mother Fredegonde became the sovereign guardian. She employed at one time in defending him against his enemies, at another in endangering him by her plots, her hatreds, and her assaults, the last 13 years of her life. She was a true type of the strong-willed, artful, and perverse woman in barbarous times. She started low down in the scale, and rose very high without a corresponding elevation of soul. She was audacious and perfidious, as perfect in deception as in effrontery, proceeding to atrocities, either from cool calculation or a spirit of revenge, abandoned to all kinds of passion, and, for gratification of them, shrinking from no sort of crime. However, she died quietly at Paris, in 597 or 98, powerful and dreaded, and leaving on the throne of Neustria her son Clotaire II, who, 15 years later, was to become sole king of all the Frankish dominions. Brunehaut had no occasion for crimes to become a queen, and in spite of those she committed, and in spite of her outbursts and the moral irregularities of her long life, she bore, amidst her passion and her power, a stamp of courageous frankness and intellectual greatness, which places her far above the savage who was her rival. Fredegonde was an upstart, of barbaric race and habits, a stranger to every idea and every design, not connected with her own personal interest and successes, and she was as brutally selfish in the case of her natural passions as in the exercise of a power acquired and maintained by a mixture of artifice and violence. Brunehaut was a princess of that race of Gothic kings who, in southern Gaul and in Spain, had understood and admired the Roman civilization, and had striven to transfer the remains of it to the newly formed fabric of their own dominions. She, transplanted to a home amongst the Franks of Austrasia, the least Roman of all the barbarians, preserved there the ideas and tastes of the Visigoths of Spain, who had become almost Gallo-Romans. She clung stoutly to the efficacious exercise of the royal authority. She took a practical interest in the public works, highways, bridges, monuments, and the progress of material civilization, the Roman roads in a short time received and for a long while kept in Anstrasia the name of Brunehaut's causeways. There used to be shown, in a forest near Borgs, Brunehaut's castle, Brunehaut's tower at Etamps, Brunehaut's stone near Torny, and Brunehaut's fort near Cahors. In the royal domains and wheresoever she went, she showed abundant charity to the poor, and many ages after her death the people of those districts still spoke of Brunehaut's alms. She liked and protected men of letters, rare and mediocre indeed at that time, but the only beings, such as they were, with a notion of seeking and giving any kind of intellectual enjoyment, and they in turn took pleasure in celebrating her name and her deserts. The most renowned of all during that age, Fortunatus, Bishop of Poitiers, dedicated nearly all his little poems to two queens: one, Brunehaut, plunging amidst all the struggles and pleasures of the world; the other, Saint Radegonde, sometime wife of Clotaire I., who had fled in all haste from a throne to bury herself at Poitiers, in the convent she had founded there. To compensate Brunehaut was detested by the majority of the Austrasian chiefs, those lords, landowners, and warriors, whose sturdy and turbulent independence she was continually fighting against. She supported against them with indomitable courage the royal officers, the servants of the palace, her agents, and frequently her favorites. One of these, Lupus, a Roman by origin and Duke of Champagne, was being constantly insulted and plundered by his enemies, especially by Ursion Bertfried. At last, they having agreed to slay him, marched against him with an army. At the sight, Brunehaut, compassionating the evil case of one of her lieges unjustly persecuted, assumed quite a manly courage, and threw herself amongst the hostile battalions, crying, "Stay, warriors! Refrain from this wicked deed! Persecute not the innocent! Engage not, for a single man's sake, in a battle which will desolate the country!" "Back, woman!" said Ursion to her; "let it suffice thee to have ruled under thy husband's sway. Now 'tis thy son who reigns, and his kingdom is under our protection, not thine. Back! if thou wouldest not that the hoofs of our horses trample thee under as the dust of the ground." After the dispute had lasted some time in this strain, the queen, by her address, at last prevented the battle from taking place. It was but a momentary success for Brunehaut, and the last words of Ursion contained a sad presage of the death awaiting her. Intoxicated with power, pride, hate, and revenge, she entered more violently every day into strife, not only with the Austrasian lake chieftains, but with some of the principal bishops of Austrasia and Burgundy, amongst the rest with Saint Didier, Bishop of Vienne, who, at her instigation, was brutally murdered, and with the great Irish missionary Saint Columba, who would not sanction by his blessing the fruits of the royal irregularities. In 614, after 39 years of wars, plots, murders, and political and personal vicissitudes, from the death of her husband Sigebert I, and under the reigns of her son Theodebert and her grandsons Theodebert II and Thierry II, Queen Brunehaut, at the age of 80 years, fell into the hands of her mortal enemy, Clotaire II., son of Fredegonde, now sole king of the Franks. After having grossly insulted her, he had her paraded, seated on a camel, in front of his whole army, and then ordered her to be tied by the hair, 1 foot and 1 arm to the tail of an unbroken horse, that carried her away, and dashed her in pieces as he galloped and kicked, beneath the eyes of the ferocious spectators. After the execution of Brunehaut and the death of Clotaire II., the history of the Franks becomes a little less dark and less bloody. Not that murders and great irregularities in the court and amongst the people disappear altogether. Dagobert I., for instance, the successor of Clotaire II. And grandson of Chilperic and Fredegonde, had no scruple, under the pressure of self-interest, in committing an iniquitous and barbarous act. After having consented to leave to his younger brother Charibert the kingdom of Aquitania, he retook it by force in 631, at the death of Charibert, seizing at the same time his treasures, and causing or permitting to be murdered his young nephew Chilperic, rightful heir of his father. About the same time Dagobert had assigned amongst the Bavarians, subjects of his beyond the Rhine, an asylum to 9,000 Bulgarians, who had been driven with their wives and children from Pannonia. Not knowing afterwards where to put or how to feed these refugees, he ordered them all to be massacred in one night, and scarcely 700 of them succeeded in escaping by flight. The private morals of Dagobert were not more scrupulous than his public acts. A slave to incontinence as King Solomon was, says his biographer Fredegaire, he had 3 queens and a host of concubines. Given up to extravagance and pomp, it pleased him to imitate the magnificence of the imperial court at Constantinople, and at one time he laid hands for that purpose upon the possessions of certain of his lords, or of certain churches; at another he gave to his favourite church, the Abbey of Saint Denis, so many precious stones, articles of value, and domains in various places, that all the world, says Fredegaire, was stricken with admiration. But despite of these excesses and scandals, Dagobert was the most wisely energetic, the least cruel in feeling, the most prudent in enterprise, and the most capable of governing with some little regularity and effectiveness, of all the kings furnished since Clovis by the Merovingian race. He had, on ascending the throne, this immense advantage, that the 3 Frankish dominions, Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, were reunited under his sway, and at the death of his brother Charibert he added thereto Aquitania. The unity of the vast Frankish monarchy was thus established, and Dagobert retained it by his moderation at home and abroad. He was brave, and he made war on occasion, but he did not permit himself to be dragged into it either by his own passions, or by the unlimited taste of his lieges for adventure and plunder. He found on this point salutary warnings in the history of his predecessors. It was very often the Franks themselves, the royal lloyds, who plunged their kings into civil or foreign wars. In 530, 2 sons of Clovis, Childebert and Clotaire, arranged to attack Burgundy and its king Godomar. They asked aid of their brother Theodoric, who refused to join them. However, the Franks who formed his party said, "If thou refuse to march into Burgundy with thy brethren, we give thee up, and prefer to follow them." But Theodoric, considering that the Arvernians had been faithless to him, said to the Franks, "Follow me, and I will lead you into a country where you shall seize of gold and silver as much as ye can desire, and whence ye shall take away flocks and slaves and vestments in abundance." The Franks, overcome by these words, promised to do whatsoever he should desire. So Theodoric entered Auvergne with his army, and brought devastation and ruin into the province. In 555, Clotaire I. had made an expedition against the Saxons, who demanded peace, but the Frankish warriors would not hear of it. "Cease, I pray you," said Clotaire to them, "to be evil minded against these men; they speak us fair. Let us not go and attack them, for fear we bring down upon us the anger of God." But the Franks would not listen to him. The Saxons again came with offerings of vestments, flocks, even all their possessions, saying, "Take all this, together with half our country. Leave us but our wives and little children, only let there be no war between us." But the Franks again refused all terms. "Hold, I adjure you," said Clotaire again to them, "we have not right on our side. If ye be thoroughly minded to enter upon a war, in which ye may find your loss, as for me, I will not follow ye." Then the Franks, enraged against Clotaire, threw themselves upon him, tore his tent to pieces as they heaped reproaches upon him, and bore him away by force, determined to kill him if he hesitated to march with them. So Clotaire, in spite of himself, departed with them. But when they joined battle, they were cut to pieces by their adversaries, and on both sides so many fell that it was impossible to estimate or count the number of the dead. Then Clotaire with shame demanded peace of the Saxons, saying that it was not of his own will that he had attacked them, and having obtained it, returned to his own dominions. King Dagobert was not thus under the yoke of his lords, either by his own energy or by surrounding himself with wise and influential counsellors, such as Pepin of Landen, mayor of the palace of Austrasia, Saint Arnold, bishop of Metz, Saint Eligius, bishop of Noyon, and Saint Andoenus, bishop of Rouen. He applied himself to and succeeded in assuring to himself, in the exercise of his power, a pretty large measure of independence and popularity. At the beginning of his reign he held, in Austrasia and Burgundy, a sort of administrative and judicial inspection, halting at the principal towns, listening to complaints, and checking, sometimes with a rigour arbitrary indeed, but approved of by the people, the violence and irregularities of the grandees. At Langres, Dijon, Saint Gindy, Losne, Chalons-sur-Saline, Auxerre, Autun, and Sens, he rendered justice, says Fredegaire, to rich and poor alike, without any charges, and without any respect for persons, taking little sleep and little food, caring only so to act that all should withdraw from his presence full of joy and admiration. Nor did he confine himself to his unceremonious exercise of the royal authority. Some of his predecessors, and amongst them Childebert I., Clotaire I., and Clotaire II., had caused to be drawn up, in Latin and by scholars, digests more or less complete of the laws and customs handed down by tradition amongst certain of the Germanic peoples established in Roman soil, notably the laws of the Salian Franks and Ripuarian Franks, and Dagobert ordered a continuation of these first legislative labours amongst the new-born nations. It was apparently in his reign that a digest was made of the laws of the Alemannians and Bavarians. He had also some taste for the arts, and the pious talents displayed by Saints Elo and Cowen in goldsmith's work and sculpture, applied to the service of religion or the decoration of churches, received from him the support of the royal favour and munificence. Dagobert was neither a great warrior nor a great legislator, and there is nothing to make him recognized as a great mind or a great character. His private life, too, was scandalous, and extortions were a sad feature of its close. Nevertheless, his authority was maintained in his dominions, his reputation spread far and wide, and the name of great King Dagobert was his abiding title in the memory of the people. Taken all in all, he was, next to Clovis, the most distinguished of Frankish kings, and the last really king in the line of the Merovingians. After him, from 638 to 732, 12 princes of this line, one named Sigebert, 2 Clovis, 2 Childeric, 1 Clotaire, 2 Dagobert, 1 Childebert, 1 Chilperic, and 2 Throdoric or Thierry, bore, in Neustria, Austrasia, and Burgundy, or in the three kingdoms united, the title of king, without deserving in history more than room for their names. There was already heard the rumbling of great events to come around the Frankish dominion, and in the very womb of this dominion was being formed a new race of kings, more able to bear, in accordance with the spirit and wants of their times, the burden of power. Chapter 8